This page is the front cover of SEGA Saturn magazine. It's promoting the year-end lineup of SEGA Saturn games. The big titles featured are Enemy Zero, King of Fighters, 96, Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story, The Blue Destiny, Tokimeki Memorial, Daytona USA Circuit Edition, Cyberbots, and Neon Genesis Evangelion Second Impression. There's also a mention of a new AM2 title called Digital Dance Mix featuring Ami Suzuki. And for RPG fans, they are highlighting Tengai Makio 4th Apocalypse. The magazine's main feature seems to be a detailed look at Fighters Megamix vs Virtua Fighter, focusing on character moves and techniques. It looks like a packed issue for SEGA Saturn gamers right before the holidays in 1996, with a special RPG appendix included as well. This page is dedicated to Shining the Holy Ark, a new Saturn RPG. The advert emphasizes it as a New Dimension Saturn RPG. It talks about exploring the will of the creator and facing a great mystery. The text highlights the game's ancient ruins and the story, which is about pursuing legendary relics. It mentions 3 types of gods and conflicts against the Holy Ark and the creator. It also references the hot battles of Arthur and his comrades, hinting at a deep storyline and real-time gameplay. The game was scheduled for release on December 20th and priced at 5,800 yen. The page also features screenshots showing the game's battle interface with character stats and an in-game scene. At the bottom, there's an ad for the game's soundtrack, CD, priced at 2,800 yen. This page focuses on Air's Adventure, billing it as a simple romantic RPG for the SEGA Saturn, perfect for these times. It emphasizes that it's not about big shocks or thrills, but rather a stripped-down role-playing experience concentrating on the core elements. A dramatic story, graphics, and background music, all put together in a stoic, understated manner. The text suggests it might even be going against current trends in gaming, but that this simplicity is its strength, allowing it to quietly resonate with players and leave a lasting impression. The page lists the key staff involved in production: Masanobu Endo as executive producer, Yoshihiro Shibata as director and scriptwriter, Wataru Nagano for art setting, and Shigeaki Saegusa for music. The game was priced at 5,800 yen and set to release on December 20th, 1996. Below the game info, there's an advertisement for a Christmas Nights campaign celebrating the SEGA Saturn's 2nd anniversary. It mentions that buying a SEGA Saturn will get you a free Christmas Nights Winter Limited Edition. The ad features artwork of Sonic and a Saturn console wrapped like a present. This page is all about Virtual on Cybertroopers, advertising it as a high-speed 3D battle game featuring 8 different Virtuoids. It highlights that this is a complete SEGA Saturn port of the popular arcade battle simulation. The page emphasizes the intense 2-player versus mode, and players can choose from horizontal split-screen or windowed displays. It mentions a ranking mode for skilled players, and that this Saturn version includes elements not found in the arcade, like boss characters and hidden playable characters. They even talk about a mind shift system and long-range battles, suggesting deeper strategic elements. The game is priced at 5,800 yen and is compatible with twin sticks for an authentic arcade experience. At the bottom right, there's a continued promotion for the SEGA Saturn's 2nd anniversary Christmas Nights campaign, reminding readers they can get a Christmas Nights Winter Limited Edition if they buy a SEGA Saturn during the campaign period, which runs from November 22nd to December 25th. This page showcases the Saturn Bomberman Party Pack. It's all about multiplayer fun, saying you can play now, play with everyone. The ad highlights that it's a hot title following the popularity of Bomberman 96, and boasts a great opening animation only on the SEGA Saturn. It mentions that even people unfamiliar with SEGA Saturn can easily enjoy this popular character brawl with up to 10 players, offering both normal games and ranking modes. It emphasizes the deep Bomberman world experience. The page also features the SBOM multitap, which allows up to 7 players, or 12 with 2 multitaps, to play simultaneously, and the SBOM Joy Card, which lets you freely customize button settings for shooting games and more. The Saturn Bomberman plus SBOM Multitap plus SBOM Joy Card equals Saturn Bomberman Party Pack is advertised at a price of 9,980 yen. Finally, There's a Christmas and New Year campaign promising invincible 10-player battles for the holidays. The bottom of the page shows various Bomberman characters and Hudson Soft's website details. This page is a very stylish Konami advertisement called Konami de Mode. It features a woman holding SEGA Saturn game discs. You can clearly see she's holding a copy of Gradius. The page is all about linking Konami games with fashion and being trendy, suggesting that playing their games is a stylish thing to do. It's a very visual advert with a fashion focus, aiming to make Konami games appeal to people who are into style and sophistication. Konami advertised its SEGA Saturn software lineup, highlighting several upcoming titles. Fantastic Parodius, a shooter with a PlayStation version, leads the pack. Le Mans Enforcers, a gun shooting game, is also featured. Other games include Nagashima Shigeo 92, a table game, Sexy Parodius, a sexy shooting game, Henry Explorers, an adventure shooter, and Policenauts, a large-scale interactive cinema experience. Tokimeki Memorial, Shiori Fujisaki Edition, a compilation, and Tokimeki Memorial Taisen Puzzle Dama, a puzzle game, round out the list. The ad also promotes existing games like Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, with deluxe and special editions, Chuchumari Famil, Gradius Deluxe Pack, Snatcher, and JIKU Powerful Pro Yaku 95. A Tokimeki Memorial Fantastic Christmas and Welfare event is also mentioned. This page showcases Henry Explorers, a thrilling arcade-style gun-shooting adventure game from Konami. This is the same game mentioned on the previous page, and it's hitting both PlayStation and SEGA Saturn at the same time. The advertisement highlights the intense action where players fight through hordes of monsters to uncover secrets. You can see some of the spooky characters like a mummy, zombie, and some sort of bat-winged creature, all looking pretty terrifying. The text promises you can experience the same arcade excitement at home on your consoles. They even mention that whether you can actually find the secrets is up to you, hinting at a challenging gameplay experience. It's set for release in spring '97 and priced at 5,800 yen. There are also a couple of screenshots showcasing the first-person perspective gameplay and some in-game enemies. This page is all about Konami's comical shooter, JIKU Oshibari Parodius Forever With Me, which is known as Parodius Forever With Me internationally. It's coming to both SEGA Saturn and PlayStation. The advert highlights the game as a shocking and laughing adventure, emphasizing its quirky and humorous style. You can see some of the familiar wacky characters from the Parodius series like Pentaru the Penguin armed with a machine gun, Mike the Bomb character with boxing gloves, and the anime-style girls Hikaru and Akane, as well as Taco the Octopus. The text mentions it's a 2-player game and promises a super Parodius experience. It even boasts about featuring voice acting from famous voice actors. Interestingly, there are screenshots showing not just the classic side-scrolling shooting action, but also a kart racing mode, suggesting there might be more to this Parodius game than just shooting. The release dates are listed as December 13th for the Sega Saturn version and December 20th for the PlayStation, both priced at 4,800 yen. If you're a fan of the music, there's also a soundtrack, CD, being released on December 21st. This page is an advertisement for Tokimeki Memorial Selection, Fujisaki Shiori, which is subtitled, Temporary Name. It seems to be for the Sega Saturn, and is described as a memorial selection, focusing on the popular character Fujisaki Shiori. The text mentions that Fujisaki Shiori is finally making her singing debut, catching fans by surprise. It highlights that despite her seemingly unreachable idol status, she is actually a very caring person. The advert promotes a variety software that will be released simultaneously for PlayStation and Sega Saturn. It will include music clip movies of her debut single and a minigame where you can play with Shiori. The game aims to let players experience Shiori's world and stay by her side always. It emphasizes that players shouldn't be discouraged and to dive into Shiori's world and connect with her. There are 2 small screenshots in the bottom right. One seems to show Shiori on a beach, and the other depicts her in a library setting. The release date is listed as March 1997, and the price is yet to be determined. It looks like Konami is aiming to bring the popular dating sim experience to both consoles, focusing on one of its most beloved characters. This page is a full-page advert for Fujisaki Shiori's debut single. It's promoting her CD single release, which is available in-store now. The main song is called Teach Me Mr. Sky, and the B-side is Going with the Wind, both from Tokimeki Memorial. It mentions that Teach Me Mr. Sky is the ending theme for a Fuji television show. The advert also gives credit to the lyricists, composers and arrangers for both songs. It's produced by Konami Artist Products and distributed by King Records. The price of the CD single is also listed. Essentially, it's a straightforward advertisement for Fujisaki Shiori's music release, leveraging her popularity from the Tokimeki Memorial game. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game, Vatolva. It's being promoted as the very first battle-type armed car action game on the Saturn. You can play through a scenario mode with 1 or 2 players, or jump into multiplayer battles with up to 6 people. Team battles are a big feature, letting you set up matches like 2 vs 4 or 3 vs 3. The game boasts a huge arsenal of 60 different weapons, including some pretty wild ones like black hole bullets and wave motion guns, promising intense and over-the-top car combat in a near-future setting. It also notes that for multiplayer with 3 or more people, you'll need to get a multi-tap and extra controllers separately. The game is made by Ancient and published by Victor, and is priced at 5,800 yen before tax. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Vatolva, announced as Private Battle School News finally opening. The page is dominated by dynamic artwork showing off characters and vehicles, really emphasizing the action. It highlights a competitive aspect, mentioning an entrance exam and 15 elite fighters. You'll have a choice of 6 vehicle types to battle with, including buggies, 4-footed gun vehicles, road rollers, rally cars, hover tanks, and battle tanks. Interestingly, there's a twin operator, RGVC2 video CD being advertised, suggesting it enhances the game experience, maybe with improved opening visuals. In-game screenshots show off vehicle customization and the gameplay itself. Customization is a big feature, letting you tweak your vehicles and even create original characters. Designed by Yuki Hiroshi and Kawamura Yoshio. The soundtrack, by Ancient Core and Tomohiro Kawamori, known for making great game music, should really amp up the battles. The next page is all about the Victor JVC game selector, and it's advertised with a lot of enthusiasm. These 2 guys, looking super hyped, are showing off how easy it is to use. Apparently with this gadget, you can switch between your consoles with just 1 touch. No need to mess around with plugging and unplugging cables, or even turning off the power. It's designed to make your gaming setup nice and simple. They're showing off 4 different models. The JXS8 is the top-off-the-line model for video connections, letting you hook up to 6 consoles, and it's priced at 5,000 yen. Then there's the JX6, an AV selector for 4 consoles with big, easy-to-press buttons, costing 4,500 yen. The JX5 is called the game selector, and is designed to look great with the latest consoles, connecting 3 devices for 2,500 yen. Finally, the JX3 is a compact AV selector for 2 consoles if space is tight, at 2,300 yen. They all seem focused on making it easier to manage multiple consoles without the hassle of cable swapping, which is a pretty handy idea for gamers with a growing collection. This page is dedicated to the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Macross. Do you remember Love? It's advertised as a horizontal scrolling shooting game, expected to launch in March of 1997, and priced at 6,800 yen before tax. The page is filled with images of a massive Macross spaceship and a group of anime characters from the series, fronted by Lin Min-mei. There are also a couple of smaller screenshots showing in-game action, looking like intense shooting gameplay. The text talks about the game being a dramatic shooting title that follows the love story and the battles of Macross, promising a high-quality experience with new movie scenes and impressive CG visuals on the SEGA Saturn. This page showcases the game Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together. It's presented as a simulation RPG, and the artwork features 2 characters with swords standing on a rocky terrain with a large blue dragon flying behind them. The game title, Tactics Ogre, is prominently displayed in a stylized font with the subtitle, Let Us Cling Together, underneath in English. There's information about it being compatible with power memory, and a price of 5,800 yen. It also mentions an image album CD titled Ogre Grand Repeat. At the bottom, there are some fine print details related to copyright and company information. Overall, the page serves as a visually striking advertisement for this classic strategy, RPG. This page continues, advertising Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, hailing it as a simulation RPG masterpiece that's coming to SEGA Saturn. The advert highlights supercasts and hyper events, mentioning the use of 17 famous voice actors to create immersive event scenes. It also boasts 3 dimensions, detailing the 3D maps that incorporate height into the gameplay for added strategic depth. Features listed include a grand soundtrack, multiple scenarios and endings for high replayability, and a database report with over 100 illustrations. There's a Ogre Freak must-have limited goods lottery campaign, where you can win exclusive items. The prizes are a special metal figurine for 1,000 winners, and an Ogre limited edition power memory, also for 1,000 winners. The page shows the gamebox art and screenshots, and confirms the price of the game at 5,800 yen. This page is a full-page advert for the King of Fighters 96 on Sega Saturn. Dominating the page is a large image of Rugal Bernstein, looking as menacing as ever. The advert proudly declares the game is coming to Sega Saturn, and shows screenshots of in-game action and the classic "Ready" screen. It highlights that the game is compatible with the RAM expansion cartridge, promising an enhanced experience. The release date is set for December 31st, and pricing details are provided for different purchase options: the standard CD version, a CD and RAM cartridge bundle, and a limited edition King of Fighters double pack with a RAM cartridge. This page is an exciting advert announcing Metal Slug is coming to Sega Saturn. The headline screams, "This time the battlefield is Sega Saturn!" and proudly proclaims the Sega Saturn version of Metal Slug is finally launching. It's hyped as a complete port for the Saturn, and fans are told to look forward to a spring release. Dominating the page is a fantastic image of the Metal Slug tank itself, alongside the character Marco Rossi, ready for action. It's clear SNK is bringing their popular arcade hit to the Sega Saturn, adding to the console's strong lineup of action games, following hot on the heels of King of Fighters 96, which was featured on the previous page. The next page showcases what looks like a thrilling adventure game set in Egypt. We can clearly see a figure reminiscent of Lara Croft from Tomb Raiders, posed in front of an ancient Egyptian structure. The text at the top in Japanese reads, "Adventure of the World," hinting at a grand, global-scale adventure. The visuals depict a classic Tomb Raider-style environment, with hieroglyph-covered walls and a mysterious doorway, promising exploration and puzzle-solving. It looks like a promotional page teasing an upcoming Tomb Raider-esque game for the Sega Saturn, tapping into the popularity of action-adventure titles at the time. This page is dedicated to Tomb Raiders on the Sega Saturn, directly addressing adventure game fans. It's promoting the thrill of exploring ancient ruins around the world in search of hidden treasures. The page emphasizes the game's 3D environments that give players freedom of movement and exploration, even including diving in water. It highlights the dynamic action gameplay, where you'll face traps and engage in combat, all while searching for secrets within the ruins. The release date is set for January 24, 1997, and the price is 5,800 yen. This Japanese promo is clearly aiming to excite Sega Saturn owners for the upcoming release of this iconic adventure title. This page is a promotional message from Compile, a game developer. It features the bold text, "Great Nerds," alongside Gestalt Qual 96, which seems to be a slogan or project title for the company. The page is branded with the Compile logo, and mentions the years 96 and 97, suggesting this was a timely message around that period. It highlights Compile as a brand, perhaps emphasizing their dedication and passion for game development in a playful way. The design with a large exclamation mark incorporating the company name further reinforces their brand presence. This page looks like a company-wide announcement or message rather than a specific game advertisement, which is different from the previous page that focused on Tomb Raider. This page is all about Puyo Puyo 2 on the Sega Saturn, and it's announcing a pretty big tournament. It's called the Puyo Puyo Master Tournament, and it's officially recognized by the All Japan Puyo Association. They're saying it's a dream battle for serious Puyo Puyo players. Only those ranked first Dan or higher could enter. Apparently, there were 29 qualified players as of October the previous year. It was going to be a round-robin league, and they were really pushing it as a fantastic chance for anyone wanting to get better at Puyo Puyo to see how the experts play. It's being organized by Compile, the makers of Puyo Puyo, along with the All Japan Puyo Association, and the Sega Saturn version of Puyo Puyo 2 is advertised as being on sale for 4,800 yen. Looks like a great event for Puyo Puyo fans, and a good way to promote the Saturn game at the same time. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn release, Fighting Illusion K1 Grand Prix. It's hyped as bringing together all the K1 All-Stars, and boasts new features like more fighters, better AI for training, additional arenas, and enhanced character animations. It's set for release in January 97. The page highlights a strong roster of real-life K1 legends, such as NJD Hug, Peter Asserts, Ernesto Hust, Sam Greco, Jerome Labanner, and others, alongside new challengers like Nobuaki Kakuta. It mentions this game was a popular arcade title and is now hitting the Sega Saturn. There's also a smaller advertisement at the bottom for Wolffang SS, or Kuga 2001, another Sega Saturn game coming in January 97 for 5,800 yen, which looks like a mech combat game. This page showcases the popular Tenchi Muyo franchise, which is advertised as a massive hit across TV, movies, radio, comics, and CDs. It seems to be advertising a Sega Saturn game called Tenchi Muyo, Tokyo Muyo, which translates roughly to Tenchi Muyo, School Indifference. This is positioned as an Aniraji collection, which probably means it's an anime radio drama collection game. There's a big red starburst promoting a first-run special edition, which includes an original drama CD. It lists 3 included radio dramas, with titles like Ryuki's Carefree Panic and Kenpu vs. Ion, and another drama related to game software creation. The page details first-run bonuses. Customers get an original B2 poster, and 500 lucky people can win a cell art from Tenchi Muyo by sending in an included postcard. The release date is set for January 17th, with the game being a 3 candelas room set, priced at 8,800 yen. The bottom part of the page seems to advertise another game, Real-Time 3 Kingdoms Engi, or Ryuroku Sangokushi Engi, priced at 5,800 yen, and also from Shing, the same company. It's described as a 3 Kingdoms picture scroll, playable in real time. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn word processor. It's pitching itself as a way to easily create color cards and documents right from your SEGA Saturn. It boasts high-quality color printing on up to a 4-size paper. In a compact design that fits anywhere, you can choose from over 400 clip art images, including characters from Sega and Koei games, to create stylish cards. The software is described as easy to use, even without a keyboard, utilizing the standard Saturn controller for text input and editing on your TV screen. For those who prefer, you can use the Sega Saturn keyboard and save your text data using the Sega Saturn floppy disk drive. It also mentions intelligent text composition functions to help make well-designed documents. Sample cards are shown, including birthday, Christmas, and New Year greetings, showcasing its versatility. The full set, which is currently available, includes the word processor software, a printer cable, and a printer interface, all for a special price of 29,800 yen. This page is an advertisement for the puzzle game Mochi Mochi Cats. It's described as a coin-collecting puzzle game where you line up Japanese coins, like 1 yen and 5 yen pieces, to score points. The artwork features a pile of cartoon cats. Game screenshots illustrate the puzzle gameplay with cats and coins. Mochi Mochi Cats is scheduled for release on December 20th for the Sega Saturn and January 10th for the PlayStation, both priced at 5,800 yen. It's published by Virgin Interactive Entertainment. This page is an advert for NHL Powerplay 96. It's really hyping up the thrill and speed of ice hockey, saying the puck speed can reach 193 km per hour. The ad uses a cool visual of a soccer player morphing into hockey players to show the game's sport. They are emphasizing the speed and realistic gameplay, claiming it recreates the North American Pro Hockey League experience on both PlayStation and Sega Saturn. The advert shows screenshots highlighting various aspects of the game, like team selection, mentioning national teams, and a total of 44 teams to choose from. There's also talk of detailed customization options, motion-captured polygon graphics for realistic player movements, and replay features. It mentions multiplayer for up to 6 players using a multi-tap. The release dates are listed as December 13th for the PlayStation version and December 20th for the Sega Saturn version, both priced at 5,800 yen. It sounds like they are aiming for both hardcore hockey fans and newcomers, with the promise of easy-to-understand rules. This page is an advert for the game Grid Runner. The Japanese tagline roughly translates to, "A moment ahead is the demon," which sets a tense tone. It's described as a hyper-ghost-like action game, where you're running from ghosts, collecting flags, and trying to catch your opponents. When you become a ghost, you can even use magic powers. The advert features a couple of screenshots showing the gameplay in action. Grid Runner is being released on both PlayStation and Sega Saturn, and supports 1 to 2 players. It also mentions features like password continues and memory backup saves. The release date is scheduled for December 27th, and both the PlayStation and SEGA Saturn versions are priced at 5,800 yen. This page is an advert for a new SEGA Saturn racing game that celebrates the legendary GTR lineage. It's all about speed and the thrill of driving famous GTR models on the streets. They're boasting about the realistic recreation of these iconic Skyline GTRs, from classic Hakosuka and Kenmari versions right up to the R32 and R33. They've also included other Nissan sports cars like the Fairlady Z, including the 240Z and 300ZX, as well as the Silvia 180SX. The advert highlights that the game accurately captures the exterior and interior looks of the cars, as well as their handling and engine performance. You can see from the screenshots it's a polygonal racer. The game is scheduled to be released on December 20th for 6,200 yen, and if you get a first pressing, you'll snag a special premium pack with an S20 engine keyholder. Apparently the premium pack is limited to the initial run. This page is another advert for the upcoming racing game Overdrive in GTR, but this time it's centered around a quiz. Electronic Arts Victor is giving away a real Skyline GTR to one lucky winner who correctly answers their quiz question. The question is, what is the name of the authentic driving simulation game from Electronic Arts Victor? It's Nissan presents Hollow Circle, Hollow Circle, Hollow Circle, Hollow Circle, driving GTRs, and you need to fill in the 4 missing characters. The hint is pretty obvious, telling you the game is called Nissan Presents Overdrive in GTR. To enter, you need to send your answer on a postcard with your details to the address provided before the deadline, which is February 9th. Below the quiz details, they re-emphasize the game's features, boasting about the complete recreation of legendary GTRs and other Nissan sports cars, from the classic Hakosuka Skyline to the latest models, plus cars like the Fairlady Z and Silvia 180SX. They highlight the realistic simulation, replay function, multiple camera angles, various courses including closed circuits and winding roads, and different game modes like time trial versus races and tournaments, even mentioning 2-player split screen. It's all about experiencing the beauty of speed in these iconic Nissan cars. This page is advertising Panic Road Story, Karen's Great Adventure for the SEGA Saturn, promising a free adventure world that you get to create. The game is slated for release on February 28, 1997. The page is filled with artwork of cartoonish characters, presumably the heroes of this adventure, in various action poses against a backdrop that looks like a world map made of tiles. Shueisha is the company behind this title, and it seems like it's shaping up to be quite a unique and engaging adventure game for the Saturn. This page introduces Panel Tia Story, a map-making RPG where you get to build your own adventure world. It's all about laying down panels on a map screen to create stages just how you like them. You collect different terrain panels like towns, ponds, mountains, and forests, and strategically place them to make your own unique levels. The game features a system where the combination of panels affects gameplay. You can even trigger events, find hidden treasures, and encounter fairies depending on how you arrange your panels. Each stage has a boss monster to defeat for clearing it. Sounds like a really creative and strategic RPG where your map-making skills directly impact your adventure. There's also a digital adventure item present campaign announced, where if you buy Panel Tia Story, you can enter a draw to win some cool digital prizes. Up for grabs are Sony GPX5 GPS units, Casio Mr. GMRG 1007 watches, and Estelle Tokyo Digital Phone PHS units. To enter, you need to send in a postcard from inside the game package. These were some pretty high-tech gadgets back then. This page showcases a game where you'll command a massive army of thousands to conquer the entire continent. It's set to be released in March of 1997, and there's a present campaign planned where you can win some cool stuff. The artwork features a diverse group of characters. There's a muscular guy with a huge axe, a kangaroo boxer with boxing gloves, an Egyptian-looking pharaoh, a woman in animal skin clothes with white hair, a stern-looking military officer with a red star hat, a wise old man with a turban, a knight in shining armor, a ninja girl, and even a pink alien. These characters look like they could be the heroes or units you'll be leading in your continental conquest. It definitely looks like an epic and character-rich strategy RPG in the works. This page is all about Wara 2 Wars, a strategy game where you command huge armies. The page screams excitement with phrases like Hot Topic and Fierce Battle, Grand Army Battle. It looks like you can control massive forces with battles reaching up to 100 versus 100 units on screen, promising large-scale conflicts. The game is touted as being easy to pick up and play, even though it features deep strategic elements. They emphasize the sheer number of units you can control, describing it as a wara-wara feeling, like a massive throng of soldiers. Each army will have a powerful guardian deity, adding a unique tactical layer. The screenshots show strategic map screens, massive battles unfolding, and close-ups of character sprites, giving you a good sense of the game's visual style and gameplay. This page is an advertisement for Capcom's Super Puzzle Fighter 2X for PlayStation and Sega Saturn. The advert highlights the game as being perfect for winter, boasting addictive puzzle gameplay with familiar Capcom characters battling it out. It emphasizes the game's key features like chain combos and counter gems, promising heated versus matches. The page also announces a Super Puzzle Championship event in Tokyo and Osaka in December, indicating a competitive scene for the game. The bottom of the page shows a lineup of cute chibi versions of Street Fighter and Darkstalkers characters who are playable in the game. The game is advertised at a standard retail price of 5,800 yen. This page shows a somewhat eerie scene in a school hallway, featuring Sakura Kasugano from the Street Fighter series in a cute, stylized chibi form standing in the foreground looking determined. In the background, peeking from behind a doorway, we can see Dan Hibiki looking distressed and crying. The Japanese text on the page reads, "Donovan, I want to meet him one more time." This text, and the presence of Sakura, might hint at a crossover or connection to Capcom's Darkstalkers series, as Donovan is a character from that franchise. It seems to be implying a story or scenario where Sakura is looking for Donovan, possibly in a playful or challenging context given the fighting game nature of these series. The overall tone is a bit mysterious, with the dimly lit hallway setting. This page is dedicated to the quirky boxing game Funky Head Boxers for the Sega Saturn, which is being touted as the second installment in the Funky series, and a remake of a Sega arcade game by Yoshimoto Kogyo, a famous Japanese entertainment company. It's described as a hilarious 3D polygon fighting game where you can quickly become a champion. The page highlights a match between two boxers with comical box-shaped heads. On the left, we have Thomas, ranked second in the world and known for his 10-kilometer speed dash. And on the right is Monkey King Gongzi, the world's #1 ranked fighter. The game is officially certified by Yoshimoto, promoting a playful and chaotic experience. The text emphasizes a WBA World Heavyweight Championship decision match, clearly a humorous take on real boxing titles. Below, there are screenshots showcasing the in-game action. The release date is set for January 10, 1997, a Friday, with a retail price of 5,800 yen before tax. At the bottom, it lists various personalities involved as playable fighters or participants in the game, including Tomies, Zhao, 919 London Boots, No. 2, Don Dokodon, Fujiwara, Backpack Arrow 2, Chappa Chaps, Hebeiichi, Jagger Yanada, amongst others. There's also a lighthearted warning to not get too addicted to playing, suggesting it's a game meant for fun and lighthearted entertainment. This page is all about the horse racing game stake winner on Sega Saturn, and it looks like there are a couple of cool campaigns running. Firstly, there's an Autumn GI Race prediction contest where you can win original odds cards. They are focusing on races on December 15th and 22nd, and 100 people can win per race, with even more for the commemorative race. To enter, you need to send in a postcard with your predictions. Secondly, if you get the first pressing of the game, you can score an original jumper jacket. 100 lucky players who send in the questionnaire postcard included in the game will win this special item. Interestingly, it mentions that you can bring in breeding horses from the PlayStation version of Stake Winner using passwords, meaning you can crossbreed horses between the two console versions. The page also highlights a game idea recruitment section for a Stake Winner S3DCG horse racing game, inviting players to submit their own ideas and concepts. It even mentions prizes, and that they are looking for development staff. At the bottom, you can see the publisher is SNK, and the developer is Saurus, along with their addresses and contact details. This page showcases the Patch-a-Slot winning method for game for Sega Saturn, promising a private hall experience. It emphasizes the realistic graphics and sound thanks to CG rendering, aiming to recreate the atmosphere of a real pachinko parlor right in your home. The game boasts two main modes. Simulation mode lets you thoroughly analyze machine types and hall settings to discover winning strategies, offering features like adjustable game speed and replay. Then there's trial mode, where you can create your own personal Pachislot hall, customizing settings like opening hours and exchange rates, allowing you to refine your playing style and strategies in a personalized environment. Interestingly, it also advertises Pachislot winning method, Twin, for Super Famicom, mentioning it's also slated for a December release and boasts two machine types. You can see Pink Panther and Cranky Condor characters featured. And the publishers and developers are listed as Sammy Yamasa and Universal Sales Company, Limited. This page is all about the explosive action of Elevator Action Returns on SEGA Saturn. It's showcasing this thrilling action game with images of the main characters locked and loaded, ready for a fight, plus some cool in-game screenshots that really give you a feel for the elevator-based mayhem. The text sets the scene, talking about a near future where terrorist activities are on the rise and a specialized anti-terrorist team is formed to tackle the threat. You are part of this elite squad, tasked with infiltrating high-rise buildings and airports to deal with terrorist threats and disarm bombs against the clock. So it's all about fast-paced, timed missions. It also gives you a heads up that Elevator Action Returns was slated to be released on February 14th, priced at 5,800 yen, excluding tax. So it's highlighting the game's arrival and getting players hyped up for some intense elevator shooting action on their SEGA Saturns. This page is all about Fire Pro Wrestling. 6 Men Scramble for the SEGA Saturn is part of a series called Large Print Kenshi Series 1 Pro Wrestler Talk, and it seems to be an interview with a pro wrestler about the game. The wrestler is featured in a large photo looking very dramatic. They're talking about the appeal of pro wrestling games and how this one lets you simulate dream matches. The wrestler, named Daikirin Kenshi, shares his thoughts on the game, mentioning things like the strong wrestlers, the exciting cards, and the depth of strategy. He seems really into the idea of simulating wrestling matches in the game, and says the best thing about the game is that you can experience dream matches that are usually impossible. There are also screenshots from Fire Pro Wrestling's 6 Men Scramble showing off the in-ring action. It looks like a classic Fire Pro Wrestling game with its signature style. The page also highlights the release date, which is December 27th, a Friday, and the price of 6,500 yen for the first edition. It also includes profiles for both Daikirin Kenshi the wrestler and another person, Iota Noriko from Circus C. Girls, although her connection to wrestling or the game isn't immediately clear from this page alone, but she is saying, "Please tell me too!" in a speech bubble. Maybe she is also interested in the game. It's aimed at all SEGA Saturn fans who are into pro wrestling games. This page is all about the game Night Ruth, Explanation of the Paranormal. It's an advertisement and features a large image of a woman named Maria, who seems to be the main character. They're announcing the release date is December 20th, 1996, and it will cost 5,800 yen. There's also a mention of a pre-order bonus and a private event for the game, which sounds exciting. Interestingly, they are also advertising something called Making of Night Ruth 2 Voice Selection. It seems to be a related release, focusing on voice acting, and it's priced at 2,480 yen. They highlight that it features MPEG super high-quality movies. They are really pushing the voice cast as a major selling point, calling it a luxurious voice cast. The voice actors listed are Yuko Miyamura, Wakana Yamazaki, Yuji Ueda, Ai Orikasa, Akiko Hiramatsu, Mayumi Izuka, Kanae Miura, Miyuki Kanai, Tomoe Sakuraba, and Megumi Hayashibara, amongst others. It's quite a lineup of well-known voice talent. At the bottom, there are a few small screenshots from the game itself, giving a glimpse of what it might look like. They also mention an internet homepage for more info. It looks like a paranormal mystery type of game. This page introduces a new type of strategic mahjong called Setai Mahjong. It's announced for both SEGA Saturn and PlayStation. The page emphasizes that this isn't just about winning, but about entertaining your opponent and making them feel good, similar to hospitality in golf. The page highlights 3 key features. Firstly, it's designed to be enjoyable for everyone, from beginners to pros. Secondly, the Salon mode features 30 unique characters to play against, offering diverse gameplay. Thirdly, the story mode goes beyond just winning. It involves gathering information and strategic maneuvering in the corporate world to climb the ladder of success. The game's story mode is themed around corporate warfare, where the player starts as a regular employee and needs to rise through the ranks by entertaining clients and superiors through mahjong. The game emphasizes information gathering and behind-the-scenes maneuvering as crucial elements. There are mentions of salon mode, where players can enjoy casual mahjong with 30 characters, and story mode, which is described in more detail. The price is listed as 5,800 yen. There are also characters showcased with brief introductions, like Ichinokura Shoji from the General Affairs Department, and Kazuma Yugetsu, who is in charge of entertaining guests. Overall, the page is advertising a mahjong game with a unique hospitality and corporate ladder climbing theme, aimed at players looking for more than just typical mahjong gameplay. This page advertises a game called Pipi and Bibi's no Mahu Land, a fairy tale-themed mahjong game for the Sega Saturn. It's presented as a Melhen Touch mahjong game, featuring cute girls, emphasizing a gentle and enjoyable experience, in contrast to the more strategic Setai mahjong from the previous page. The game boasts 6 charming girl characters and highlights its accessibility for beginners with an easy-to-understand system. It also includes fun features like a karaoke mode, original background music, and an auto tile setting to make gameplay smoother. Character data and popular voice actors are also featured, promising a rich and engaging experience in a dream mahjong world. The game is slated for release on December 20, 1996, priced at 5,800 yen, and is from publishers Natsume and Jaleco. This page is an advertisement for Tokyo Multimedia College, a vocational school specializing in multimedia. It highlights the college as a place to learn the skills for the 21st century's multimedia era. The advert lists various departments and courses available, categorizing them under multimedia courses and vocational information courses. Under multimedia courses, it lists courses like multimedia business, internet business, amusement business, and multimedia audio-visual communication, each further broken down into specializations. For example, multimedia business includes network, user interface, and DTP, desktop publishing/editing, specializations. Internet business includes web page creation, information management, and provider specializations. Amusement business covers computer graphics, game creator, and event planner specializations. Multimedia audiovisual communication includes DTP, editing publishing, and master editing specializations. Under vocational information courses, it lists business accounting, information business, information management, general business, and tax accountant courses. The advert also includes the college's address, phone and fax numbers, and website URL. It mentions that school tours are available at any time, and that applications are currently being accepted. The overall message is to encourage students interested in multimedia and business fields to apply to Tokyo Multimedia College to prepare for the future. This page is an advertisement for the 96 Winter Bazaar at a store called Brute. It's promoting the upcoming release of Fighters Megamix for the Sega Saturn, slated for December 21st. Pre-orders are being accepted at Brute stores across Japan, and there's a special Christmas campaign running from December 22nd to 25th, offering a Christmas-themed box. The bazaar itself, running from November 29, 1996 to December 25, 1996, features a raffle where purchasing any game software gets you a chance to win prizes. These prizes include a Sony MD combo system, a Sony MD Walkman, a Sony Discman CD player, and Sony Walkman headphones. For pre-ordering any new games during the campaign period, from November 15th to December 31st, you can enter a lottery to win a Sony MD per Candela MDO system. The advert also emphasizes a Blue Xmas sale, with free Christmas gift wrapping available. The rest of the page is dedicated to a very extensive list of Brute store locations and their phone numbers across various regions in Japan. It seems to be a nationwide chain store for games and multimedia. This page shows a very striking and dramatic image featuring 2 anime-style women. On the left, we have a woman with red hair on the phone looking quite composed, while on the right, a blonde woman is in the foreground holding a gun, with a translucent ghostly figure of a woman behind her. The tagline, "Innocence, Beauty, Insanity," is prominently displayed vertically along the left side of the page. It really sets a mood, suggesting a thriller or a mature-themed game with potentially complex female characters. The overall style and imagery give off a late 90s anime vibe, fitting with the Sega Saturn era. It's definitely grabbing attention and hinting at something intense and dramatic, possibly a game centered around these themes. This page is a full-page advert showcasing Eve Burst Error. It's a multi-site adventure game coming on 4 crids and is advertised as a forbidden psychos thriller about chasing a bizarre serial killer. The image is dominated by a large, stylized Eve Burst Error title with an anime woman in the foreground with dark purple hair. Below the title, it's highlighted as Eve Dark, which is the game's title in katakana and hiragana. The advert also mentions it will be released on January 24, 1997, and priced at 7,800 yen. It's produced and sold by Etsuxware and Imagineer. There's also a note about a special first edition, limited to 150,000 copies, that includes a special character setting collection. The overall feel is very much in line with the mature and intense themes hinted at on the previous page, further cementing Eve Burst Error as a game with a serious and thrilling narrative. This page showcases Can Bunny Premiere 2, an erotic adventure game. It's advertised as a love adventure game and is slated for release on December 20th. The advert highlights it as a 2 candelas set and includes a special mini CD calendar for 7,500 yen. The page features prominent artwork of the game's characters, displaying 4 anime girls. Below the main artwork, there are smaller inset images that appear to be screenshots from the game itself, featuring various scenes with the same anime girls. This page focuses on Purumieru, which looks to be another love adventure game, described as being slightly adult. It's advertised as part of the Can Bunny series and is called the Thank You Edition and priced at 3,900 yen. It is set to release on December 13th. The page artwork features 3 anime-style girls. There's also a notice that this game is for adults only, specifically for those 18 and over. In the corner, you can see a smaller image of the game box, reinforcing its connection to the Can Bunny franchise, and again listing the title as Purumieru. This page seems to be recruitment ads for game development roles at the company ELF. They are looking for both a game programmer and a CG designer. For the game programmer role, they are seeking someone to work on special visual effects and system programming, particularly for game screens and system tools. They want someone proficient in ASIC, or equivalent languages, and are open to both experienced and inexperienced applicants, valuing enthusiasm. Desirable skills include Windows or console programming experience, a passion for creating engaging visuals, and a preference for innovation over routine. They are also looking for strong motivation and adaptability. For the CG designer role, they are seeking designers for 2D and 3D CG graphics for games, including character design, background art, and Silicon Graphics workstation-based 3D graphics. They are looking for someone with illustration and design skills who is passionate about CG. Again, both experienced and inexperienced applicants are welcome. Desirable skills include experience with SGI workstations and Mac/Windows-based CG design. The page mentions Dragon Knight and Classmates, Dokusei, which are likely titles ELF are known for. The application process for both roles involves sending a resume, work history, and sample work, if available. The page seems to emphasize the company's desire for creative and motivated individuals who want to push boundaries and do things that only they can do. This page introduces the Sega Saturn game Blood Factory, a violent and exhilarating shooting game. The game's setting is a blood factory prison, where 6 inmates are staging a rebellion and attempting to escape. You play as one of these 6 characters, each possessing unique weapons and abilities. The game promises a thrilling experience with its fast-paced shooting action and intense violence. It boasts impressive 3D scrolling graphics and high-quality visuals, and you can even play with a friend in the 2-player mode. The advert includes a striking image of hands popping bubble wrap filled with red liquid, perfectly capturing the game's bloody theme. It's published by Interplay and distributed by Electronic Arts Victor for the Sega Saturn, and is currently available for purchase at the standard price of 5,800 yen. The text at the top, alongside the bubble wrap image, emphasizes the addictive and almost humorous nature of the game's violence, suggesting it's a guilty pleasure that will keep you hooked. This page is an advertisement for a 1996 Winter 5-Point Fair campaign. It seems to be a promotional event where you can collect 5 points to win prizes. The page is visually striking, showing a man and a girl excitedly riding futuristic vehicles, and even a snowman joins in the fun. Beneath them, 4 of the major consoles of the time are showcased: PlayStation, SEGA Saturn, Nintendo 64, and Super Famicom. The text bubbles around the characters express feelings of anticipation and excitement for the fair. This page is an advertisement for the 1996 Winter 5-Point Fair promotion and outlines 2 chances to win prizes. Chance 1 is for software pre-orders. If you reserve any game from their catalog, you'll get a guaranteed free gift. PlayStation pre-orders come with either Soul Edge or Enemy Zero postcard sets. For Sega Saturn pre-orders, you can snag either Mega Man 8 or Cyberbots Full Metal Madness paperclips. Nintendo 64 and Super Famicom software reservations get you either a wind-up Mario toy or a Peach Boy Densetsu Happy jigsaw puzzle. Chance 2 is a lottery draw where you need to collect 5 points to enter. You earn points by purchasing software or hardware, and if you gather 5, you can enter a draw to win a JTB travel voucher worth 100,000 yen, with 10 up for grabs, or one of 500 pairs of Reebok shoes. They show different styles of Reebok shoes, types A through Greg, with sizes for men, women, and kids. You get 3 points for buying hardware, 2 points for pre-ordering software, and 1 point for regular software purchases. The campaign includes PlayStation, Sega Saturn, Nintendo 64, and Super Famicom games, mentioning titles like Ark the Lad 2, Ray Earth, Soul Edge, Mario Kart 64, and Wonder Project J2 as examples of eligible games. Essentially, this page is all about incentivizing game purchases and pre-orders through guaranteed gifts and a lottery. This page is an advertisement for a magazine called Do.Net, which is aimed at people who are new to the internet. It's promoting the very first issue, number 1, which went on sale December 13th at bookstores and convenience stores across the country for 580 yen. A major selling point they're highlighting is the inclusion of 50 email addresses of popular idols expected to be big in 1997. The page teases the content of the magazine, mentioning topics like wanting to do various things on the internet and the growing trend of accessing the internet through your TV. They also mention a detailed breakdown of the Sharp Zorus PDA and a complete guide to navigating Sega's official website. The bottom section really emphasizes the idea of bringing the internet to your TV, showing images of a Sega Saturn and a $500 PC connected to TVs, showcasing different ways to get online using your television set. This page is an advertisement for a 2-disc Kodrum set called Red Horned Doe, described as a CG image collection by Kazuhiko Tsutsuki. It's advertised as a digital image collection with 90 illustrations and original full-color artwork, along with a radio drama that's over 120 minutes long. It features a voice cast including Yuri Shiratori, Nobutoshi Kana, Kaneto Shiozawa, and Hikaru Midorikawa, among others, who are voicing characters like Kaima, Teron, and Effie. There's a list of system requirements for both Macintosh and Windows machines, detailing the specs needed to run the Kodrum. Finally, it mentions the price as 6,800 yen, excluding tax. It looks like a product targeting fans of anime art and radio dramas, popular in that era. This page is an advertisement for Hypersecurities S, a game coming out on December 27th. Priced at 6,800 yen before tax. It's described as a hyper-beautiful girl police adventure game, where you control cute girls. The page highlights the game's genre as a refreshing area capture strategy, with exciting card battles and humorous dialogue. The ad also showcases some of the voice talent involved, with photos and names listed for each character. Kazumi Kirihara, voiced by Chinatsu Sakamoto, Kyoko Sugita, voiced by Miyu Matsuki, Ayame Yoshida, voiced by Ayame Suzaki, Rinka Kujikawa, voiced by Rinka Komiyama, Akiko Hiramatsu, voiced by Ayaka Kamino, and Yuko Nagashima, voiced by Kobato Morinoya. It mentions that there are more unique voice actors involved. At the bottom, there are small screenshots from the game and details about related media, like a novelization being released on January 8th from Webbooks, a manga serialization in Card Getter from Animedia December special issue, and a radio drama and drama CD planned by Pony Canyon. It also mentions it's compatible with Windows 95. This page is dedicated to Sakura Wars merchandise and another game guide. The main focus is on a Sakura Wars original art and setting material collection book, which compiles art and design documents from the Sakura Wars series, including unseen materials, interviews with staff, and even details on character kimonos and yukatas. It's advertised as a must-have for Sakura Wars fans, boasting a poster and costume pattern paper as bonuses. Next up is a Sakura Wars Imperial Combat Review secret file, which is a CRA-DROM containing game settings, CG artwork, and other data for PC and Mac. It promises a wealth of character and mecha information. Finally, there's an advert for the Battle Athletes Daiundukai Perfect Guide. This guidebook seems to be aimed at anime and game fans of battle athletes, promising character info and interviews, including one with the voice actress for Akari Kenzaki. It also mentions bonus gifts like a t-shirt and signed bromide prints. This guide is slated for release in mid-December. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Discworld, a long-running fantasy adventure. It highlights the game is released today and priced at 5,800 yen. Notably, the first edition comes with a strategy guide. The page then lists a huge number of retail stores across Japan, organized by region, where you can purchase the game. These regions include areas like Kanto, Tokyo, Hokkaido, Tohoku, Tokai, Shinetsu, Hokuriku, Kinki, Chugoku, Shikoku, and Kyushu. The listed shops seem to be predominantly music and game stores, such as Music Inn, Famicom Land, and various local retailers within each prefecture. It's essentially a comprehensive guide on where to buy Discworld across Japan upon release. This page promotes Aquazone, a tropical fish simulation game for SEGA Saturn, billing it as Desktop Life. It's advertised as a next-level simulation that transforms your TV monitor into an aquarium, creating a deep, realistic connection with virtual fish. The advertisement introduces the 5-option disc series, which are being released to expand the Aquazone experience, adding new fish, plants, accessories, and backgrounds to enhance the game's enjoyment. The release date for these option discs is set for December 20th, with a standard price of 2,000 yen. There's also mention of a possible change in the release date from initial announcements, so buyers should be aware. A special campaign celebrating the option disc release is running until February 22, 1997. Players who collect fish on power memory or original mugs can win prizes. Purchasing 3 option discs enters you into a lottery to win an original mug cup, and buying 5 option discs gives you a chance to win a power memory. 30 of each prize are available. Finally, the main Aquazone game is also advertised as currently on sale for 5,800 yen, emphasizing it as a popular title. That also explains that the option discs require the main Aquazone game to function, as they are data discs adding fish and items. They contain various types of accessories, plants, backgrounds, and even new fish species, expanding the core Aquazone experience, and are unusable without the main game itself. This page is an advertisement for Interwave, an internet provider service for the SEGA Saturn. It's promoting easy internet access on the SEGA Saturn with Dial Q2 connection, which connects in 4 minutes and is advertised as having no initial fees, no monthly fees, and no credit card needed. It highlights that all you need is the SEGA Saturn console and a dedicated modem. The page provides a simple step-by-step guide on how to connect to the internet using Interwave with the SEGA Saturn. It starts with basic steps like turning off the SEGA Saturn, inserting the modem, and setting up the provided CLEDROM. The guide then walks through the on-screen instructions, including setting up the phone line connection type, inputting login details, login ID BB, password BB, and entering the URL for the Interwave homepage, http://www.interwave.org.jp/. The advert also mentions a special offer for Q2 number users, 09906360000, which provides service for 3 minutes for 10 yen until January 20th. It also lists various contact details, including phone numbers for service inquiries and technical support, email address, and the company's website. Finally, it details the company information, including the address and various office locations. This page is an advertisement for the Konami Computer Entertainment School, or KCE School. It's advertising their educational programs focused on game creation, emphasizing skills like CPU power, graphics, sound, programming, story, direction, and script writing, stating that these areas are becoming increasingly advanced in game development. Konami aims to cultivate talented creators who can contribute to the games industry, leveraging their in-house development know-how for the school's curriculum. The school, which is a 2-year program, teaches development theory and basic skills through practical experience under the direct guidance of Konami's development staff. Graduates are offered opportunities to join the Konami Group. There are campuses nationwide, including Sapporo, Tokyo, Roppongi, Yokohama, Nagoya, Osaka, Kobe, and Kyoto. They boast fully equipped computer rooms and provide individual guidance and counseling. The school offers courses in game programming, CG design, graphic design, character design, sound creation, and game OS. They also offer specialized courses in home video game course and commercial video game course based on student preferences. The application deadline is January 10th, and applicants must submit documents as listed, including name, address, phone number, age, school name, and occupation. An entrance exam includes a written test and an interview scheduled for February 17th and March 10th. This page is showcasing the upcoming preview version of Daina Eran, which is packed with bonus content. It introduces the main character, Emiri, and her twin sister, Angie, from the Dinosaur Tamers School, which is the setting for the story. The story is set on a southern island where dinosaurs were discovered by an exploration party. These dinosaurs are surprisingly musical, leading to the unique profession of dinosaur tamers. Emiri and Angie enroll in this school to become skilled dinosaur tamers. The preview version is highlighted as being special and contains a bunch of extras. It includes a 10-minute original animation, a manga comic drawn by Takezumi, setting materials and color illustrations viewable in the game itself, and even a preview of the opening theme song from the full Daina Eran game. The release date for this preview disc is December 27th, priced at 2,300 yen. This page is an advert for the game Crazy Ivan. It highlights the game's tagline, "Rescue the Future Earth in a Steel Cossack Power Suit." The advert features a large Crazy Ivan logo above a picture of a mech and a person's face split in half vertically. The text below the logo describes the gameplay, stating that you play as Crazy Ivan, a Russian soldier on a crazy mission. You'll pilot a 40-foot power suit equipped with a huge arsenal of weapons to fight from the sewers to groundbreaking tsunami generators. The advert promises an explosive experience. Below this is the text, "Steel Cossack Power Suit," which is repeated in Japanese. The Japanese text underneath the English title is Crazy Ivan. The release date is stated as December 13th with a standard price of 5,800 yen. The bottom of the page includes copyright information for Psygnosis and SoftBank, the publisher. This page is an advert for the SEGA Saturn game Area 51. It proclaims, "Unleash the fury against rampaging aliens," highlighting the game's core theme of battling extraterrestrial invaders. The advert features several screenshots, showing off the light gun action gameplay, with targets on screen and destructible environments. One image shows a helicopter, another an indoor scene, and a final image showcasing a glass window being shattered by bullets. The text in the green target reticle boasts about the fierce in-your-face gameplay and incredible realism, promising a thrilling, non-stop shooting experience as you fight through unknown areas. It encourages players to fire away at anyone and anything that gets in your way. In the top left corner, the advert states a release date of late January 97 and a price of 5,800 yen before tax. At the bottom, logos for Williams Entertainment and SoftBank are present, indicating the developer and Japanese publisher respectively. This page is for the game Simulation Zoo. The tagline says, "Let's create the world's best zoo." It features a colorful illustration with cartoon animals like a giraffe, monkey, elephant, gorilla, lion, raccoon, and a rabbit, along with two human characters, a zookeeper, and an older gentleman. The text talks about nostalgic childhood memories of zoos, and how this game lets you create your own dream zoo. It mentions taking on the role of a zookeeper, choosing animals, managing the park, and keeping the animals healthy and happy, suggesting gameplay focused on zoo management and animal care. There are 4 small screenshots at the bottom, showcasing different aspects, including a koala, a zoo layout interface, hippos in water, and giraffes silhouetted against a sunset. The bottom right corner states a release date in late January, and a price of 5,800 yen before tax. It seems to be aiming to be a fun and engaging zoo simulation game for SEGA Saturn players. This page is the contents page of the magazine. detailing the articles inside. It kicks off with a feature on Fighters Mega Mix, followed by Enemy Zero, the King of Fighters 96, and Cyberbots. There's also an article covering Battle Mobile War 96 and Mobile Suit Gundam. Daytona USA Circuit Edition and Tokimeki Memorial Selection also get a mention, alongside Grand Red. The page continues with a second impression piece on Neon Genesis Evangelion and an article titled Anarchy in the Nippon, Legend of Say 1. The Best Collection and Super Dimension Fortress Macross, Do You Remember Love? Are also listed. There's a spotlight on Digital Dance Mix, which seems to be a Sega AM2 Research Express Neo AM2 Research new title announcement. Finally, it mentions that Supercar Scud Race is continued on another page. The page features a 3D rendered image of a female character on the left side, possibly a mascot or related to one of the games. This page is packed with the latest Sega Saturn news, kicking off with new release titles. It highlights a bunch of upcoming games, including Wara Wars, Extra 36 Holes, Shin-O Ken, Die Hard Trilogy, and a pachinko game. There's also a quirky mix of titles like Bayon Bayon Kyaururun, Elevator Action Returns, Aponashi Gills, Rinpopo, Funky Head Boxers, Yoshimoto Edition, Sengokushi Returns, Roadrunner, Bram, Machine Head's Bug 2, Tenchi Muyo, Tukunin Muu, and Anirati Collection, Zero Yan Champ Doozy Typer, and 3D Baseball, The Major. Next up, Coming Soon Soft, teases even more games on the horizon, such as Android Hakaiser, Last Judgment, Tengai Makyo, The Apocalypse IV, Terra Fantastica, Air's Adventure, Ultraman, Legend of Giant, Macross, Eve Burst Error, Galaxy Fraulein Yuna Remix, Nissan presents Overdriven GTR, Night Ruth Maria, and Funky Fantasy / Fake Down. The SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide section is for games already out, offering strategies for Cybertroopers Virtualon, Virtua Cop 2, Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny, and Tactics Ogre. And then there are exciting announcements from Sega's AM1 and AM3 research teams, hinting at a new Sega Ski Super game and focusing on character creation by Jaime Santrero. Finally, the bottom section lists various regular features and articles within the magazine, covering news, reader submissions, Capcom and SNK updates, game data, network lab reports, software reviews, cheat codes, and more, plus details about the magazine's creators and cover design. Sega held a digital circus event in December across multiple Japanese cities, featuring the X-Band compatible version of a game with phone line battles. They also showcased the network battle version of Virtualon, Cybertroopers Virtualon for SegaNet, slated for a December 31st release, requiring specific modem setups, and sold with a media card pack. In a sporting victory, Sega's American football team, the Sonic Digits, beat Sony's Sonic Seeds 16-14 in a close championship match at Yokohama Stadium on November 30th. Technosoft offered original music creeds to buyers of Hyper Revertheon through a barcode promotion tied to 6 Saturn shooting games. 2 creeds were available, Disca and Disceb, featuring arranged soundtracks. Application deadlines varied, with Disca closing in late December and Disceb on February 17th, when Disca applications were invalidated. Saturn owners have a lot to look forward to. In February, there's an advanced screening of the Quo Vadis OVA in Tokyo and Osaka. The Stake Sweeper G Racing Jumper Contest is offering 100 winners the chance to win, alongside original OWS cards. Karaoke fans can upgrade to the internet-connected Media Box X55, featuring over 12,000 songs and classic games. The car combat game, Battle Mobile, has been released, with a chance to win a V-Saturn, Twin Operators, or Telecards. Action fans can anticipate Metal Slug, with voice actress Yukana Nogami. Late March sees the XTV LD and video release, with a Teleca card giveaway. Music releases include singles from Anna, TRF, and Yes Free Flower. Game music enthusiasts will enjoy releases from Tokimeki Memorial, Game Sound Collection Volume 6, and arranged soundtracks. Some music releases are due in December. This page reveals that Sega Saturn games are coming to convenience stores. Digicube is spearheading this new distribution method starting November 15th. The page features an interview with Mr. Kurokawa from Digicube, who explains they are aiming to make game purchasing as convenient as buying everyday items. They're marketing the games with a Gulf Soldier military supplies theme, showing games displayed in a typical convenience store setting. The focus is on stocking officially reviewed and good quality games, with around 54 titles available at launch. The images illustrate convenience store shelves packed with SEGA Saturn games and even consoles. They highlight the ease of purchasing games alongside other convenience store goods. A promotional campaign called Satan Software First Bombardment is launching on December 13th, spotlighting games like Enemy Zero and Digital Dance Mix, which sounds like it could be related to the international release of Space Channel 5. There's also a mention of AM2 research and something called Express Neo. The SEGA Saturn's top-selling games chart is topped by Cybertroopers Virtualon, praised for its twin-stick controls, followed by Virtua Cop 2 and Lunar Silver Star Story. Victory Goal Worldwide Edition debuts at number 4. The remaining top 10 includes Riglord Saga 2, Sakura Wars, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Lang Risser 2-1, Detective Jinguji Saburo, Unfinished Report, and Ogre Battle, The March of the Black Queen. The arcade charts are led by Virtua Fighter 3, followed by Cybertroopers Virtualon, Samurai Showdown, IV, Amakusa's Revenge, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, and Sega Touring Car Championship. Sega, SNK, and Capcom are credited for these arcade titles. The arcade scene is developing with the AM2 Research Model 3 board and the upcoming Scud Race, formerly Supercar Race, tentative, promising new racing experiences. This page showcases 2 US voted charts. Want to convert Top 20 and Hopeful New Soft Top 15, alongside a Check section highlighting popular softwares. In the Want to Convert Top 20, users are eager for ports of games like Biohazard, Resident Evil, Dragon Quest series, Final Fantasy series, Goddess-sama, and Super Robot Wars series, showing a strong desire for RPG and popular franchise conversions to the Saturn. The page mentions the exciting news of arcade hits Manx TT and Skydiver getting Saturn ports, emphasizing the Model 2 board's capabilities and hinting at more arcade conversions to come. Screenshots of Manx TT and Skydiver are also featured, with completion percentages noted as 15% and 20% respectively. The hopeful new soft top 15 chart reveals user anticipation for upcoming Saturn titles, with Virtua Fighter 3 leading the pack, followed by Enemy Zero and Fighters Megamix. Other notable entries include Grandia, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, and Last Bronx. The Check section spotlights popular titles like Evangelion Second Impression and Dynamite Dekaka, Die Hard Arcade, hinting at their appeal to Saturn gamers and showing gameplay screenshots. This page features 2 SEGA Saturn game reviews and a user-voted chart. Virtua Cop 2 receives high praise with a 9.2787 score, highlighting its near-arcade perfect graphics, addictive gameplay, and fun 2-player action. The reviewer calls it a must-have for arcade action fans. Digital Pinball Necronomicon scores an 8.875 and is lauded for its realistic pinball physics, sound, and challenging tables, making it a good choice for pinball enthusiasts. The article also discusses the trend of arcade conversions on the Saturn, praising the quality of these titles and suggesting the platform is becoming a key destination for arcade experiences at home, accompanied by the user-voted chart. This page continues the SEGA Saturn Reader's Race, with more game reviews and rankings. First up is Riglord Saga 2, which gets a very positive review praising its unique world, story, and gameplay. Reviewers highlighted its graphics, sound, and an interesting combination system. It scored an impressive 8.5882. Next is Samurai Showdown 2-1, Blades of Blood, scoring 8.2222. The review focuses on its graphics and gameplay, mentioning the Raging Red Fury aspect of the game and the Amakusa's Advent storyline. It's noted as being quite challenging, even from level 1. The page also features a dual review of World Series Baseball 2 and Steeldom. World Series Baseball 2 gets a solid 8.125, praised for its beautiful graphics and gameplay, especially the player-specific batting forms. Steeldom, or Cybertroopers Virtualon, is mentioned as, which is its Japanese name. It scores 8.1, with praise for its opening demo, but criticism for feeling slow and having control issues during actual gameplay. Finally, there's the odds chart Saturn B, which seems to be a continuation of the US voted rankings from the previous page. It lists games by rank, previous rank, title, genre, and overall average score, reflecting reader opinions.
It's a snapshot of what Saturn fans were enjoying at the time.
The Sega Saturn Readers Race reviews several new games. New arrival single race horse one covers Idai Naru, i.e. Tsukuru, a simulation game praised for its charming design, and Mahjong Siblings, a beginner-friendly mahjong game. New arrival single race horse. 2 reviews Zork I, a well-received text adventure, and Hyper Octane, a racing game with speed but control issues. New arrival Attention Horse Introduction 1 features Gal Zhan, noted for its anime style, and New arrival Attention Horse Introduction 2 reviews Senryaku Jiangshi, a strategy game with a unique theme. New arrival Attention Horse Introduction 3 critiques Hisatsu, for its unclear gameplay. The page also includes a reader-voted ranking chart and a year-end special box highlighting the top-ranked game, Des Crimson, and anticipates upcoming games. This page of Sega Saturn Magazine dives into reader reviews and predictions, starting off with Cyber Troopers Virtualon, which is rated highly with a 9.3 from readers, praising its smooth Saturn port and fun gameplay, despite initial skepticism about arcade conversions. Sengoku Blade, Tengai Meikyu Gaiden, also gets a good score of 7.6, noted for its quality port and enjoyable shooting action. Jinguji Saburo Detective Series Mikan no Rupo scores 7.5, with reviewers finding it a bit old-fashioned and perhaps not captivating for modern gamers. Victory Goal Worldwide Edition is rated 7.5 as well, with opinions suggesting it's a decent soccer game, but perhaps not a significant improvement over previous titles. The Premium Voices section features reader comments highlighting Sonic the Fighters and Fighters Megamix as recommended titles, suggesting Fighters Megamix might be a good year-end purchase. Is a peripheral odds chart ranking Sega Saturn accessories, with the Sega Saturn control pad taking the top spot. The page also briefly asks, "Keyboard, is it good?" suggesting an ongoing discussion about keyboard usage on the Saturn. A reader poll is highlighted, inviting readers to predict game ratings for prizes. Prizes for participants include power memory and joysticks, wireless controllers, and Saturn Bomberman Fight. Game software. There's also a double chance odds game and a special present section detailing 3 controller choices as prizes in the reader poll. This page is dedicated to the upcoming Fighters Megamix, hyping it as the Dream Showdown in 1 week. It's highlighted as a culmination of Virtua Fighter 2 characters and Fighting Vipers, brought together in one big title by AM2. The article promises to cover everything from the core systems and character techniques to developer interviews. The All Check section urges readers to pay close attention to the game's opening movie and various details, suggesting high quality throughout. They are also running a special t-shirt campaign, offering 20 lucky readers a limited edition Fighters Megamix t-shirt. A major point of interest is the reveal of 10 hidden characters in Fighters Megamix. One hidden character is teased with a silhouette and a question mark, with hints suggesting a male character wielding a scythe. Comments from AM2 staff emphasize that these characters are well concealed, challenging players to discover them through thorough gameplay. Screenshots showcase the character select screen, with question marks indicating hidden characters and a glimpse of in-game action. Fighters Megamix blends Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers elements. Stages feature walls, like Fighting Vipers, no walls, like Virtua Fighter 2, or random selection. The game uses the Fighting Vipers wake-up attack system, adding strategic depth. Virtua Fighter characters are based on Virtua Fighter 3, with simplified inputs and the core mechanics of throws and parries. Key Fighting Vipers mechanics, including guard and attack, armor, and receiving body, are integrated. Parrying uses the E button, inspired by Virtua Fighter 3. The developers focused on balancing characters from both series, adjusting damage and overall gameplay for a fresh yet familiar experience. The game is not a direct port, but a unique blend of both franchises, aiming for an enjoyable and challenging experience. This page continues detailing Fighters Megamix, emphasizing its diverse gameplay. It highlights that the game blends elements from Virtua Fighter 2, VF, and Fighting Vipers, offering various game modes and characters from all franchises, playable for both solo and multiplayer experiences. The one-player mode has multiple courses tailored to different player types, including a beginner-friendly course, Virtua Fighter character-focused course, Fighting Vipers course, and a female character course. There's also a team battle mode where you pick a team of characters and fight, and a training mode perfect for practicing moves, displaying commands, and showing damage values. Survival mode is a time attack challenge where you fight against the CPU for 3, 5, or 15 minutes. Your health doesn't recover between rounds, and rounds can be set to have infinite time.
VS mode is the standard two-player versus mode.
The record mode tracks high scores in survival mode, letting you save your initials. The options mode allows you to customize button configurations, CPU difficulty, sound, hit markers, and even AND settings. The developer commentary discusses stage design choices, like the inclusion of walled and wall-less stages, and the Virtua Fighter 3 inspired parry system using the E button. They also mention the balance between characters from both series and their design choices regarding ringouts, aiming for a balanced and enjoyable fighting experience. They touch upon character selection and the overall content available in the game.
The next page introduces Bon from Fighting Vipers as a powerful character, positioning him as a top-tier fighter even compared to Virtua Fighters Akira and Labu. It explains that while Bon might feel slightly slower due to damage adjustments, he remains a strong character with hidden depths. The page then highlights Bon's stage, Old Armstone Town from Fighting Vipers, describing its western theme, and even a panda car. Moving on to Bon's fighting style, it emphasizes his direct, forceful approach. While powerful, he might struggle against quicker opponents. The guide suggests utilizing throws and aerial combos to overcome this. Analyzing Bon in player versus matches against Virtua Fighter characters. The page considers the power balance to be fairly even. It suggests that Bon relies on basic attacks, throws, and specific moves like Iron Claw destruction in his combos, requiring careful play to succeed. For facing Virtua Fighter opponents, the guide stresses starting with basic attacks, and then utilizing Bon's guard-breaking abilities and powerful moves like Rolling Iron Mountain and Flame Nail Claws. It points out his strength in guard crushing and following up with attacks. Finally, the page encourages players to pick Bon, highlighting his consistent strength in both Virtua Fighter 2 and Fighting Vipers. It recommends enjoying him as a classic, powerful character with a somewhat old-school feel, suggesting he's a reliable choice for players. This page delves into Akira Yuki from Virtua Fighter. As part of a character breakdown series, it looks at Akira in both Virtua Fighter 2 and the then new Virtua Fighter 3. The page highlights key special moves for Akira in Virtua Fighter 2, such as the Rakan Elbow Top, the Horse Stance Thrust, the Crushing Palm Cloud Body Twin Tiger Palm, and the Mist Child Embracing Moon, suggesting these are essential techniques to learn. It also gives advice on using Akira against Virtua Fighter characters in general. The guide points out that Akira players in Virtua Fighter 2 relied heavily on the Rakan Elbow Top, but in Virtua Fighter 3 he has more options. It emphasizes reading the opponent's moves and using throws and aerial attacks. For close combat, it suggests utilizing guard breaks and powerful follow-up attacks, like the Iron Mountain Shoulder or similar moves. In the How to Use Akira section, the reviewer talks about the enjoyment of playing Akira in Virtua Fighter 3, particularly focusing on combos starting from throws. They also mention that while the powerful striking techniques from Virtua Fighter 2 are still usable, they feel slightly less effective in Virtua Fighter 3. The reviewer seems unsure about how the final retail version of Virtua Fighter 3 will balance Akira's power compared to the location test version they played. They end by confidently stating that mastering Akira in the current test version is a surefire path to victory. This page introduces Raxel, the Battle Rocker, from Fighting Vipers, highlighting him as part of the character breakdown series. The article mentions Raxel's stage, the City Tower, in Fighting Vipers, noting its elevator stage and Stage 7 music. It then moves into Raxel's moves, starting with the Death Spin Kick, a move to break an opponent's guard and set up follow-up attacks. The Sliding Kick is noted as effective when used after guarding. For guard breaking, the Rose Spin combo is recommended, and for a powerful throw, the Detroit Lockdown is highlighted. The guide then offers advice on using Raxel against Virtua characters, implying characters from Virtua Fighter. It points out Raxel is a Viper character with distinct mechanics. It emphasizes using PK cancel for rushing down opponents, and utilizing techniques like Death Cannon and light hand attacks. The Sliding Kick is suggested as a good counterattack after guarding. When facing other Viper characters, the guide recommends focusing on armored moves and air combos, specifically mentioning the Sky Screamer. The Special Player section
emphasizes PK cancel as fundamental to playing Raxel effectively. It playfully suggests using Raxel's guitar to taunt opponents, and encourages players to use PK cancel defensively to anticipate enemy attacks. Finally, it highlights the Detroit Lockdown as a powerful finishing move to end fights decisively. Essentially, the page is a concise guide to understanding and playing Raxel in Fighting Vipers, touching on his key moves and strategies for different opponent types. This character breakdown focuses on Jackie Bryant in Fighting Vipers and Virtua Fighter games, noting differences in his style across iterations. It encourages players to explore both versions. The page highlights key moves from Virtua Fighter 2, including the dash hammer kick and elbow spin kick, and their applications. Gameplay advice covers several strategies. Mastering stance changes is key. Against Virtua Fighter characters, throws are emphasized. Against Fighting Vipers characters, a less aggressive, throw-focused approach is recommended due to their guard-breaking capabilities. The special player section stresses mastering Jackie's rushdown style, stance changes, and linking techniques. Players are urged to punish opponents' moves, utilize somersault kick and armor break moves effectively, and apply pressure through timing variations for victory. This page is dedicated to Tokyo from Fighting Vipers. As part of a character breakdown series, it highlights that Tokyo, despite his return, has undergone changes from previous games, particularly with command inputs becoming simpler. The page emphasizes utilizing his spinning attacks effectively and exploiting enemy escapes, recommending stripping opponents of armor during fights. The page then details specific moves like the open elbow, pro dancer, and berry flap, illustrating them with screenshots and providing command inputs. It also offers matchup advice. Against Virtua Fighter characters, it suggests focusing on combo-based play, especially wall combos, and dominating with berserker-style attacks. In contrast, against Fighting Vipers characters, it's advised to use combos to break armor and then capitalize on the vulnerability. The Tokyo How to Use Him section playfully suggests that Tokyo excels in stripping opponents of their armor, implying a somewhat cheeky playstyle is encouraged. The special player section reinforces using armor breaks and highlights how skilled players focus on armor destruction and aggressive tactics to win with Tokyo, emphasizing a berserker approach to secure victory. Kagemaru from Virtua Fighter is introduced as a fast and tricky fighter utilizing leaf flow soft arts. His stage, Kusamadera, reflects the peaceful BGM from Virtua Fighter 2. The page highlights his evolution, noting he feels different to play but remains formidable. Fighter Check 1 emphasizes Kagemaru's evasion, Kawashi, for both offense and defense, detailing techniques and move inputs. Fighter Check 2 suggests using quick strikes, throws, and low attacks against other Virtua Fighter characters to break defenses and employ aggressive tactics. Fighter Check 3 focuses on low attacks and throws against Fighting Vipers characters, aiming to break armor with combos and punish exposed opponents with aerial moves. Cage How to Use Him recommends Kagemaru for players who enjoy speed and complex combos, encouraging mastery of his techniques for a skilled, aggressive playstyle. This page dives into Picky from Fighting Vipers, who is described as a skateboard fighter. The page emphasizes his unique fighting style, powered by his skateboard, making him tricky to control but rewarding for skilled players. It mentions Picky's stage is the UFO Diner, which changes to a night setting and has a Mega Mint Pepsi ad with music from Virtua Fighter Stage 3. Fighter Check 1 is about Picky's Kawarishi, or evasion ability, advising players to use his quick movements and skateboard to evade and counter opponents effectively. Fighter Check 2 offers strategy against Virtua Fighter characters, recommending a mix of guard breaks and attacks, especially using his one-shot kick to keep opponents on their toes. Fighter Check 3 shifts focus to fighting other Fighting Vipers characters, suggesting players exploit armor weaknesses with throws and jump attacks, and to utilize upper attacks to launch opponents. Picky How to Use Him section, titled, Teacher, Picky is hard to control. Koof acknowledges Picky's complexity but highlights his potential. It suggests utilizing his hopping hammer and jump attacks for offense, and encourages players to master rapid punch combinations for pressure. It also advises to be mindful of his skateboard breaking with overuse, but that it can be recovered. Overall, Picky is presented as a character for those who enjoy speed and unconventional tactics, requiring practice to fully master his unique skateboard-based combat. This text focuses on Lion Rafale in Fighter's Megamix,
highlighting his character from Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers. Lion, the youngest lion of the VF world, retains his speed and combo-focused rushdown style, drawing inspiration from his Virtua Fighter 2 stage, Wanli's Great Wall. The guide offers gameplay tips, using evasion and quick attacks, exploiting guard breaks against VF characters, and utilizing throws and jump attacks against Fighting Vipers characters. The Lion How to Use section acknowledges a perceived weakness in VF3 compared to VF2, but encourages players to master his techniques. Explain. Emphasis is placed on throws, jumping knee attacks, and aerial combos to compensate for his shorter reach. The Mountain God wheel kick throw is specifically recommended for its effectiveness. A light-hearted, perfect battle team Chibi Lion section is also included. This page is all about Grace from Fighting Vipers and Fighters Megamix, highlighting her as the Skate Queen. It talks about how Grace's core fighting style remains consistent, focusing on long-range attacks and momentum, but with some visual motion tweaks. The page then dives into key techniques for Grace. First up is the Vulcan Beat, a rapid-fire punch combo. Next, the Camel Spin Cutter, a spinning kick useful for catching opponents. The Crossblade Launch is a powerful jumping kick, and the long axle turn seems to be a quick movement option. Finally, the Frankensteiner is mentioned, likely a grapple move. There's a section on Grace's evasion, noting her ability to circle around opponents effectively. For Fighting Virtua Fighter characters, the advice is to focus on mid-level attacks. Against other Fighting Vipers characters, it's crucial to read whether they're standing or crouching to adapt your strategy. The page also has a How to Use Grace section recommending the cheese tactic, which involves the Frankenstein Steiner throw. Apparently, it's effective to throw opponents after evading their initial attacks, especially after the start of a match or after a guard break attack. It emphasizes landing the Camel Spin Cutter and using throws effectively to secure victory. Screenshots throughout the page showcase Grace in action from Fighting Vipers and Fighters Megamix. This page focuses on Sarah Bryant, the boxing master from Virtua Fighter. Sarah's fighting style relies on powerful but punishable single hits. The strategy emphasizes speed, evasion, and attack variety to land clean blows. Key moves from Virtua Fighter 3 are detailed, including button inputs and screenshots. Against Virtua Fighter opponents, the advice is to exploit predictable guarding. Against Fighting Vipers characters, combo techniques like delay combos, incorporating elbow and punch side chops, are recommended. Throwing is crucial for Sarah, breaking guards and creating openings. The Sarah's Tips section from Taro Suzuki highlights kick-based attacks and throws. She recommends using her speed, strategically using high-risk throws, and mixing punches/elbows with throws for effectiveness. Mastering throws is key to unlocking Sarah's potential. This page introduces Jane from Fighting Vipers, describing her as the Flame Warrior. She's portrayed as a powerful character in Fighting Vipers, emphasizing her strength and powerful techniques. Her stage, the Observation Deck, is a multi-layered cityscape stage, with logos of Fighters Megamix and Fighting Vipers visible on the floor, and the background music is from Virtua Fighter 3's Stage 8. The page highlights key special moves for Jane, including Combo Lady, Power Smash, Tornado Punch, Round Ankle Spin Kick, and Super Combo Knee Launcher, showing screenshots and button inputs for each. The commentators mention that Jane's core skills are adjusted in this game, but she remains a strong and aggressive character. For Fighting Virtua Fighter characters, the advice is to take advantage of guard attacks and to use moves like Tornado Punch to break through their defenses. Against Fighting Vipers characters, the strategy revolves around utilizing float with moves like Megamix to create extended combos and damage opportunities in the air. The overall playstyle for Jane is described as Gora Push, suggesting a relentless and overpowering offensive approach. Even though she may seem like a standard character, her power is significantly boosted in Fighting Vipers, making aggressive play key to success, especially with strong moves like the mid-air throw Mother Earth Jane. This guide focuses on Jeffrey McWild, the Pancratium fighter from Fighting Vipers and Virtua Fighter. Jeffrey, a fisherman archetype, is known for his balanced striking and throwing skills, making him accessible to all players. His stage is the beach-themed Coconut Beach, with music from Virtua Fighter 2. The guide discusses Jeffrey's evolution from Virtua Fighter 2, with his move set simplified for Virtua Fighter 3. It highlights the importance of evasion to set up his throws, especially his signature Splash Mountain. Essential moves include the middle heel stamp, Hell Dunk Hammer, splash mountain, and ducking low, with button inputs provided.
Strategic advice is offered based on opponent.
Against Virtua Fighter characters, throws like elbow upper and ducking blow are emphasized, while a more defensive, counter-attacking style is suggested for Fighting Vipers characters. The guide emphasizes the importance of Jeffrey's splash mountain throw to play him effectively. The next page dives into the character Sandman, also known as Mad Rider, from Fighting Vipers and Virtua Fighter. They're calling him a Mad Rider type, someone who really loves the number 3, and they're wondering how he stacks up against the rest of the cast in Fighters Megamix. There's talk about how Sandman has evolved, and some thoughts from the developers on his techniques, saying they had to make some changes during development. We get a look at Sandman's stage, Old Armstone Town, from Fighting Vipers, describing it as a sunny seaside town. The guide then breaks down Sandman's gameplay, starting with his Kawashi or evasion ability, highlighting how crucial it is to use against other fighters. Next, it discusses strategies for fighting against Virtua Fighter characters and Fighting Vipers characters separately. Against Virtua Fighter, the focus is on using throws and mind games, whereas against Fighting Vipers, escaping throws becomes key,
with mentions of specific throws like Sandman Tornado, Backbone Crack, and Bear Hug.
Finally, there's a section called Sandman, How to Use Him, which humorously questions if his final overdrive move is even usable. It seems like they're suggesting it might not be the best option, and recommending players rely more on throws, referencing VF3 and different throw types. The page ends with a funny phrase, "Love love autumn knife eel," which seems to be a quirky way of describing Sandman's fighting style, especially when facing off against Jeffrey. This analysis breaks down Wolf Hawkfield, the pro wrestler from Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers. It focuses on his pro wrestling style and strong throws. The page explores his unique moves, including the short shoulder, grizzly lariat, body blow, catch, and giant swing. Key sections cover evasion, strategies against both Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers characters, and the importance of throw breaks in Vipers. Against Virtua Fighter characters, PK cancels and moves like the giant swing and short shoulder are highlighted. Against Fighting Vipers, the emphasis is on using guard attacks, P plus K plus G, to counter throws. The analysis enthusiastically promotes the giant swing forever technique, suggesting continuous throws for style and effectiveness. It advises players to be aware of throw breaks, but encourages extensive throw usage overall. The analysis concludes with a lighthearted note about Wolf's costume. This page reviews Honey from Fighting Vipers, also appearing in Virtua Fighter. Introduced as a 16-year-old cosplayer and fashion designer, Honey's popularity and cool outfits are highlighted. The page includes design insights from AM2, emphasizing her charm. The Bayside stage is detailed, mentioning the changing graffiti and cameos from Virtua Fighter characters. Key moves like the Cat Upper and Honey Aerial are presented with usage tips.
Strategy sections provide advice against both Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers characters. Against Virtua Fighter opponents, mix up attacks. Against Fighting Vipers, focus on breaking armor. The review concludes by praising Honey's visual appeal and fun factor as a cosplay character, even if her damage isn't top tier. The focus is on stylish gameplay and enjoying the cosplay battle experience. This page reviews Pai-chan, a character from Fighting Vipers and Virtua Fighter. It details Pai's fighting style, emphasizing speed and continuous attacks using flowing techniques. Gameplay tips include strategies for both Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers opponents. Against Virtua Fighter characters, the advice is to use quick hits and throws to disrupt opponents. Against armored Fighting Vipers characters, it recommends low attacks and throws to exploit the armor system. A special player comment from Suzuki Taro highlights Pai's strength, particularly in air combos and ring-outs, making her a strong and enjoyable character, suitable for players seeking quick victories. This page is all about Lao Chan, the iconic character from both Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers games. It dives into how Lao has evolved since the first games, and offers strategies for using him effectively in both series. The page highlights Lemieux's key strengths, emphasizing his powerful moves and flowing fighting style. It explains how to utilize his special techniques in Virtua Fighter 2, including a shoulder charge and a back-turning kick, along with advice on when to use throws. For Fighting Vipers, the guide focuses on how Lemieux can deal with armored opponents. It suggests using a mix of throws, low attacks, and ground attacks
to break through their defenses. The article also mentions how Lanu's moves can be used to create combos after launching opponents into the air. There's a section dedicated to Lau's flowing movement, which is described as a key characteristic, allowing him to transition smoothly between attacks and throws, making him unpredictable. Finally, a special player comment emphasizes that Lau is strong and fun to play, especially for players who enjoy overwhelming opponents with powerful attacks. The commentator encourages players to experiment and find their own Lao-chan style. This page introduces Kuma-chan, the lovable bear character from Fighting Vipers and Virtua Fighter. It humorously highlights his cute appearance as a plush toy, contrasting with his surprisingly strong fighting abilities in the game. The page breaks down Kuma-chan's key moves. For Fighting Vipers, it lists techniques like Happy Barrel, Halotech, Yan Yan Yan, Hungry Bear Special, and Kuma-chan's Sudden Charge, showing button combinations for each. It advises players to be unpredictable and to mix up attacks to keep opponents guessing. Specifically for Virtua Fighter battles, it recommends utilizing mid-level attacks. Against Fighting Vipers characters, it suggests leveraging Kuma-chan's natural power to overwhelm armored opponents and to incorporate throws, low attacks, and ground attacks. The guide emphasizes the importance of movement and using kawashi, evade, sidestep, to your advantage. Finally, a special player comment talks about Kuma-chan's strength when enraged and encourages players to utilize his spinning Guruguru Mawari technique for fun and powerful attacks. The page also shows a screenshot of Kuma-chan's stage, which is Mount Fuji, in what looks like Virtua Fighter 1 style. The next page introduces Shun Dai, the Drunken Fist Master, from both Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers. It highlights that in Virtua Fighter 2, he's considered a Megamix character, which refers to a playstyle that emphasizes mixing up attacks, and that drinking sake powers him up significantly. There's a comment from AM2, the developers, about how the drinking aspect influences his gameplay and makes him unique. The page also showcases Shun Dai's stage, the Yellow River, noting the scenery and atmosphere in Virtua Fighter 2. Moving on to gameplay advice, it emphasizes Shun Dai's kawashi, or evasion ability, recommending players use it to create openings for attacks. For fighting Virtua Fighter characters, the guide suggests utilizing throws and mix-up tactics. Against Fighting Vipers characters, it advises focusing on armor-breaking techniques and guard attacks. General tips for playing Shun stress the importance of varied attacks and leveraging the Megamix system from Virtua Fighter 3. A special player comment expresses enthusiasm for Shun Dai, describing him as strong and fun to play, particularly appreciating the Megamix aspects. The page also includes examples of Shun Dai's moves from both Virtua Fighter 2 and 3, showing names and button inputs for techniques like Challenge Thrust Palm and Drunken Immortal Hand. Big Mauler BM, the final boss of Fighting Vipers and mayor of Armstone City, is a powerful character focused on overwhelming offense. Developer commentary highlights his strength and devastating chain combos. Despite balance adjustments, his stage, Top of the City Tower, features a wide rooftop arena and uses Stage 9 music. Gameplay advice emphasizes BM's evasion and his ability to create openings for punishing opponents. Strategies against Virtua Fighter characters recommend chain combos and guard breaks, using techniques like Extreme Destroyer and Death Finisher. Against Fighting Vipers characters, these techniques are also effective, alongside the risky but armor-breaking Tornado Punch. The guide concludes that BM is a fun and formidable character, suitable even for beginners, stressing continuous offense and reading opponent behavior. This page delves into Big Mauler, or BM, from Fighting Vipers, now playable in Virtua Fighter. He's described as a powerful offensive character, a boss-like presence brought into the player roster. The developers from AM2 comment on his design, aiming to make him fun and strong while retaining his villainous edge. His stage is called Ocean Palace, a seabed shrine, fitting his redesigned attire for this appearance, with music borrowed from the VF2 Dural stage. BM's playstyle emphasizes overwhelming offense and strong combos, effective even for beginners who prefer aggressive tactics. The page highlights specific techniques: Strong Upper, Low Shot Dark Pressure, and Black Rain as key moves. Against Virtua Fighter characters, using air throws
is recommended. Against Fighting Viper's characters, armor-breaking moves like Extreme Destroyer and Death Finisher, along with the risky Tornado Punch, are effective. Black Hole is mentioned for controlling space and setting up attacks. The guide emphasizes using dashes and tackle blows for offense. The reviewer notes that BM is a formidable character, suggesting players should embrace his offensive nature and focus on reading their opponent to exploit openings, making him a fun and powerful addition to the roster. This page is all about Dural, the enigmatic character from both Fighting Vipers and Virtua Fighter. It starts by calling Dural unknown and poses questions about the character's true nature, hinting at a mysterious presence. The M2 developers are quoted, reflecting on how Dural has evolved since the first Virtua Fighter. They mention she was initially conceived as the ultimate opponent, and how her moves and style have been refined. The page highlights key special moves for Dural, showcasing them with screenshots and command inputs from Virtua Fighter 2 and Virtua Fighter 3. Moves like the Somersault Kick, Thunder God Flying Leg, Machine Gunner, and Screw Palm Strike are detailed. There's a section dedicated to fighting against Virtua Fighter characters as Dural, suggesting using combo throws based on Jackie's style and focusing on the Somersault Kick. For battles against Fighting Viper's characters, the guide recommends utilizing armor-breaking techniques like Cage and Jackie's moves, and the Somersault Kick again, noting its effectiveness against armored opponents. The page also mentions Dural as an overheat character, implying she's incredibly powerful and fun to play, especially against friends, and suggests switching characters if you find yourself losing. Dural's stage is confirmed to be the final stage from the original Virtua Fighter. Finally, a section called Character Performance explains Dural excels with throws and is particularly strong against opponents who struggle to avoid throws and counters. This page is dedicated to Enemy Zero, an interactive movie game presented by Warp. The page proclaims it as this winter's biggest drama for you and highlights it as an interactive movie again. It seems to be a special report on the game, possibly for its release. The text mentions Enemy Zero, Sony, and the year 96, suggesting it's a significant title from that period. The layout features a large, stylized red zero with enemy written above and the Japanese title beneath. A bold red banner screams, "Special Report!" suggesting it's a significant announcement or feature about the game. The bottom of the page clearly states, Warp presents an interactive movie, along with some details about pricing, mentioning it as an interactive movie across 4 discs and compatible with Marcon. This guide provides strategies for surviving battles against invisible enemies in Enemy Zero, focusing on the Visual Positioning System, VPS. The core strategy involves 3 steps. First, direction confirmation uses the VPS sounds, pin-pin, pun-pun, pom-pom, and LR buttons to determine enemy location, front, side, behind. Second, distance assessment utilizes the rhythm of VPS sounds. Faster sounds indicate a closer enemy, with a buzzer warning of imminent attack. Finally, multiple enemies and engaging advises focusing on one enemy at a time, using the VPS to isolate sounds and eliminate them individually, even using walls for cover. Mastery of the VPS through careful listening is crucial for survival. This page dives into Winter Tower B1 of Enemy Zero, offering a guide to navigate this floor. We start in the Power Room, described as a room with levers and control panels, and it highlights the importance of restoring power to the first floor elevator. Next, we move to Parker's room. The guide suggests that between the Steel Room and Parker's room, enemies might be lurking, and advises caution for those not confident in dodging them. It recommends using the save points as needed, as you might need to retry sections. Inside Parker's room, the page reveals Parker's dead body and points out that there's a piece of paper to find near the corpse. This paper likely contains numbers which are key to progressing, and the guide hints at an encounter with Kimberly soon after, emphasizing that this is likely not the last meeting. The map diagrams visually guide the player through these rooms, marking room numbers and paths to take. The general tone is helpful, providing tips and hints to survive and progress in this challenging section of Enemy Zero. The walkthrough continues in Enemy Zero, starting with Marcus's room. Marcus is found dead, having been killed by an enemy, with the room in a gruesome state. Laura must use Marcus's Dana to unlock a Dana-locked door and obtain data he possessed, using an unexpected item. The guide hints at something significant behind the door. Next, the guide covers using the elevator after acquiring weapons. The player faces enemies in a corridor, emphasizing the importance of sound and precise shooting. The Marlin weapon is recommended for creating distance. Finally, the guide addresses escaping through a ventilation duct. After using the elevator, Laura loses her weapons and must navigate a dark vent while being hunted by invisible enemies. Kimberly's voice guides her. The situation is described as difficult and isolated, culminating in the phrase, "to survive, further predicament," highlighting the challenging and lonely experience of the game. This page details the Winter Tower 01 area in Enemy Zero. Continuing the walkthrough, the page opens by setting the scene, mentioning Laura waking up and starting to piece together fragmented memories. It then presents a map of the area, highlighting key locations within Winter Tower 01. The map itself shows interconnected rooms, including Laura's room, a storeroom, Mercus's room, a locker room, a stair room, and the elevator. Each room is numbered and corresponds to a description below the map. Laura's room is described as her private space before losing her memory, hinting at items like holograms and makeup, suggesting a personal touch to the sterile environment. The storeroom is for cargo, and implies you might find useful items for combat, possibly linked to higher-level weaponry. Mercus's room, as mentioned previously, is initially inaccessible at the start of the game, requiring items to enter, and encourages exploration to figure out what's needed. A locker room seems to be where Laura, Harker, and Marcus stored their belongings, suggesting you can find personal items and electronic keys, possibly to open lockers. The stair room is simply a pathway accessible from the locker room, used to progress further into Winter Tower 01. Lastly, the elevator, currently unusable due to power failure, is highlighted as a key objective to restore power to and then use, hinting at potential enemy encounters within the elevator itself after power is back online. This walkthrough covers the initial areas of Winter Tower 01 in Enemy Zero. Starting with Laura's room, players must find 3 key items: makeup supplies and the VPS unit, found at the dressing table, a voice recorder, uses batteries, and an electronic key, both found near the door. These items are essential for progressing. Next, the guide leads to the storeroom, where the terminal controls the shutters. Then, it guides players to the locker room, where Laura's locker can be opened with the electronic key, revealing a card key. Finally, it directs players to the steel room, accessible from the locker room. The card key obtained from Laura's locker unlocks the steel room door. Using the card key on the door lock and entering the correct Inoid code grants access, after which players should use the elevator to descend to B1, anticipating enemy encounters and a phaser storm. This page features an interview with Kazutoshi Ida, the creator of Enemy Zero, titled Enemy Zero Creators Review. The main question posed to Ida is, what is the invisible enemy to you? Ida reflects on the long development process of Enemy Zero, starting from its advertising and facing regulatory issues and involvement with Sony. He mentions that EO, meaning Enemy Zero, wasn't even initially intended as a game. He discusses the sound design and the impact of the invisible enemy concept on gameplay. He aimed for a game that was challenging but not unfairly so, emphasizing the story and the importance of the player's emotional investment. Ida explains his approach to game creation, preferring games as a medium over film, and wanted to create a sense of reality, where the player and Laura solve mysteries together. He concludes that if players can understand the enemy within themselves and the game, then Enemy Zero is a success. The next guest for this interview series is teased as Hideo Kojima. This page is packed with announcements for 3 big projects related to King of Fighters 96. Project 1 is called Bumpy Selection Guess the Team, where readers are asked to predict which team of characters will be chosen. There are 4 team options. Kogyaru Team, described as stylish girls, Lehman Team, described as ordinary salarymen, Foolish Child Team, which seems to be young and energetic characters, and Venerable Father Team, described as mature and strong. Project 2 is the Writers' Battle, seemingly pitting game magazine writers against each other in KOF 96. Project 3 is an illustration contest for KOF characters, with details about submissions and prizes. The page also introduces the Satamaga KOF 96 strategy team, with photos of the team members, including Masa, who draws illustrations, Takabi, who is responsible for game strategy, Kengo, who is a game writer, and Rindoji, who is a stylish writer. Finally, the page highlights the main character team from King of Fighters 96, featuring Kyo Kusanagi, Benimaru Nikaido, and Goro Daimon, with their voice actors, profiles including birth dates, heights, weights and blood types, and brief character descriptions. At the very bottom, it mentions the release date and price for the SEGA Saturn version of King of Fighters 96, stating it will be released on December 27th at a price of 5,800 yen, and is compatible with the expansion RAM cartridge. King of Fighters 96 introduces several gameplay mechanics. Aerial Guard allows mid-air blocking, while counter hits reward players for attacking during opponents' openings. Guard Repel, known as Guard Burst, provides a defensive option to create openings. Down Evasion enables quick recovery after knockdowns. The page also introduces two teams. The Fatal Fury team consists of Terry and Ani Bogard, and Joe Higashi. The Art of Fighting team features Ryo, and Yuri Sakazaki, and Robert Garcia. Yuri joins at the request of King, and due to her father Takuma, which creates a proper extreme art team. This page details further improvements to the gameplay of King of Fighters 96. It highlights changes under the heading Improvement System across 4 key areas. Firstly, emergency evasion movement is refined to be more tactical, emphasizing strategic retreat rather than just simple escape. It mentions the ability to cancel guard stances and utilize the power gauge for advanced maneuvers. Secondly, Attack Evasion 2 points out that evasion can now lead to counterattacks. Characters like Clark and Chang Kohan are specifically mentioned as benefiting from these evasive tactics. Thirdly, small, medium, and large jumps are introduced, adding variation to aerial combat. This new jump system allows for different jump heights and distances, adding strategic depth to jumping attacks. Finally, power gauge mechanics have been subtly altered. The gauge now charges gradually, but offers significant offensive capabilities when full, including guard cancels and desperation moves. The page then introduces two teams. The New Rage team, featuring Leona, Ralph, and Clark, and the Psycho Soldier team, with Athena, Asamiya, Kensosi, and Shin Gensai. For each character in both teams, the page provides profile information, like voice actor, birthday, height, weight, blood type, and measurements. King of Fighters 96 refines gameplay mechanics with several improvements. Support Attack makes tag team assists more strategic, varying based on character relationships and game conditions. Dash is grounded, offering greater control than previous floaty dashes. Striking Guard allows guarding during certain attack animations, enhancing defensive options, including guard cancels and desperation moves. Throw Escape adds a countermeasure to throws, encouraging strategic grappling. Exploits from KOF 95, such as infinite combos, are removed for balance. New teams are introduced. The new female fighters team, Yuri, Mai, Kasumi, and the Kim team, Kim, Chang, Choi, showcasing roster adjustments. This page delves into the enhanced Power Gauge Max version super special moves in King of Fighters 96, describing them as desperation moves unleashed when your character is in a pinch with low health and a max power gauge. These super desperation moves are visually impressive, deal significant damage, and add a layer of strategic depth. The page highlights two key techniques: cancel techniques, which are fundamental to fighting games, and prevalent in KOF 96, allowing players to cancel normal move animations into special moves, creating combos and maintaining offensive pressure. Secondly, follow-up attacks, described as essential in KOF 96, involve hitting opponents launched into the air with additional attacks, exemplified by characters like Kyo and Iori in previous games, with Leona and command throws being presented as notable in KOF 96. Finally, the page introduces the Yagami team, consisting of Iori, Yagami, Mature, and Vice, emphasizing their antagonistic relationship with Kyo Kusanagi, and the boss team comprised of Geese Howard, Wolfgang Krauser, and Mr. Big, listing brief character details like their voice actors, birth dates, heights, weights, and blood types. The next page delves into the different types of special moves in King of Fighters 96, categorizing and analyzing how they function within the game. It starts by looking at projectile-based special moves, noting a possible power reduction from previous games. While projectiles might not be as dominant as before, they still serve a purpose in controlling space and keeping opponents at bay, encouraging players to think strategically when using them. Next up are anti-air special moves, described as reliable and consistent options for countering jump-in attacks. The effectiveness might differ between characters, but they are still vital for defense. The page then discusses rush-type special moves, emphasizing they remain strong in KOF 96. These moves come in various forms, offering opportunities for counter-hits and diverse attack strategies, keeping with the King of Fighters tradition of strong rush-down gameplay. Moving on to throw techniques, the page suggests their overall effectiveness is largely unchanged. Throws remain essential for close-quarters combat and breaking through defensive opponents, with command throws being specifically highlighted as powerful tools. Finally, the page touches on other types of special moves, encompassing unique and powerful techniques that, when mastered, can be incredibly effective. These could include new skills or setups, adding depth and variety to character movesets. It seems the reviewers are highlighting how each type of special move fits into the overall gameplay of KOF 96, analyzing their strategic value and changes from previous iterations. This page continues the analysis of super special moves in King of Fighters 96, diving into 4 different types. First up are projectile-based moves, described as still useful for controlling space, even if they might be a bit weaker than in previous games. Next, it looks at anti-air moves, highlighting their reliability for stopping jump-in attacks, though effectiveness can vary by character. Rush-type moves are still considered strong, with lots of variety for counterattacks and aggressive play, keeping with the KOF tradition. Finally, throw techniques are examined, confirming they remain just as important as ever for close-quarters combat and breaking guards, especially command throws, which are very powerful. At the bottom, there's a section dedicated to the Saturn version of King of Fighters 96, focusing on the controller setup. It mentions that the Saturn version lets you play with button assignments tailored to different play styles, featuring 3 modes: normal, simple, and special. The simple mode is designed for beginners, letting you assign special moves to the RL buttons. The special mode allows you to register super special moves to a button, making them easier to execute, especially helpful for newcomers. It suggests that while these control options are available, you might not be able to remap all the special moves freely outside of the special mode. Overall, it highlights the Saturn version's controller options as a positive feature for both new and experienced players. This page unveils the exciting news that the popular arcade game Shutoku Battle, also known as Tokyo Highway Battle, is being ported to the SEGA Saturn. This version is hyped as the home console debut of the series, promising the same thrilling high-speed battles from the arcades. The focus is on tuning up your car to beat rivals in races. You'll get points for winning battles against street racers, which lets you further customize your car. Apparently, there's a selection of 12 cars to choose from, categorized into 4 stages, representing different performance levels, allowing players to upgrade and progress. There are 3 main courses for battles: an inner loop, an outer loop, and a high-speed bayshore route, each offering different types of challenges. Drifting is highlighted as a crucial technique, and the page offers tips on mastering drifts to improve your cornering skills. Beating racers on each course earns you a complete mark. The game is still in development, marked at 70% completion, and is scheduled for release on February 28, 1997, from Imagineer, priced at 5,800 yen for a single-player experience. It will support racing controllers and multi-controllers. Notably, Keiichi Tsuchiya, the famous Drift King, is involved as a supervisor, offering tuning advice in the game. Overall, it's shaping up to be a promising street racing title for Saturn fans, emphasizing car customization and intense battles on the Shutoku highways. The next page is a special report announcing Mobile Suit Z Gundam is coming to the Sega Saturn. This is hyped as a shooting action game from Bandai, slated for release in late March for 6,800 yen. It's a single-player experience recommended for all ages. The tagline talks about going beyond the distant time, suggesting this is a long-awaited Gundam game for the Saturn. It's even labeled Part 1, tentative name, hinting at more to come. The article explains, the game is based on the Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam anime from 1985, a deeply impactful series for many viewers. While there have been Gundam games before, this Saturn version aims for a complete story reproduction at a level never achieved before. It looks like the game will faithfully recreate the story in 2 parts, and promises that the Z's pulsation will finally resonate on the Saturn. The text below the screenshots introduces the storyline, Set 7 years after the One-Year War from the original Gundam series, focusing on the conflict between the Earth Federation forces and the Titans, and the Anti-Earth Union Group, or AEUG. Characters like Quattro Bagina and Camille Bidan are mentioned as key figures in this conflict. The player will be playing as Camille, experiencing the tears of time within the Gundam world. Screenshots show side-scrolling shooter action with various mobile suits battling in space. This page details the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, Mobile Suit Z Gundam, emphasizing how it perfectly captures the anime's story in game form. It's a side-scrolling action shooting game where you play as Camille Bidan, experiencing the Zeta Gundam story. The game promises to recreate iconic moments, even the Black Gundam episode, and encounters with characters like Quattro Bagina and Emma Sheen. A key feature highlighted is the 360 degrees monitor experience, which refers to the gameplay allowing attacks from all directions and a 360-degree perspective, giving a sense of piloting a Gundam cockpit. The game also boasts a new lock-on system, letting you target enemies effectively. Screenshots show the lock-on display in action with Gundam MK2 and Hyzak units. It's mentioned that the number of lockable enemies increases as your player level grows. Finally, the page touches on how this new game revisits the world of the original Gundam, similar to the previous Mobile Suit Gundam game released for Saturn. This time, with improved graphics and a complete story mode, it aims to be a significant upgrade, offering a more immersive and satisfying Gundam experience on the SEGA Saturn. This page continues detailing the upcoming Mobile Suit Z Gundam game for SEGA Saturn, emphasizing its anime-inspired presentation. It highlights the inclusion of newly created and re-edited anime scenes to enrich the visual experience. These scenes, including 45-second demo movies and cutscenes, are designed to immerse players in the world of Zeta Gundam and bridge the narrative gap between the original Mobile Suit Gundam and Zeta Gundam, covering the 7-year period between them. The page also emphasizes the recreation of memorable scenes from the anime within the game's story progression. Between stages, players will encounter dialogue scenes and movie sequences that bring iconic anime moments to life. It's mentioned that the voice acting is completely new and recorded specifically for the game. Furthermore, the game boasts detailed 3D CG models for all mobile suits, ensuring accurate representations of their mechanical designs, and even includes transformations. Players will be able to utilize transforming mobile suits and mobile armors, with the Z Gundam shown transforming into its Wave Rider form within gameplay. A lineup of various mobile suits featured in the game is also showcased, demonstrating the wide variety of mecha that players will encounter. This page continues the interview with Sato Kuji, the production director of the upcoming Mobile Suit Z Gundam game. He emphasizes the team's dedication to faithfully recreating the world of Zeta Gundam, aiming to capture the essence of the anime for both longtime fans and newcomers. He mentions they are making efforts to ensure the story is digestible for those unfamiliar with the original material, while still providing depth for existing fans. They are also focusing on a user-friendly interface and intuitive controls. Satosan then talks about the game's development progress, stating they are still in the early stages, with the latter half of development expected to be completed around summer. The first part of the game will consist of 10 stages, adapting key events from the anime. He also teases the inclusion of powerful mobile suits, like the Psycho Gundam and Big Zam in the game. Currently, development is about 6% complete, with work underway on the title sequence and opening movie. They are planning for a summer release for the complete game. Sato also mentions they are creating new animated cut-ins for key moments in the game. The page features a picture of Sato Kuji himself, identified as being from Bandai Multimedia Business Department and the production director for Z Gundam. Screenshots are shown including gameplay with the Zeta Gundam in action. Sato concludes by stating that his goal for the game is to allow players to truly feel the atmosphere of Z Gundam as they experience it. This page focuses on Daytona USA Circuit Edition for the SEGA Saturn. It's announcing the game is coming out soon, in January 1997, highlighting that it's 85% complete and packed with new features focusing on option modes. The article details 7 key option modes. Handling, which lets you choose between slow, normal, and quick steering response. Arcade mode lets you select between normal, Grand Prix, and endurance modes, and they show a table detailing the number of laps for each course in each mode. For example, the 3-7 Speedway is 8 laps in normal, 20 in Grand Prix, and 80 in endurance. Difficulty offers easy, normal, and hard settings. Time Compare lets you compare your current lap time with your best lap or a ghost car. Section Lap displays split times for sections of the track with checkpoints on 3-7, seaside, and national courses. Ghost Type allows you to race against ghost cars in time attack mode, with 6 ghost car display options. Finally, Time Compare for time attack mode works similarly to the arcade mode. Time Compare, comparing against ghost car times or course records. The reviewer seems excited about the depth of options available in this circuit edition, especially the time attack and ghost car features, and the expanded arcade mode options, suggesting it's a significant upgrade over the original Daytona USA. The next page goes deeper into the ranking modes of Daytona USA Circuit Edition. It highlights both arcade mode and time attack modes, showcasing how they display rankings, fastest lap times, and even section lap times. It mentions pressing the SEGA button allows you to view a replay after finishing a time attack, which is great for analyzing your runs and improving. Pressing the A button lets you see section lap times during gameplay, further refining your racing strategy. There's a special column discussing how time attack mode is all about competing against yourself, constantly trying to beat your own best times, and exploring the depth of the mode. Finally, there's a fun section called Political Talk vs. Nakamura Developer Showdown, Daytona USA Circuit Edition Battle. It seems to be a playful competition between two people, possibly developers, with commentary on their match. It talks about pre-match practice, in-game moments like crashes, and ultimately, Nakamura winning the competition. It ends with a photo of the winning developer and a humorous comment about a rematch. Eric Martin, lead singer of Mr. Big, is providing vocals for Daytona USA Circuit Edition. The game will feature 2 hard rock songs, Sons of Angels, and a replay track, The American Dream. Sega's sound team, led by Tsunekawa and Satada, brought in Martin to enhance the game's exciting, driving atmosphere, especially given Daytona's popularity overseas. They aim to create music that matches the thrill of the courses, hoping players enjoy the experience, whether racing competitively or casually listening. The Japanese version includes an additional track. As a promotional giveaway, one reader can win a signed Mr. Big Shikishi board. This page is an interview about Cyberbots, Full Metal Madness, titled Cyberbots Million Plan Activations. It's a special report from Capcom's development team, featuring producer Tsuguru Hashino and manager Mamoru Takahira. They're discussing the upcoming Sega Saturn port of Cyberbots, originally an arcade game. The interview highlights that the Saturn version isn't just a straight port, but includes original elements to please fans who strongly requested it. The team flew to Osaka for location scouting, which seems to be represented by the building photo on the page. The interview touches on various aspects of development. They talk about balancing game design and story, drawing inspiration from robot anime for weapons and special moves, and aiming for a heavy, serious robot combat feeling. They mention referencing robot anime for visual design cues, especially for heavy weaponry. They also mention considering attack patterns and special moves from other related media. The developers discuss character popularity amongst development staff, mentioning the pilots and robots are both popular, with many robot enthusiasts in the company. They also touch on the decision to keep the pilot ejection mechanic in the arcade version, and how they are incorporating elements to make it more appealing for console players. They conclude that they're aiming for a serious robot game experience, in line with typical robot games, but with their own unique Cyberbots flavor. The interview details the development of Cyberbots for the Sega Saturn, highlighting the incorporation of fan feedback. The developers are integrating fan-submitted artwork, such as color illustrations, into the game, particularly in the Harokapu postcard corner, to inspire original content. They aim for a balance of serious drama and comedic elements, emphasizing strategic combat, impactful sound design, and an anime-like feel. The team is striving to balance the game, create engaging robot sounds, and achieve a distinct visual aesthetic. They're targeting a consumer original experience, not just a port, and are planning a soundtrack CD. The next issue will reveal screenshots of the Saturn version, showcasing character illustrations from fan submissions of Kakas, Blodia, and 40. The core focus is creating a standout Saturn version that exceeds player expectations. This page is a special report about Tokimeki Memorial Selection Fujisaki Shiori, a variety software that really focuses on the appeal of the character Fujisaki Shiori from Tokimeki Memorial. It's mentioned as a private collection item, planned for release in March, with the price yet to be decided and suitable for all ages. The article is centered around an interview with producer Stone and Fujisaki Shiori, exploring her position as an idol singer and her charm. It highlights two main features: a music clip and a voice collection. The music clip is a music video compilation featuring Shiori's debut single Oshiite Mr. Sky and the coupling song Kaze to Isho ni Iku. It's described as being like an animated music clip, similar to something you might see in a weather forecast program, designed to fully utilize the Saturn's video playback capabilities. The voice collection is a database of all of Fujisaki Shiori's voice lines from the Saturn version of Tokimeki Memorial. It's designed as a way to relive memorable scenes and hear her lines whenever you want, suggesting it can be enjoyed on PC or MD, offering various ways for fans to engage with it. The page concludes by stating that the songs Oshiete Mr. Sky and Kaze to Isho ni Iku are now on sale. This page delves deeper into the Tokimeki Memorial Selection Fujisaki Shiori, highlighting the game's private date and portrait collection aspects. It describes the private date mode as a special enhanced edition of the Tokimeki Memorial Gamebook, featuring event cutscenes focusing on dating scenarios in various locations like Central Park, shopping districts, and libraries across different seasons. It mentions the game is all about enjoying these intimate moments with Shiori. The portrait collection section talks about the ability to customize Shiori's appearance, changing her clothes and hairstyles in the game. It emphasizes the high-quality graphics and the collection of CG images that players can unlock. The page features an interview with producer Stone, whose full name is Ryuichi Knows, alongside Fujisaki Shiori. They discuss the appeal of Shiori as an idol within the context of Tokimeki Memorial. The interview touches upon the gap between Shiori's idol persona and her everyday life, making her character even more engaging. Stone mentions the positive reception to Shiori's debut song Oshiete Mr. Sky and the overall feeling of excitement around her idol debut, resonating with fans' expectations. He emphasizes Konami's intention to genuinely showcase Shiori's charm through this selection software and its promotional efforts. Essentially, this is a product deeply invested in celebrating the character of Fujisaki Shiori and giving fans many ways to enjoy her. The next page is a preview of the game Grand Red. It's described as a space-based simulation game from Banpresto, slated for release around March 1997. The game is currently 90% complete and promises to be a deep simulation experience. The page highlights the story and setting, which is about humanity venturing into space using space compression technology. This leads to resource conflicts and wars in a 3D space environment called Hoffman Space. The gameplay seems to be focused on strategic battles and resource management. We're introduced to two characters: Coppola Floss, who is the main operator, and Katie Safford, who is also mentioned in relation to the main character's love interest and a key heroine. There are screenshots showing some intense space combat and explosions, emphasizing the visual style of the game. The overall vibe is that Grand Red is aiming to be a strategic and visually engaging space simulation game on the SEGA Saturn. The catchphrase for the game is, "Everything starts from here." Grand Red, a spacefaring strategy game, presents four key gameplay elements. Act 1 introduces a 2D map system representing a 3D environment, allowing for comprehensive battlefield observation. Act 2 highlights diverse maps with dynamic elements like solar winds and black holes, affecting gameplay strategically. Act 3 emphasizes directional combat, where ship orientation dictates attack and defense, adding tactical depth. Act 4 introduces hidden submerged fortresses that are difficult to detect but pack powerful weaponry. The game also features a diverse cast of characters, including strategically minded aliens and respected human soldiers, described as young warriors. The preview concludes by promising further details in the upcoming issue. This page is a special report on Neon Genesis Evangelion Second Impression for the SEGA Saturn. It's an adventure game slated for release in spring of '97. Price to be decided. The article emphasizes the use of polygon graphics and motion capture for the battle scenes, promising a smooth and realistic depiction of the Evangelion units in 3D. A key highlight is a brand new angel designed specifically for the game, which evolves through 3 distinct stages. The developers mention that unlike the anime, the battles in the game will be fully polygonal, and they are aiming for a cinematic feel. There's also an interview where the developers talk about wanting to create something different from the anime, focusing on the expressive capabilities of polygon characters, and creating a story that feels unique to the game, even including new characters like Mami. They also mention the volume of voice dialogue will be significant, and that the game aims to be like watching an interactive anime. This page delves deeper into Neon Genesis Evangelion's second impression. It highlights Yamagishi Mayumi, an original character created specifically for the game. She's described as introspective and quiet, a bit like Riei, but maybe more talkative. We see various design sketches of Mayumi in different outfits, including her school uniform, casual wear, and even a swimsuit. The page also reveals that Mayumi's voice actress is Mayu's Kamiya, and that she is a key original character in this game's story, set in Hakone, where she transfers to Shinji's class. The developers mention her personality is similar to Shinji's from the TV series episodes 1 and 2. There are interviews with the director, Mr. Kobayashi Masahide, and the designer, Mr. Motegi Koki. They discuss the game's development, emphasizing the use of polygon models for a realistic Evangelion experience. They aim for a cinematic feel, like an interactive anime, and are focused on making the polygon characters expressive. They mention creating a story distinct from the anime while still feeling like Evangelion. They touch upon the challenges of polygon animation, and the desire to create something engaging, even for players who aren't necessarily huge Evangelion fans. The interview highlights their ambition to deliver a game that feels like a true evolution of the anime experience, focusing on new content and interactive elements. Media Muse is developing a new 3D fighting game, Anarchy in Nippon, scheduled for April 1997 at 5,800 yen. The game, only 10% complete, promises full voice acting and two-player battles. The tagline hints at a mix of comedy and serious action. Gameplay uses an 8-way directional pad and 4 buttons. Character designs are reminiscent of Chameleon Twist. The game features characters like Yankee Girl Shiho, who employs aggressive foot-based fighting. The development team includes individuals with Virtua Fighter experience: Ikebukuro Sarah, programming; Shinjuku Jackie, scenario and lighting; Bunbun Maru, and Kashiwa Jeffrey, character balance. In an interview, the developers aim for originality beyond a Virtua Fighter clone, focusing on motion capture, collision, and comedic elements. They emphasize engaging gameplay, fun, and unique comedic aspects. This page delves deeper into Anarchy in Nippon, showcasing 3 new characters. First up is Kei, the female teacher, described as a speedy, kick-based fighter like Shiho, but with a more serious side. Next is Tawafru, the Yankee, an aggressive brawler positioned as a standard, balanced character. Finally, Shigeo, the salaryman, is presented as the comic relief, using comical office worker moves and characterized as slower but powerful. The article discusses gameplay, comparing it to Virtua Fighter 2.5 in controls and highlighting speed and air combos. The developers reiterate their aim for originality beyond a Virtua Fighter clone, emphasizing fun and humor. They mention motion capture and collision, but their main goal is to create a uniquely comedic and enjoyable fighting experience, moving past just being another fighting game. Fighting Illusion K1 Grand Prix for the SEGA Saturn aims to bring the world of K1 fighting to the console. The game, rooted in the real-life ESC-1 events showcasing fighters from various martial arts, promises easy controls for newcomers and deep gameplay for veterans, using motion capture and AI training. The game features real-life ESC-1 stars like Andy Hug, Sam Greco, Mike Bernardo, Ernesto Hoosts, and Musashi, each with unique special moves like the Hug Tornado. The developers aim to capture the excitement of Gi-1, appealing to both fighting game fans and Gi-1 enthusiasts. The game is set to release on January 31, 1997, for 5,800 yen. This page delves deeper into the gameplay of Fighting Illusion K1 Grand Prix, highlighting the thrill of achieving a knockout with powerful techniques. The game utilizes an intuitive control system, where A button is for punches, B for kicks, and C for special techniques, encouraging players to mix directional buttons for varied attacks. The page emphasizes the strategic depth, allowing players to utilize dodges, swaying, and step-ins, mirroring real ESC-1 tactics. The HUD displays a health and technique meter, with red indicating overall health and yellow showing current stamina, adding a layer of resource management to fights. The bottom section introduces 12 K1 warriors, showcasing the game's roster of fighters.
Each fighter gets a profile with their picture, name, and signature moves. Fighters like Peter Aerts, Jerome Lebanner, Stan the Man Longinidis, Mike Thompson, Masaki Satake, and Nobuaki Kakuta are featured, each with a list of their unique must-kill techniques, such as Peter Aerts' back blow, Jerome Lebanner's uppercut, and Masaki Satake's body straight. This section emphasizes the diversity of fighting styles and signature moves available in the game, promising a roster full of recognizable AIK-1 stars and their devastating techniques. This page spotlights upcoming SEGA Saturn games, categorized as New Release Titles and Coming Soon Soft. The New Release Titles section boasts a diverse selection, including strategy games like Romance of the Three Kingdoms Returns, action titles such as Die Hard Trilogy, and arcade classics like Elevator Action Returns. Adventure fans can anticipate Riven, the sequel to Myst, and there are also unique offerings like a pachinko game and a mini 4WD racing title. Coming Soon Soft highlights anticipated releases like the RPGs Android Kikaider, Last Judgment, Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse IV, and Shining the Holy Ark. The section also features adventure games, Ultraman's Legend of the Light Giant, and Tomb Raider. Anime fans can look forward to Macross Do You Remember Love? Several other games across various genres are also included, showcasing the Saturn's vibrant future game lineup. An image of an anime-style character accompanies the information. This page dives into Wara less than sup greater than 2, less than sup greater than wars, a brand new SEGA Saturn title focused on large-scale army battles with up to 100 vs 100 units clashing on screen. It's described as a territory-capturing battle game where simple controls allow for massive and exciting gameplay. The gameplay seems to revolve around conquering areas. You strategically deploy troops to adjacent territories to expand your domain. The game features item cards that can dramatically change the course of battle and can be used strategically during combat. There are also guardian deities, which appear to be powerful units summoned using cards. The interface shown includes typical strategy game menu options like Supply, Move, Battle, and Other. There's mention of choosing from 10 playable characters, each with unique skills and special moves. The kangaroo character featured in the corner seems to be one of these playable characters, adding a unique and quirky element to the game. The reviewer seems excited about the scale and strategic depth of Wara less than sup greater than 2, less than sup greater than wars. This page highlights 3 upcoming SEGA Saturn titles. First up is Riven, the sequel to Myst, boasting impressive graphics that blur the line between photo and CG, promising a deep adventure game with a captivating story. The preview showcases stunning visuals of exotic islands and intricate environments, hinting at a grand scale exceeding its predecessor, Myst. Next, we have Full Car Mini 4WD Super Factory, a simulation game based on the popular Mini 4WD model cars. It's described as a comic and anime-style racing simulation, where you can customize your own machines and courses. The game supports up to 5 players in versus mode and offers a variety of game modes and customization options, including original Saturn Edition machines. The screenshots show vibrant, customizable Mini 4WD cars racing on imaginative tracks. Finally, the page introduces Wayalai Country Club, Extra 36 Holes, a new golf simulation game in the new 3D Golf Simulation series. It features 3 courses, with realistic ball physics calculated for every shot, from tee-off to putting. The game introduces Pikaichi mode for super long drives, and boasts enhanced visuals, especially for the greens. It also highlights Windy GC, a course with challenging strong winds, and 8 Lakes GC, featuring 8 beautiful lakes. The screenshots display realistic golf environments with detailed graphics. This page showcases 3 new SEGA Saturn titles. First is Kaiser Knuckle, a fighting action game from Saurus. It features gods and mythical figures as characters in polygon graphics, emphasizing unique character appeal and powerful special moves. The game includes 8 or 9 playable characters and modes like Versus Mode and Guard Gauge. The review score is a solid 70. The page highlights the divine battle theme and the deep strategic elements of combat. Next is Die Hard Trilogy, an action-packed collection from Fox Interactive that brings the excitement of the Die Hard movies to the Saturn. This trilogy includes 3D action, gun shooting, and car action gameplay, directly based on the movie plots and presented as a fan-pleasing package.
The game received a perfect score of 100, praised as a must-have action title. Finally, there's Assault Suits Vulcan 2, a robot action shooting game from Masaya. This sequel to the Mega Drive classic, Assault Suits Vulcan, for the Saturn boasts enhanced operation and strategic depth. Players control various mechs in challenging missions, utilizing auto-aiming and strategic elements. The game features improved visuals and a compelling storyline, earning a review score of 70. The page emphasizes the strategic choices and diverse mecha action in the game. This page showcases 3 new games. Jisen Pachislo Hishuhao 4, a pachinko/pachislo simulator, emphasizes data collection and includes autoplay and newer machines, earning a perfect score. Dragon Master Silk, a 3D fantasy RPG, features Silk, a priestess, and her companions battling the Demon King. Focusing on strategic party battles and visually appealing dungeons, it receives a score of 70. Lastly, Pyo Pyo Kiruru no Mahjong Hiyori, a cute mahjong game, features beautiful girl characters and an O-make mode, with an auto-tsumo function and story mode, highlighted by its visuals, also receiving a perfect score. This page presents 3 new game reviews. First up is Elevator Action Returns, an action title where you infiltrate enemy buildings using elevators, navigate floors, and take out terrorists. It's described as a revitalized version of the classic elevator action, featuring 3 playable characters with unique abilities. The reviewer seemed impressed, giving it a score of 90, praising it as the ultimate cooperative game for up to 3 players. Next we have Aponashi Gals, or Inposu Heart, a simulation game centered around raising girls and battling. It seems to involve summoning girls using cards and engaging in strategic battles. The reviewer absolutely loved this one, awarding it a perfect score of 100, emphasizing its focus on raising girls and its engaging gameplay. Finally, there's Shinrei Jaki Koroshi Tarumaru, an action game set in Edo period Japan. Players take on the role of Tarumaru, a curse-using assassin, battling enemies, and navigating trick houses. It highlights unique gameplay mechanics involving curses and ninja skills. This game also achieved a perfect score of 100, suggesting it's a highly recommended and unique action experience set in a historical Japanese setting. This page showcases 3 more exciting games. First off, there's Funky Head Boxers, a boxing game featuring popular Yoshimoto comedians. It seems like a humorous take on boxing, with polygon graphics and easy controls, perfect even for beginners, letting you train your character over 4 years to become champion. The reviewer really enjoyed it, praising the polygon visuals and fun gameplay, giving it a perfect score of 100. Next up is Sangokushi Returns, which is likely Romance of the 3 Kingdoms Returns in English. This is a simulation game with much improved graphics compared to previous titles, set in 2nd-3rd century China. You play as a ruler aiming to unify the land, engaging in politics, battles, and strategy. The reviewer was very impressed, awarding it a perfect 100, highlighting the immersive gameplay and the multiplayer aspect for up to 8 players. Lastly, we have Roadrunner Extra, an action puzzle game. It's described as the latest iteration of the classic action puzzle, featuring 110 challenging stages created by industry professionals. The puzzles are said to be quite difficult and clever, maybe even annoyingly so. It also got a perfect 100 score, with the reviewer mentioning the deep puzzle design and the inclusion of a level editor. All 3 games on this page seem to be top-tier titles, highly recommended by the magazine. This page dives into a fresh batch of SEGA Saturn titles. First up is Mr. Bones, a pretty unique action game where you play as a skeleton, and get this, your own bones are your weapons. It's described as having puzzle elements, where you rearrange your bone parts and manipulate the environment. The music is said to range from rock to country, promising a varied audio experience. Then we have Bug 2, which is described as a scaled-up version of the original Bug game. It seems to have expanded its stage variety, taking you to places like Egypt, space, and even a haunted house, with supposedly enhanced graphics and more traps. You even get to choose from 3 different playable Bug characters, adding some strategic depth. Next, there's Blam! Machine Head, a 3D shooting game set in the year 2007 where a virus called Machine Head is wreaking havoc. You play as Kimberly Drive in a combat hovercraft called Horval Blade, battling against this menace. The game is structured around missions across different areas. Finally, we have Tenchi Muyo, Tenchi World, an adventure game based on the popular Tenchi Muyo anime series. This one's packed with anime cutscenes for each event, totaling about 45 minutes of animation. It promises a story that feels like an OVA episode, with all the voice acting from the anime cast and a replay feature to enjoy the story again. Several new titles are coming to the Saturn. Zeron Champ Doozy Typer combines racing with dating sim elements, minigames, and RPG mechanics. 3D Baseball The Major offers a realistic baseball simulation with over 700 real-life players. Manx TT Superbike, a realistic bike racing game, is being ported from arcades. Sega Ages Fantasy Zone, a shooting game with shopping elements, is due out in February '97. Spot Goes to Hollywood, a comical action game, arrives in January '97. EA Victor is bringing Theme Park 2, a theme park simulation game, to the console. Finally, Digital Angel Angel SS, an adventure game and remake of a PC Engine title, is expected next spring. This Reader Station section from a magazine's Volume 16 features reader submissions. R's Diary, entries share personal experiences. One recounts receiving Virtua Fighter FVS for their birthday, followed by hospital bills hindering new game purchases. Another celebrates their Saturn's first anniversary, highlighting their improvement in Virtua Fighter 2 through multiplayer matches. Problem Consultation Old Man Style addresses the gender ratio of RS posters, revealing significant female contributions, especially in the gals section. Fumi Fumi details a reader's positive experience with SEGA World at a friend's house, successfully clearing the game and expressing a desire for similar games. My Me describes a sibling rivalry in Virtua Fighter 2. The reader is forced to play as Lei Fei due to their sister's preference, and now habitually chooses the character, even when playing alone, showcasing the impact of their siblings' influence. The Rs' Station page highlights reader discussions about the SEGA Saturn software. One reader anticipates BASIC's release, hoping it will unleash the console's potential and lead to original games. Another criticizes the focus on graphics in GAL games, advocating for balanced game design. They discuss the popularity of RPGs, simulations, and fighting games on Saturn while expressing concern about the console's future amidst the rising popularity of PlayStation. The page also features readers enjoying Sonic mode, finding it a unique experience. A philosophical discussion about realism and polygon graphics ensues, questioning if visual fidelity alone creates a truly realistic experience. The Saitama Gallery showcases artwork, and today's Sega displays mecha and character illustrations. Reader submissions conclude the page, with comments on Virtua Fighter 3 and inquiries about model versions. This page from the magazine continues the reader forum, Reader Station, with discussions about the Sega Saturn. Starting off, one reader reflects on the Saturn's second anniversary, mentioning that while some see a gap opening up between the Saturn and PlayStation, they disagree. They believe the Saturn situation isn't that dire. Another reader is excited about the second anniversary and hopes the Saturn will continue to be supported, even if Sega hardware is no longer produced in the future. They appreciate the quality of Sega software. The big announcement! This section reveals that the magazine's Free Talk and Rs' Station corners are merging to create even more engaging discussions. Readers are encouraged to send in postcards with their thoughts on various topics. Moving to Today's Cop, featuring Virtua Cop, a reader from Kyoto Prefecture comments that the site's artwork for the game looks amazing and they were instantly captivated. For Today's Luna, showcasing Lunar Eternal Blue, a reader from Shizuoka Prefecture expresses their love for Luna 2's worldview, finding it slightly melancholic. Another reader from Gifu Prefecture finds Luna cute and charming. Essentially, this page keeps the reader conversation going, focusing on positive community sentiment towards the Sega Saturn, and highlighting reader appreciation for specific games like Virtua Cop and Lunar. This page presents reader submissions for Graz Station. Coma Man features comic strips, including humorous takes on domestic life, ninjas, and a miracle Dr. K. Satamagakun showcases game ideas, such as God Palace Sanctuary Revival Memorial and Dataist. Bachata Yo! All Member Assemble reviews games like Bachan, an action game based on Suzusen, and Babacha, a hair salon simulator with potentially adult themes.
BAA Shalon involves collecting credit cards through gameplay. Bachai is a chai-making game featuring a humorous polygon character. Finally, FGALS Area highlights a 15-year-old girl's experiences in arcades, focusing on her aspirations to become a recognized female fighting game player in a male-dominated environment. This page features several reader submission sections. Today's Carpcorn showcases humorous comic strips. One strip features characters resembling Rogue and Gambit from X-Men vs. Street Fighter, joking about Capcom vs. SNK games. Another strip shows characters similar to Laylee and Felicia, possibly from Darkstalkers, in a light-hearted domestic scene. Today's Imperial Opera House highlights Sakura Wars, with an image of Sakura Shinguji. The Satama Gay Public Question Corner answers reader questions about submission guidelines, pen name usage, and the nature of the one-shot gag corner. Mudaj Banzai discusses the concept of fighting with me in games, emphasizing player agency and the blurring lines between player and character identity in games. The page includes a link to the Satama Gay homepage for online content. The Commitment Item Corner features a reader's passionate praise for Daytona USACCE Netlink Edition on the SEGA Saturn, highlighting its graphics and sound and comparing it to the arcade game Hang On GP. There's a notice for corrections in the 12/13 issue, addressing pricing errors for a CD and a t-shirt. Finally, the postcard address section provides details on where to send postcards to win prizes, including a book voucher and SEGA Saturn software. This page is all about Capcom games, especially Cyberbots, and is packed with developer interviews and reader submissions. The main feature is an interview with the Cyberbots developers, and it seems readers have been sending in postcards with their thoughts and requests for the Saturn version of Cyberbots. There's a section detailing what players want to see in the Saturn port of Cyberbots. Some requests include stronger Warlock and Helion robots, improved command inputs, and using voice actors from the CD dramas for character voices. One person wants to use voice samples from winning battle quotes in story mode. Another request is for being able to exchange parts between different VA robots and create original mecha combinations, and to make the arcade perfect version with 2 additional robots. The #1 requested feature for the Saturn version is Mecha Oni, which seems to be a desired element by many. There's a discussion about robot balance and character selection. One reader mentions not feeling the appeal of the wind attribute in games, and another comments on the captivating Devilet sisters from Cyberbots. Another reader praises the female characters in games, noting the unwavering beauty of Devilat. Finally, at the bottom there's a link to the Capcom homepage for more information. This page highlights various SNK updates. The SNK Supporters Club is launching, offering members benefits like member cards, newsletters, and exclusive merchandise, with annual fees payable at the post office. A BOF debut event featuring Kyo and Nakoruru is scheduled for December 20th at Neo Geo World. The page also announces the arcade game Ultra Electric Irritation Rod, and content is showcased, including Samurai Spirits illustrations. There's a swordsmanship guidance section detailing Senmaru's moves in Samurai Showdown. Finally, there's a Tenka Ryukin poster giveaway and an address for submissions, along with a reminder about the X-Day event at Neo Geo World on December 20th. This page of SEGA Saturn Magazine dives into Virtua Fighter with Ikebukuro Zara's Virtua Class Volume 29 column, this time focusing on Sarah and Bryant. It's a strategy piece offering tips and techniques, possibly comparing gameplay to Virtua Fighter 3 and mentioning specific moves like step hooks and spinning kicks, as well as timing and button inputs. There are announcements for Virtua Fighter events happening on December 22nd in Nagoya at Sega Depote and December 29th in Hiroshima at Hiroshima Gigo. These events seem to involve players like Bunbun Maru, Ikebukuro Zara, and Shinjuku Jackie. A section titled Winner highlights past Virtua Fighter 3 Fighting Tea Parties event winners, including Toyohiko Yoshimine and Ikebukuro Sarah, and displays prizes. The page also reports on a VF 300-person Kumite in Yonezawa event held at High Tech Land Sega Polo. It describes the atmosphere and player strategies observed, noting that many players were aggressive in the Kumite battles. Lastly, there's a cute little personal corner called This Week's Yukun, sharing a short anecdote about a well-behaved child named Yukun, patiently waiting to play games at an arcade with his mom.
This article celebrates Warp's completion of Enemy Zero, with caricatures of industry figures. The feature includes comments and caricatures of individuals like Famitsu's editor-in-chief, Hiroshi Hamamura, and Sega's Mr. Takemura, discussing the game and the caricatures themselves. Mr. Kaneichi Iba, Atlas, Mr. Eiji Nagashima, Sega M2, Mr. Izuka Kenji, Warp, and Mr. Junichiro Hirata are also featured, each with personalized depictions and witty comments. Following these individual spotlights is Hiroshi Ohashi's World, a collection of caricatures of figures from companies like Square, Charade, and Hudson. And afterward concludes the piece, highlighting the effort put into the caricatures, hinting at future features, possibly related to Enemy Zero and other announcements, and mentioning upcoming publications. This page is all about the game Battle Athletes Daiundukai. It kicks off with an interview segment where they reveal that the original concept for Daiundukai was actually an action game. The interviewees, Mr. Akiyoshi, the producer, and Mr. Hayashi, the director, chat about the game's development and origins. There's a big section dedicated to training advice for players starting out. It emphasizes mastering the basics of training before moving on. The page highlights different training methods and their effects on various parameters like physical strength, body, and stamina. It's like a training guide, explaining how each exercise impacts your athlete. The article breaks down training into phases, starting with a Phase 1 focused on building a solid foundation from early to late September. It stresses the importance of basic training to improve physical capabilities and mentions dumbbells and aerobics as effective training methods. There are also caution tips, advising players to rest when tired and manage training intensity to avoid burnout. It touches on outdoor training and weather conditions, suggesting indoor training on bad weather days and cautioning against overdoing it, even when the weather is good. Essentially, this page is a beginner's guide to training your athlete in Battle Athletes Daiundukai, offering insights from the developers and practical tips to get you started. The article discusses various aspects of Battle Athletes Daiundukai, including game development. A sequel is planned. The game will incorporate the OVA storyline, focusing on Akari and Tanya, with romance elements and voice dialogue. Training advice is provided for Phase 2, early to mid-October, emphasizing balanced exercises, core strength, and new exercises tailored to individual needs, and Phase 3, late November to late December, prioritizing maintenance, skill refinement, stamina, and new exercises. A Battle Athletes release commemoration event offered a special shirt for quiz winners. An illustration contest was also held, with a winner from Shizuoka Prefecture. A column discusses the relationship between training and in-game events, suggesting that enjoyment and relaxation are important, not just winning. This page talks about strategies for the digital pinball game Necronomicon. It focuses on two main gameplay elements, Arkham and Hangman fixtures. The Arkham section explains the multi-ball feature, detailing how to start it with 3 or 7 balls by hitting the library target and using the whole system for scoring. Hangman fixtures are activated by hitting specific targets, leading to bonus points and extra balls. There's also a section about the lore of Necronomicon within the game, tracing its fictional history from Abdul Alhazred and its translations throughout the ages, culminating in its digital pinball form. On the side, there's an introduction to Kobayashi Koji from Kaze Creative Center, the instructor for this guide, who has worked on games like Last Gladiators and Super Pinball Behind the Mask. He comments that pinball is quite interesting. Finally, there's a digital pinball score competition section, showcasing high score rankings for different game modes like Arkham, Cult of the Bloody Tongue, and Dreamlands, with player names and dates. It mentions someone has even exceeded 300 million points in the game. This advertisement from Santa, a game mail-order shop, showcases a wide selection of Sega games and consoles. The focus is on the Saturn and Mega Drive, but also includes Mega CD, 32X, and Game Gear titles. The Saturn selection features a variety of genres, from action games like Virtua Cop 2 to RPGs like Grandia and puzzle games such as Baku Baku Animal. They also offer Saturn peripherals, including controllers and AV cables. The Mega Drive and Mega CD sections offer similar breadth, with titles ranging from Sonic to Lunar. While the 32X section is smaller, it still features games like Star Wars Arcade. Game Gear games and accessories are also available. The ad functions as a price list, offering mail-order purchasing options, including phone and fax orders, various payment methods, and shipping information, catering to Sega enthusiasts looking for games and hardware.
This page is another mail-order advertisement, this time from Creative Hyman, selling Saturn games and hardware. They highlight their operating hours and promise same-day fax order processing until 9 p.m., with 24-hour fax reception. They are advertising new release games and games available for pre-order in December, mentioning titles like Fighters Mega Mix, King of Fighters 96, and adventure games like Terra Fantastica and even Burst Error R. There's also Tenchi Muyo, Dai 4 Wa, Shukan no Inbu, Daytona USA Circuit Edition, and Shining the Holy Ark listed. The advert details shipping costs and membership benefits, which include a 5% discount and free shipping for orders exceeding 10,000 yen for members. They also have a Christmas night set available and are promoting Super Robot Tyson trading cards. The page is packed with lists of other Saturn games and hardware parts available for order with their respective prices, covering a wide range of titles and accessories for Saturn enthusiasts. This page is an advertisement for game designer training schools called Computerland Dreamland in Tokyo and Osaka Game Designer Academy in Osaka. They are advertising various courses to become game creators. The Tokyo school offers courses for game designers, game planners and scenario writers, game artists, sound creators, CD-ROM multimedia image creators, 3D and motion capture creators, and game critics and magazine writers. They detail the durations of these courses, ranging from 1 to 3 years, and the topics covered. For example, the game designer course covers everything from game design to game programming, while the sound creator course focuses on music composition and sound driver creation. The advertisement also mentions correspondence courses available in game design, basic, language, assembler programming, and sound creator courses. The Osaka Game Designer Academy is also highlighted, offering courses in game design, game art, and game planning/scenario writing, all lasting 1 to 2 years. There's an invitation for school tours in April 1997, and testimonials from students talking about their positive experiences at the school, mentioning how they learned a lot and secured jobs in the game industry after graduating. Contact details are provided for both the Tokyo and Osaka locations, including phone numbers and addresses. They encourage readers to call for more information and for school tour applications. This page seems to be an advertisement for a costume play dance party called Cospa Climax in Twin Star, held at Kagurazaka Twin Star in Tokyo from December 21st to 23rd, 1996. It's advertised as the last day of Cospa, suggesting it might be a finale event. The party is themed around costume play and dance, featuring all-genre cosplay dance music and a non-alcoholic, free drink policy. The age limit is 18 and over. The event has different themes each day. The 21st is Classic Cospa Day, with old-school golden era tunes and a cosplay contest. The 22nd is Cospa New Version Day, with DJ Chameleon's new Cospa remix and another cosplay contest. And the 23rd is Legend of Cospa Day, a grand culmination with a grand cosplay contest where 15 winners are selected. Advance tickets were available, and inquiries could be made to Cospa Shop or Broccoli. The ad also highlights Gamers, a specialty store for game-related goods, listing items like game books, comics, fan-made manga, game merchandise, game crits and videos, and custom-made Cospa costumes. They're also running various fairs at the store, including Psychic Force, Second Round 120% Fair, Year-End and New Year Lucky Bag Fair, and a second round opening fair with a special point card campaign. A map shows the location of Gamers near Ikebukuro Station in Tokyo, indicating it's the place to go for Broccoli and Cospa-related events and goods. This page is an advertisement for the game DX Japan Express Travel Game for both PlayStation and SEGA Saturn. It's being advertised as the definitive edition of train travel games and promises a journey of dreams, ambition, and sightseeing. Releasing on December 20th, 1996, for 5,800 yen, this board game-style title is for 1 to 5 players. Saru's advice highlights 8 key features, suggesting it's a comprehensive travel simulation. These include a vast map of Japan, around 1850 train stations, various types of travel including camping car tours, and over 22 tour plans. The game emphasizes realistic travel, sightseeing and local specialties, and strategic gameplay beyond just dice rolls, using 57 cards. It also mentions elements of side jobs, part-time work, finding dropped items, and warning players about being too greedy, implying depth
and varied gameplay. The bottom part of the ad details a giveaway campaign, where purchasing the game enters you into a draw to win various prizes. To enter, you need to send in the barcode from the game packaging along with personal details like your name, address, phone number, and game impressions to Takara. The prizes include 8 major product lines, goods, and department store gift certificates. This page features a striking design with large, bold red Japanese text dominating the white background, reading, which translates to, "I want you to do it quickly," or "I want it done quickly." In the top left corner, there is a vertical stack of squares containing the letters W, A, R, P, and P below, possibly indicating a section or brand. The page is simple, yet impactful, conveying a sense of urgency or desire, likely related to the context of gaming and perhaps anticipating fast-paced gameplay or quick releases. This page is a striking full-page advertisement announcing the release of the game Enemy Zero. The headline in big red letters shouts, "Masterpiece completed!" Below that, the game title Enemy Zero is prominently displayed with the Japanese title underneath. It's clearly stated that this is SEGA Saturn software, a 4-Cledrom set, and priced at 6,800 yen before tax. At the bottom, in green, it says finally released, emphasizing that players can now get their hands on this highly anticipated title. The design is visually strong, with large red stylized numbers forming the E and 0 of the game title against a white background with abstract colorful patterns. It's a bold and exciting announcement for the game's launch. This page is the front cover of SEGA Magazine, issue number 3, and it's currently selling well for 300 yens. The main headline screams about a special feature on the history of Sonic Team, packed with unreleased materials and behind-the-scenes stories. There's also a big scoop on Saturn's major titles, featuring Digital Dance Mix by Nami Amuro. They're checking out how well arcade games are being ported to the Saturn, specifically mentioning Virtua Fighter 3, Die Hard Arcade, and Last Bronx. Also featured is a gallery of commercials for upcoming Saturn winter releases. Furthermore, there's a special report and follow-up on Sega Ski Super Jig, Scud Race, Sega Touring Car Championship, and Wave Runner GP. Finally, there's a smaller piece on how Dichigio, which seems to be a communication service, is expanding. The cover itself features nights into dreams, characters, and artwork, setting a vibrant and exciting tone for the magazine's contents. This page is from the Strategy Data Search section and focuses on the game Discworld. The page starts with Maker's Advice, which gives a humorous warning not to rely too much on guides and to experience the game's unique puzzles and humor for yourself. It's presented as a strategy guide, but encourages players to explore and solve the game themselves to fully appreciate it. The page then moves into gameplay tips for Act 1. It provides guidance on how to deal with luggage, mentioning waking it up and using Rincewind to carry items. For books, it explains borrowing books from the library and using bananas as a bribe. Getting out of university advice involves talking to a sightseeing wizard near the university gates and selecting. Further tips are given for obtaining key items like the magic staff found in the university dining hall and the limitless induction coil from a barbershop. For the coil, it mentions talking to the barber and a woman who might be a psychiatrist to obtain it by using pocket-picking skills. The page seems to be giving players just enough of a nudge to get started in Discworld without spoiling the entire experience, emphasizing the game's unique nature and puzzle-solving aspects. This Discworld strategy guide details gameplay tips. To obtain the Dragon's Breath, speak to palace guards and reflect light using a mirror. The Kobito, little person, is found at the goldsmith's house. Get inside by avoiding the rooftop statue. Locate the dragon using the map search function. In Act 2, talk to a gold man in the library after bribing him with a banana. The librarian will then grant you access to Old Space. Find the secret society's hideout through L Space. Use rope to enter if unable. Navigate a dark area by finding a farmer in a muddy area. Get plums by watching a stage magic show. Extract golden teeth from a Kumadori man using a Kobito and a sugar dart nut. Finally, enter the palace by completing Act 1 and speaking to soldiers after receiving medical attention and documentation. This is a strategy guide for Act 3 of Discworld, detailing how to acquire key items. To get the Jester's Hat, Use bath foam bubbles near a trash can behind the university. Prove your manhood with plums, coconuts, and sugared nuts. Find the thief's brush near a dollhouse on the rooftops. The stonemason's trowel is gold, but only obtainable by younger men. Obtain the thief's skeleton key at the thief's residence using wind chimes. Gather 6 gold items and give them to the dragon in tall space. After waking it with a mud stick, using a dragon picture book. Gather information by asking about dragon subjugation heroes and necessary guardians. To enter the palace, evade soldiers and use sunlight with a parabolic mirror. To get the imp camera, talk to the goldsmith and select window. The imp is in the palace basement. Lure it out with a broken taiko drums counter, sapoten juice, and a grape glass. Then photograph it using the window option. Act 3 of the Discworld Strategy Guide focuses on item collection and puzzle solving. Key tasks include solving the donkey cart number plate mystery using water and a brush, and retrieving the sword from the dungeon with a crank handle. To find Aja, you must converse with a female warrior and Polly the wine-loving parrot. Obtaining the mouth hair, mustache, requires rooftop travel and a knife connected to the cart puzzle. Adjusting the sword needs a chucky, charcoal, and oil. Catching Polly requires a whistle, fire, and a net. The magic incantation scroll is in the library. Elderberry wine is hidden underground, accessed by a key, and dealing with rats. Camouflage comes from Big Sally, sourced from the university kitchen. Finally, the wine cellar also requires a key and dealing with rats. If you lose the whistle, retrieve it in the school office. Act 4 involves puzzle solving and item collection. To begin, players need tattoo ink, obtained by speaking to the tattoo artist after finding broken glass, and a tattoo seal, made using linseed wind's handkerchief, rubber, and a knife at a flagpole. The guide then details obtaining the amulet needed for dragon subjugation, starting by talking to characters in the marketplace and at the university cafeteria, leading to the Offler Temple. Entering the temple requires winning a whistle contest with a dark drink. Inside, navigate the temple to the back shrine by using horse dung at Lady Ramkin's dragon protection area and hiding from linseed wind. To get the Eye of Offler, take pictures of the demons guarding it. Show the photos to Lady Ramkin's dragon and swap the amulet with a heavy bag. Finally, use a custard tart during the dragon battle to progress into Act 4. This page delves into the SEGA Saturn Network's laboratory and Lecture 04, focusing on the future development of SEGA Saturn's online services. They are aiming for a user base of 50,000 by December, highlighting the positive user response to the modem hardware. Users are requesting more Sega-style content and even internet content beyond just games. The page explains that SEGA Saturn Networks allows for online play, access to services like X-Band and NiftyServe, utilizing peripherals like a keyboard. They mention upcoming services named Pura Pura and Barcharo, expected by the end of the year, alongside new titles supporting X-Band for online battles. An interview with Toshihiro Shibazaki from Sega Enterprise's Multimedia Business Division discusses the Pura Pura service. While the user base is currently more PC-focused, they are working on expanding to Saturn users, emphasizing easy access to network gaming. Network RPGs for the Saturn are in development, aiming for a spring release next year, focusing on creating compelling content for a home network experience. They want to deliver services that truly resonate with Saturn users and improve upon the initial limited functionality of the Sega Saturn Internet Browser, which was initially focused on just email. Sega is launching Pura Pura, a new home network service for the Sega Saturn, developed in collaboration with NTT and Sony. It will offer online shopping, karaoke, and network gaming via phone lines, with basic fees being free. To encourage adoption, a network tri-set, including a green disc, will be given to the first 10,000 modem purchasers. The service will also function as a TV phone system. The service aims to provide easy access and enhanced content, focusing on network gaming and upcoming network RPGs scheduled for release. A Point for Beginners section defines key terms like content, homepage multimedia CD-ROM, network RPGs, multiplayer RPGs, and home network, connecting your home via network. The SEGA Saturn Magazine homepage, including backstage content, is also in trial operation at http://www.softbank.co.jp/sbnet/saturn/. The next page is all about the Nights into Dreams picture book. They've got an interview with Sanaki Takuya from Sonic Team, who was a designer on the Sonic games and is now in charge of publicity. He talks about his work on this special picture book and how Sonic Team themselves oversaw its creation, making it a real collector's item for fans. Sanaki explains his transition from game design to publicity, bringing his design skills to promotional projects like this picture book. For fans wanting to stay updated with Sega news back then, they featured two services: Sega Joy Telephone, a phone line for the latest updates, and Sega Fax Club, a fax service delivering news. They also highlighted SEGA Saturn Video Magazine on VHS, featuring game trailers, and Flash Sega Saturn, their video magazine series. Volume 8 of Flash Sega Saturn is showcased, and they list the contents of Volume 12, which includes games like Dynamite Deca, which we know as Die Hard Arcade, Magic Carpet, Shining the Holy Ark, and Fighters Megamix. Lastly, they encourage readers to check out their local game stores for Sega Saturn goodies, and even provide website addresses for Sega and Game Busters for more info. It's a cool snapshot of how Sega was promoting their games and services back in the day. The Sega Press Queue and a section addresses reader inquiries about the Sega Saturn. Repairs for black Saturn consoles are readily available, while white ones are more limited. The twin-stick controller is rare, but the Sega multi-controller works with games like Daytona USA and Nights into Dreams. The Sega Tap handles larger games without issue. Damaged CD-ROMs are irreparable, so care is advised. Christmas Nights is a popular title, and Afterburner 2 is related. The section also includes a Sega Newsflash Daily, with short updates from various contributors, and a giveaway of Sega Saturn controllers to lucky readers. Readers are encouraged to submit questions, opinions, and news. This page is a Sega Saturn software databank, a comprehensive list of Saturn games with details and reviewer scores. It's like a go-to guide for gamers to see what's available and how well they're rated. The page is packed with game titles, categorized by their release month starting from November 1994 all the way through to December 1996. For each game you get the title, the maker, the genre like action or RPG, the retail price, a reader review score, and compatibility info, like whether it uses a mouse, handle, or other special controllers. There's a lot of data presented in tables, but in essence, it's a detailed rundown of the Sega Saturn software library at that point in time. You can see scores and get a quick overview of many different games released across those years. It's really a treasure trove of information for Saturn enthusiasts wanting to know about the games available and what people thought of them back then. This page continues the Sega Saturn software databank, listing games from late 1996 into early 1997. It's still showing a lot of game data in table format, with title, maker, genre, price, reader review scores, and peripheral compatibility. Looking at the games, there's a bunch of genres covered, from shooting and action to RPGs and puzzle games. Some titles that stand out, even in Japanese, include Cyberdoll, Wizard's Harmony, Sonic Wings Special, and Deep Fear. You can see the reader review scores are all over the place. Some games are getting really high marks and others are lower, showing a variety in-game quality which is typical. It seems like they're providing a pretty comprehensive look at what's hitting the Saturn at this time, giving gamers a quick way to size up new releases and older titles alike. This page appears to be an index for the Sega Saturn magazine, acting like a directory to navigate through different sections of the magazine. It's broken down into sections categorized by Japanese phonetic characters, like a, ka, sa, and so on. Within each section, there are titles listed with corresponding page numbers. Looking at the titles, it seems to index various game-related articles, guides, and features within the magazine. For example, under A, there are titles like Arcade Gears, Iron Man XO, Aquazone for Sega Saturn, and various winning post entries. The index covers a wide range of topics beyond just game titles. It also includes sections like Reader Page and New Release Information. It's essentially a table of contents, allowing readers to quickly find specific articles or game information within the magazine based on their interests. It's a helpful navigational tool rather than detailed game information itself, but it does give a sense of the breadth of content covered in this particular issue of the magazine. This page continues the index we saw previously, still acting as a directory to navigate through the SEGA Saturn magazine. It's packed with more games listed under Japanese phonetic characters. You can see titles like Iron Man XO, NFL Quarterback Club 97, World Series Baseball, and many more, each with a page number pointing you to their respective articles within the magazine. There's a boxed section called Christmas Night's Reservation Status Report, which seems to be giving an update on the pre-order situation for Christmas Nights into Dreams. It mentions high demand and suggests people check their pre-order status. Overall, this page is still a table of contents, a handy tool for readers to quickly locate specific game info or articles they are interested in within this issue of the magazine. It's less about in-depth game details and more about helping you find your way around the magazine's content. This page is showcasing the new soft schedule for the SEGA Saturn, essentially listing upcoming game releases. It's laid out in a table format, detailing release dates from December through to future unannounced titles. There's a wide range of games planned, including genres like strategy, action, sports, puzzle, and more. Looking at some of the titles, we can see things like Roadrunner vs. Coyote, King of Fighters 96, Daytona USA Circuit Edition, and even Tomb Raider. There's also Fighting Illusion K1 Grand Prix, Die Hard Trilogy, NHL Powerplay 96, and rhythm games like Digital Dance Mix. It seems Sega is also bringing back some classic titles under the Sega Ages label, with games like Fantasy Zone and Outrun listed. Other notable titles include WWF in Your House, Space Jam, and Virtua Fighter 3. Essentially, this page gives Saturn owners a glimpse into the diverse lineup of games they can expect to play soon, across different genres and franchises. This page continues the new soft schedule, listing upcoming SEGA Saturn games. We see a whole bunch of titles planned from March onwards, spanning various genres. For March, games like Fishing Derby Gardener 2 and Mario Adult Children's Hyper House are listed, among others. Moving into April, we have titles like Mahjong Guardian Heaven and Super Flappy. July sees entries like Guilty Gear and Phantom Fish. August brings Spectre of the Mausoleum, and September includes Fans Phantasm. Looking further ahead to spring and summer, there's a wide selection, including Iron Blood, The Crow, City of Angels, Super Motocross Championship, Dragon Knight, Magic the Gathering, Sonic and Knuckles Collection, Doom, Digital Angely Musical TVs, Neon Genesis, Evangelion Second Impression, and many more. There's a section called Saturn Magazine Editorial Department Check, which seems to be focused on a Sakura Wars photo CD collection called Imperial Secret File Volume 1. It mentions it's a photo CD, selling for 480 yen, and designed to be viewed on Saturn photo CD compatible players or CareDrum operators on PCs. It includes content from voice actors like Chisa Yokoyama and Mayumi Tanaka, along with previously unreleased CG images. The editors are excited about it and suggest purchasing it. This page seems to be a questionnaire postcard for readers of the magazine. It gives instructions on how to fill out the questionnaire, asking for details like age, gender, occupation, and Sega Saturn software ownership. There are examples of good and bad answer styles for filling in the circles. We then have Table 2, Hardware List, which is a numbered list of Sega Saturn and related hardware. It includes items like the Sega Saturn itself, both original and models with CD exchange, Mega Drive, Super 32X, PlayStation, PC-FX, PC Engine Series, Neo Geo CD, and various controllers and accessories like racing controllers, analog pads, and twin sticks. Table 3, Software List, presents a huge list of Sega Saturn games. I can spot titles like Advanced Variable Geo, Even Burst Error, Wangan Dead Heat plus Real Arrange, Galaxy Force 2, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, NHL Powerplay 96, Elevator Action Returns, Layer Section, and many more Japanese titles, including simulation, RPG, adventure, shooting, and puzzle games. Finally, Table 1, Articles in this issue, lists the contents of the current magazine issue. It seems to cover topics like Landmark, Current Issue Scoop, Data Station, Sega Saturn Reader Races, Fighters Megamix articles, Enemy Zero, The King of Fighters 96 Special, Metropolitan High School Baseball Team 97, Virtual Fighter Kids, Sakura Wars, Deep Fear, Grand Prix, Neon Genesis, Evangelion Second Impression, Legend of K1, Cyber Police, Reader Station, Hello, Capcom, SNK World, Warp, Digital Comics, and more, covering a wide variety of games and news. This page is all about Mechanical Violator Hokkaido, Last Judgment on the Sega Saturn. It's advertised as a dramatic gun-shooting game based on the movie Artificial Human Hokkaido. The page highlights that it's not just a shooter, but also incorporates a deep story and adventure elements, supervised by movie director Amemiya Kita himself. The game features 4 different shot types to master: normal shot, a standard balanced shot, rapid shot, for fast continuous fire, though weaker, cobra shot, powerful but with fewer shots available, and the bazooka, a single, incredibly strong attack to clear out enemies. There's also an interview with Amemiya Kita, who oversaw the character design and supervision. He mentions the challenges of bringing Hokkaido to life in CG, and emphasizes the game focuses on drama as much as shooting. He also touches upon the older Hokkaido fans, and balancing their expectations with the game's direction. Amemiya's profile mentions his background in special effects and character design, highlighting his role as both director and character supervisor. This page continues the preview of Mechanical Violator Hokkaido, Last Judgment, reminding us that it's set 10 years after the movie. The story kicks off with Hokkaido being defeated by a new enemy named Walder, who is described as incredibly powerful. Professor Gill is back from the dead, resurrected by Professor Gill, and is aiming to reclaim his lost glory. Hokkaido now has to face Gill once more in Jiza Town. We get introduced to some key characters besides Hokkaido and Gill. Walder is presented as a menacing new villain, and Beginner, or Bijinder, is highlighted as a potential partner for Hokkaido, with a hint of a romantic connection. The page shows screenshots of in-game action and dialogue featuring these characters. The developers, represented by Rain Palace and Book Reader, talk about the game's focus on drama and action. They mention wanting to create a game that appeals to both longtime fans and newcomers, emphasizing the dramatic storyline alongside the shooting gameplay. They touch upon the design choices, like Hokkaido's shotgun, and even the idea of players renting Hokkaido videos, which sounds a bit quirky. The developers seem aware that some older fans might be surprised by the direction, but are aiming for a balance that respects the original, while offering something fresh. This page continues the character introductions for Mechanical Violator Hokkaido, Last Judgment, in an illustration gallery. We get to see artwork of Hokkaido himself, described as the main character who fights for his own beliefs and strengths. He's got a cool quote about being evil himself. Then there's Silver Horse, a new enemy who is a robotic knight-like figure created by Gill to defeat Hokkaido. The description mentions he is based on a chess knight and has a unique, almost horse-like form. Next up is Ant Googer, a really creepy-looking ant-like biomechanical robot monster. It's mentioned that the designers were inspired by ant lions, and that it's a fearsome enemy that uses human bodies as a base. Following Antwurger, we have Pink Hippopotamus, a bizarre pink hippo-like robot. It's described as a subterranean creature from the underworld who is also causing trouble for Hokkaido. The creators seem to be having fun with the names, choosing Japanese-sounding names. Finally, there is Micah Whale, presented as a revived version of the character from the movie, brought back by Gill's power. He's described as having a white base color scheme, and is based on the image of a fallen angel, with a red cape, and an angelic design. The next page is an exclusive interview section titled, Exclusive to this magazine, focusing on the game Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse IV. It features interviews with voice actors Morimoto Leo and Sakura Tomo. The interview discusses the unique aspects of acting in games compared to dramas. Morimoto mentions this is his first time voice acting for a game character, and that it's a new experience to inject voice into a large story like this. He talks about focusing on conveying the character's inner feelings, and how he approaches voice acting differently from drama. He also mentions that while the script exists, the visuals and story backgrounds are not always fully present during recording, requiring imagination. Sakura Tomo also discusses her role, mentioning it's her first time voicing a game character as well. She talks about the differences between acting in dramas and games, and how she aims to bring her own interpretation to the character. They both touch on the collaborative process with the sound director, and the challenge of conveying emotions through voice alone in the context of a game. Sakura expresses excitement about how her voice will be used, and the character she will be portraying.
This page is a special interview section focusing on the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Far East of Eden, The Apocalypse IV, or Tengai Meikyu Dayon no Mokushiroku in Japan. It features interviews with voice actors Morimoto Leo and Sakura Tomo, continuing from the previous page. They discuss their roles and experiences with voice acting for this game, highlighting the differences between game and drama acting. Morimoto mentions this is his first time voicing a game character, and he is focusing on conveying inner feelings. Sakura Tomo also talks about her first game voice acting role and bringing her own interpretation to the character. The page also shows a completion degree of 100% for the game, suggesting it's nearing release. There's a section discussing the recording environment and pressure, with comments on the voice actors' performances. Hiroi Oji, likely a key figure in the game's development, is featured with a quote emphasizing, "Kindness is the true strength." The interview touches upon themes within the game, with references to devil and God, and the idea of confronting darkness and evil. The interview explores the depths of the characters and the emotions they portray in the game. This page introduces the upcoming SEGA Saturn game, California Las Vegas, showcasing a wild ride of scenarios. First up is Mantor's Challenge, where the villainous Mantor has taken over a train in California. You'll need to rescue villagers, and it looks like passwords are key to progressing. Next, in Dream California, we meet Yumemi, and it seems she's central to the story in California, with hints of phone calls and letters involved in the plot. Things get dramatic with Yumemi Public Execution, Chase Ron Terry, where Yumemi is in danger in Hollywood, threatened by a dark magic cult, and the mission is to chase Ron Terry to save her. Then there's a thrilling Escape from Alcatraz, tasking players with a prison break to rescue allies from the famous island prison. For some high-octane action, Clash! Mantor vs. Geisha Robot highlights a boss battle against a powered-up King Mantor, showing off the impressive Geisha Robot as a weapon and emphasizing strategic combat. Finally, Sam is captured by the dark magic cult, throws players into a rescue mission in Arizona after Sam gets nabbed by the cult, promising encounters with Indian villages and mysterious magic. California Las Vegas looks like a crazy mix of action, RPG elements, and diverse settings. California Las Vegas, a SEGA Saturn title, begins in a desolate Las Vegas where players must earn $100 to leave. The game utilizes a PLGS system, allowing the town to evolve. The narrative then shifts to a bizarre mystery. People are inexplicably gaining weight, linked to Tombstone and the Clinton family. In Tombstone, the focus is on food, with shops potentially closing due to the issue. The story unveils Madame Apathy and Apathy Castle, where she uses a deplanktoner and makes fat-inducing cookies, seemingly controlling human fat. The Clinton brothers and Thunder Gods investigate. Finally, Tombstone disappears in a flash of light, and Yumemi receives a vision, leading her to Houston. She seeks to stop the Dokuro plan originating there, which turns people to ash. Shining the Holy Ark, a fully complete SEGA Saturn RPG, is previewed before release. The article introduces the story. A mining accident at Designia Mine seemingly kills the main characters, Arthur, Melody, and Rhodey, but they are resurrected by spirits. Forte, however, is corrupted by the incident. Gameplay begins with escaping the mine. The maze-like structure is manageable, and the early monsters are weak, prioritizing escape. After exiting the mine, the game opens to a 2D world map, initially restricted to Designia Village. Players can find essential items like herbs for healing, a bronze circlet for Melody, boosting defense, and leather sandals for Rhodey, found via the Investigate command. This page continues the preview of Shining the Holy Ark. Picking up after escaping Designia Mine, the party arrives at Designia Village, where they'll meet new companions, including a character named Doyle who will help them. The village offers typical RPG amenities like an inn, weapon shop, and item store, and the game reminds players to save at the church. Next, the preview moves to the Maze Forest Cave, the area after Designia Village. It mentions that Doyle's advice leads the party into this maze-like forest and cave system. Arthur and his party can't progress through the forest alone, highlighting Doyle's importance in guiding them. The page showcases some items you can find in this area, such as the Lucky Cookie, which boosts luck, Angel Wings for returning to town, Bread of Vigor for healing, Bronze Shell Armor, and Middle Shield. The article also points out new monsters in this area, like the Trent, which attacks with bat swarms, and the Wild Hound with a powerful roar attack.
Finally, it reminds players about pixies, emphasizing their role in combat and special attacks, and notes that there are 100 pixies to find in total across the game, with 4 in the maze forest and 4 in the maze forest cave. This page continues the Shining the Holy Ark preview, moving into Enriched Town, a central location within the Enriched Kingdom, where you'll gather information. It seems you can find the tale-telling hall to hear stories and encounter Rickley's and Elias, who are looking after a dog, with some kind of event involving them. From Enriched Town, you'll head to Enriched Castle to meet Fulte, Lix, and the king. However, something is amiss as Fulte and the king seem to be under evil control and manipulated. Next up, you'll be escaping from an underground prison and searching for a key. Arthur finds himself imprisoned after failing to rescue the possessed Fulte, but Doyle helps him escape. You'll then explore the underground waterway deeply, with the new objective of infiltrating Apollozine's Western-style mansion located outside Enriched Town to find a key within the underground waterway. This waterway has 2 layers and involves quite a bit of walking. You'll need to return to Sabato afterwards for recovery and saving. Finally, there's a pre-release interview for Holy Ark with Koichi Takagi from Sonic Software Planning. He mentions that Shining series games like Shining the Holy Ark have consistently introduced new gameplay systems not seen in other RPGs, and this latest title will continue to showcase something new. He also mentions a focus on story and creating scenarios that players can imagine happening in the real world, aiming for a mature storytelling approach that adults can enjoy. This preview of Shining the Holy Ark focuses on the underground waterway dungeon, emphasizing item usage and puzzle solving. Players must use specific emblems, triangles, squares, to open hidden passages, with map changes affecting multiple floors. Apparition monsters like kobolds populate the dungeon, and pots may contain items. Combat strategies involve pixie-effective flying methods, suggesting aiming downwards and pre-selecting pixies based on monster types. The article lists recommended pixies: Undine, Gnome, Mandra, Denis, Leafy, Melissa, Senna, Dana, Anjou, Tulip, Chloe, Kururu, Calivia, Muska, and Morgan. Acquired items include Herb of Cure, Iron Armlet, Slash Dagger, and Juice of Skill. The postscript highlights a shift towards engaging gameplay and technological advancements, moving beyond simple event scenes. Koichi Takagi of Sonic Software Planning emphasizes the Shining series' innovation in RPG gameplay and its focus on creating mature stories. This page is a story digest for the upcoming Sega Saturn game Terra Fantastica. It's the second preview before release and highlights the game's story. The first section, Prologue, the named one, sets the scene during the First Great Allied War between demons and humans. It introduces Alexis, an orphaned girl from the Maze Grand Duchy, who was rescued from demons by the protagonist, a knight. She was initially nameless, but the protagonist named her Alexis. The second section, Chapter 1, Northern Border Battle, describes Alexis growing up to become the deputy commander of the Maze Grand Duchy's Royal Knights. She is tasked with suppressing a rebellion. The story progresses to a major battle at the northern border against the Nordergold army, with the player in control. The conflict escalates when a powerful demon and their sorcerer servant, Evil Shade, appear, turning the tide against the maze forces. The third section, Chapter 2, Demon Game, mentions a dream that Alexis has been repeatedly having while in the Nordergold army. This dream hints at a larger, ominous threat. It mentions a prophecy where the letters of ruin will appear written in blood on the chest of the Great Duke, signifying death and destruction. The text suggests that players need to help Alexis avoid this dangerous dream and impending doom. The bottom of the page urges players to rescue Alexis and shows a visual of a book titled Standing Book. Lytus, the word-weaving succubus, is central to the unfolding plot of Terra Fantastica. The protagonist learns the reason for the human-demon conflict. Demons target humans described as many-colored and colorless, with Lytus claiming humans are merely tools. Alexis, now lucid, is linked to the Gate of Death and desperate to stop it, driven by her mother's call. Simultaneously, the Second Great Alliance War is declared, led by the Emperor to conquer the demon-occupied kingdom of Velshien. Armies from Aroma, Maze, Michiale, and royal forces converge on Velshien from 2 directions, echoing past betrayals. Alexis and the protagonist are drawn into this conflict, heading towards the battlefield. They are tasked with navigating the complex political landscape and aiding in the war effort.
This page delves further into the unfolding events of what looks like Princess Crown. It seems the Mouse Army is still chasing Calorie and Gadding, encountering Dora along the way. There's talk of a Nightmare's secret research lab connected to Gadding, and a character named Bethael, who was mentioned as the word-weaving demon previously, is inviting the protagonist to his lab. Bethael identifies himself as one of the Porfon 4 demon generals. Michael also seems to be involved here, appearing alongside Bethael. The page then shifts to Tears of the Temple Flames of La Glorieuse, where the Aroma army hasn't arrived yet. The Imperial and Mouse armies are clashing, and Gadding is in the thick of it. La Glorieuse is burning, described as a sea of fire, and a goddess's voice is heard pleading for the fire to be extinguished. The Goblin King isn't finished yet, and Dora is still fighting against Porfon's forces. It appears the Mouse army has now joined forces with the Calorie army, and while La Glorieuse is in ruins, the Mouse army is still in pursuit. Breaking news! The Aroma army, pursued by the Mouse army, is unexpectedly heading to Riora, bypassing the capital and advancing from the north. Meanwhile, Alexis and Tina discover a village on a sky island. The Mouse army lands on a deserted floating island village, finding a diary detailing a goblin-related evacuation to a central dome due to earth tremors. The dome collapsed, goblins appeared, and now the Mouse army battles them. They also find a lone girl. The appearance of an ominous building in the village center, post-dome collapse, raises further questions. The text hints at a terrible thing and promises revelations about the building, the goblin's purpose, and the mystery surrounding the remaining girl. Air's Adventure, releasing December 20th, is a role-playing game set in a vibrant world. Gameplay is structured around exploring towns, outdoor areas with transport options, and indoor dungeons. Towns offer shops and interactions, while dungeons focus on combat. The game uses a unified equipment system with customization in towns. Characters like Henry and Corinne have distinct stats. Battles are turn-based, with customizable character order. Players select attacks, defenses, and items. Corinne utilizes a user-friendly magic system, with spells accessed via buttons. Magic is powered by orbs, force, aura, sonic, and enhanced by allied fairies. The combination of orbs and fairies determines spell power, categorized into 4 levels, with additional power influenced by alpha. The provided text details the midpoint of Princess Crown, focusing on Henry's quest to rescue Corinne. Framed for a crime, Henry is saved by Corinne, who is later revealed to have been kidnapped by the merchant Segor. Henry's journey takes him through several locations. He first confronts Segor in the hunting grounds, then battles a dragon in a shrine. Next he ventures to the sky-high world, meeting the fairy Dirine and fighting the giant Fenrir. Following the dragon's defeat, Corinne rescues a fairy named Pack, who becomes Henry's guide. In Sky-High World, Henry explores areas like the town Mieux, a labyrinth, and a wrecked ship, all while trying to reunite with Corinne, whose current fate is unknown. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn game Ultraman, Legend of the Giant of Light. It's described as a fighting game with a special effects feel, emphasizing the action. A really cool feature highlighted here is that the monsters in the game were actually chosen by fan votes, making it a game built with fan input. The page then breaks down what makes this game great. First up is the super beautiful opening, suggesting a visually impressive introduction. Next it talks about realistic reproduction, mentioning that the characters are detailed and the backgrounds are polygon-based, aiming for a faithful recreation of the Ultraman world. Lastly, it boasts about using cutting-edge 3D technology to bring Ultraman and the monsters to life. They even mention wireframe models and 3D CG processing as part of this. The reviewer seems impressed, giving the game a 100% completion rating and praising the opening and character selection screens. They mention the controls might take a bit to get used to, but once you do, you can pull off dashes and feel really powerful, especially when smashing buildings. It seems like a must-play for Ultraman fans. The game was slated for release on December 20th from Bandai, priced at 7,800 yen, and is an action game supporting 2-player battles and uses a dedicated room cartridge. Ultraman, Legend of the Giant of Light, for the SEGA Saturn features 2 main game modes. Ultra Mode is a single-player experience where players, embodying an Ultraman brother,
battle 10 monsters, earning synchro points for Ultraman-like actions. The second mode, COM2 PvS mode, allows for battles against the computer or other players, with options to play as Ultraman or monsters. This mode emphasizes classic Ultraman vs. monster fights, including Ultraman vs. Ultraman and monster vs. monster matchups. The game uses standard fighting game controls, crucial for mastering gameplay.
Movement and defense commands include dashing, rolling, and using barriers. Attack basic commands, cover grabs, throws, and various strikes, each explained with button combinations and gameplay tips. The game encourages players to master the basics for executing advanced moves, focusing on strategic use of attacks and defense. This page is all about the character's special moves in Ultraman, Legend of the Giant of Light. It highlights that mastering the special moves and understanding character-specific traits are key to victory. The page emphasizes charging up a special move gauge during battles to unleash devastating attacks. There are sections dedicated to 3 Ultraman characters: Ultraman, Ultra 7, and Returning Ultraman, Ultraman Jack. For each, it lists out their special moves, with button combinations, like Slash Ray, Ultra Spin, Ultra Half Moon Kick, and their super move, the Specium Ray, for Ultraman. Ultra 7 has his Amirium Beam, Eye Slugger attacks, and Wide Shot. Returning Ultraman features Aerial Beam, Ultra High Spin, Ultra Spark, and his super move, the Neo Ultra Guillotine. The page also mentions support attacks, where Ultraman brothers can assist in Ultra Mode, triggered by pressing the R button when in a pinch. It shows screenshots of these support attacks from Ultraman, Ultra 7, Ultraman Ace, Ultraman Taro, and Ultraman Zoffy. Finally, at the bottom, there's a small section that seems to be a fun survey, asking players which Ultraman color they prefer, silver, red, or purple, and it looks like Red Ultraman is the most popular. This page continues the breakdown of characters and their special moves in Ultraman, Legend of the Giant of Light. We now get into Ultraman Ace, who is described as versatile with a wide range of attacks. His move list includes the Ace Barrier, Space Q, and his super move, Metallium Ray. Next up is Ultraman Taro, the youngest of the Ultraman brothers, known for his balanced fighting style, utilizing punches and kicks. He has moves like the Taro Flash, Dynamite Punch, and his super move, the Storium Ray. Then we move on to the alien characters, starting with Baltan. Described as a tricky character with long-reach attacks using his claws and special beam attacks. His moves include Freezing Ray, Scissor Shot, and his super move, Gravity Beam. Finally, there's Red King, a powerful monster emphasizing brute force and destructive attacks. He mainly relies on throwing rocks and powerful ground stomps, and his super move is the Red Cyclone. The page then dives into gameplay mechanics, explaining destruction conditions. Apparently, buildings are destroyed when characters are knocked down and hit them, or by using powerful attacks that cause objects to fly around and crash into buildings. This adds a layer of environmental destruction to the battles, and also mentions that in one-player mode, destruction is minimized, suggesting a design choice to keep the focus on combat in single-player and avoid overly chaotic stages. The text introduces 4 new playable characters in Ultraman, Legend of the Giant of Light: Gamora, powerful tail attacks; Zeton, beam attacks and projectiles; E-Leaking, electric attacks and tail combos; and Alien Mephilas, illusionary techniques and deceptive moves. The game emphasizes a strategic approach, featuring a body gauge indicating damage and a fatigue gauge. Mastering these gauges is crucial for success. Stages are designed to mimic TV broadcast sets, complete with destructible environments for a dramatic, authentic Ultraman experience. This page continues showcasing Ultraman, Legend of the Giant of Light, and introduces 4 more playable characters. First up is King Joe, described as a futuristic robot with attacks based on beams and weapons. His moves include various beam attacks and special moves called Joe Flash, Machine Gun Joe, and Dynamite Joe. Next we have Bemstar, a space monster who excels in aerial combat. His attacks include beam moves, projectiles, and special techniques like Reverse Light Beam and Bemstar Big Wheel. Following Bemstar is Ace Killer, an other-dimensional super being,
adept at close combat and beam attacks, similar to Ultraman. His move list features beam attacks such as Emirium Beam, Spacium Beam, and special moves like Ultra Bracelet and Killer Drill. Lastly, Temperor Alien. A space alien with powerful strength. He utilizes powerful punches and throws, along with beam attacks and special moves like Temperor Gas and Beam Rod. The bottom section of the page shows stage locations like Tokyo City, day and night, Science, Special Search Party Base, Port, and a Combine Factory, and even space stages such as a rocky planet and Golgotha Star. These stages seem to be based on locations from the Ultraman series and feature destructible environments. The page emphasizes strategic gameplay using body and fatigue gauges, and the stages recreate the feel of the TV show with plenty of environmental destruction. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn release of Tomb Raider. It's hyped as an incredible game, with a 98% completion rate at this stage of development, according to the magazine. The page introduces Lara Croft, the main character, describing her as an archaeologist and collector of artifacts and artworks. She's hired by the mysterious Natra Corporation to find a hidden secret in Inca ruins, which drives the game's story. There are sections highlighting Lara's actions in the game: running, jumping, climbing, pulling and pushing objects, and swimming. Screenshots show gameplay in Inca ruins, emphasizing the exploration and puzzle-solving aspects. The reviewer mentions that controlling Lara is easy and intuitive, allowing players to naturally perform various actions to progress. The page also provides a character profile for Lara Croft, giving details like her birthplace in England, her birth date as February 14, 1970, and her blood type AB. It briefly touches upon her backstory, mentioning her youthful upbringing in nobility, university education, and a plane crash in the Himalayas, which led to her current adventurous lifestyle. The reviewer also comments on Lara's wild and energetic personality and her appealing looks, stating that she's popular even among Japanese players. This page continues the focus on Tomb Raiders, diving deeper into gameplay mechanics and introducing key characters. It emphasizes the importance of mastering Lara's controls right from the start, suggesting players begin training in her home. The article stresses that Lara is capable of a wide range of actions, from running and jumping to climbing and using ropes, all crucial for navigating the game's environments and solving puzzles. It warns players about realistic limitations, like needing to consider air consumption when underwater, as Lara is human and can die from exhaustion. The page then moves on to combat, specifically highlighting Lara's signature dual pistols. It explains that when enemies appear, Lara automatically draws her twin pistols, which have a set range. Players can strafe and move while shooting to avoid enemy attacks. It also mentions the ability to jump while shooting, although it notes that aiming isn't as precise in mid-air. Several screenshots illustrate combat scenarios with wolves, showing Lara dodging and firing. Finally, the page introduces some of the characters players will encounter. Jacqueline Natra from the Natra Corporation, who hires Lara to find Inca treasures, is presented as a key figure. Pierre, described as a treasure hunter like Lara, and Larsel, a Texan mercenary working for Natra, are also profiled, suggesting they will play significant roles in the unfolding story. The reviewer seems impressed by the characters and the dramatic presentation of the game. This page screams classic anime action, focusing on the upcoming Sega Saturn game, Macross. Do you remember love? This is huge for Macross fans, especially since it's based on the legendary movie. The page highlights Lin Minmay, the iconic idol singer who played a pivotal role in the original story. It seems this game is a side-scrolling shooting game where you take control of a unspacey pilot and their transforming Valkyrie fighter. The article mentions you can use all three Valkyrie modes, Fighter, Gerwalk, and Batroid, to battle the Zentradi forces across various stages inspired by the movie. They're even promising original scenarios and brand new movie scenes created just for the game, which is fantastic. The game's supervision is being handled by Shoji Kawamori, the director of the original movie. And they've got the original voice actors for Lin Minmay on board too, emphasizing the authenticity. It's stated as being about 50% complete, and is slated for release in March '97, costing 6,800 yen. It's being published by Bandai Visual, and classified as a shooting game, expected to be a hit across all age groups. Looks like Sega Saturn owners are in for a treat with this one. Especially if you're a Macross fan, it seems like the definitive game adaptation of the movie. This page continues the hype for Macross Do You Remember Love? On Sega Saturn, by showcasing more gameplay details and brand new screenshots. It emphasizes the enhanced Valkyrie action, explaining that you can move between foreground and background lines to dodge attacks. We get to see in screenshots that you can use all 3 Valkyrie modes, Fighter, Gerwalk, and Batroid. And now it's confirmed that in Batroid mode, you can even attack enemies behind you. There's also a focus on the Saturn version, having an original movie section. They're using a combination of CG and traditional animation for this, promising a really high-quality cinematic experience that will expand the story. Finally, the page introduces the Destroids, ground-based mecha units that will feature alongside the Valkyries. Apparently, in the original Macross, Destroids weren't as prominent, but they'll play a bigger role in this game. We see 3 types: the Phalanx for anti-air, the Tomahawk for heavy artillery, and the Defender for support. It looks like the Saturn version is really aiming to give a complete Macross experience, both in the air and on the ground. This page dives into Melty Lancer, the Galaxy Girl Police 2086, a strategy simulation game for the SEGA Saturn. It's presented as a GPO Times news report, hyping up a new spring project focusing on the Asia region. Apparently, the player takes on the role of a GPO officer, leading a squad of beautiful female officers, the Lancers, in tactical operations. The article highlights the game's setting in 2086 and mentions that the Asia area is seeing increased Skyla activity. There are sections detailing Skyla's counterattack operations and an interview with a former GPO supervisor named Melvina discussing her ambitions for 2087. It seems like there's a focus on story and character development alongside the tactical gameplay. The completion rate 100% badge suggests the game is just about ready to launch. We can see character portraits and some small in-game screenshots that hint at turn-based tactical battles. It also features New Year's greetings from some of the Lancer characters like Sylvie, Angela, Sakuya, and June, giving a personal touch to the game's presentation. Overall, the page is building excitement for this tactical simulation game, emphasizing its setting, characters, and nearing release. This page continues the GPO Times news report style we saw previously, and dives deeper into the drama surrounding Vanessa and Noel from Melty Lancer. It seems there was a hacker intrusion and bombing incident within the EMP, which is the current police force setting. Vanessa and Noel are somehow involved, possibly being targeted or investigated. The article suggests suspicion is falling on the Cosmic Guard, a major corporation, with players and Lancers likely getting caught up in the intrigue. There's a section focusing on Noel's emotional distress, and another digging into the Cosmic Guard suspicion, hinting at a deeper conspiracy. We also get a lighthearted emergency scoop about a GPO player and Lancer Sylvie supposedly getting close during Christmas, which is presented as a bit of office gossip. The Levenus Girls section introduces the development staff, highlighting a voice actress named Mashiro Sumizaki, and describing the Cosmic Guard and Solar System branch background. It portrays them as young and enthusiastic developers. In a separate article, Stress? Forest bathing. The magazine talks about stress relief for officers, recommending forest bathing. It mentions a university student named Rigel, who suffers from seminoma sickness and finds solace in nature. Finally, there's a cute Lancer-chan manga strip, which is a recurring feature related to Melty Lancer. It appears to be a lighthearted comic interlude within the page. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn title, Eve Burst Error, a serious mystery adventure game. It's highlighted as the second report on this game, emphasizing its authentic mystery and ADV genre style. The article explains the unique gameplay structure, where you follow 2 main characters, Marino and Kojiro, with their separate stories running in parallel, eventually intertwining. This creates a more complex mystery than typical adventure games. The page also details the game's system, showcasing a flowchart that seems to guide players through normal events and system flags, which likely affect the story's progression. Notably, the Saturn version features an exclusive opening movie that wasn't in the PC version. This opening movie acts as a prologue, showing events from about 3 months prior, including a hijacking incident, setting the stage for the main plot. The article promises a breathless, rapid-fire series of dramatic events in Eve Burst Error, hinting at murder incidents, conspiracies, and intense suspense that will keep players on the edge of their seats. The game is described as being 95% complete and is scheduled for release on January 24, 1997, targeting an adult audience. This page continues the coverage of Eve Burst Error and is titled Scene Highlights Check Up. It delves into specific scenarios and events within the game, split between the perspectives of the 2 main characters, Marina Hojo and Kojiro Amaji, across different in-game dates in December 199X. In Marina's storyline, spanning from December 2nd to 4th, she's tasked with a new mission involving guarding Mikomido. Events escalate with terrorist attacks on December 3rd, and further attacks on December 4th. Screenshots show Marina in tense situations, suggesting she gets into trouble and is pursued. Kojiro Amagi's side of the story, on December 3rd and 4th, begins with a request for the poor detective. He gets involved with a mysterious person named Matsuno, and is depicted investigating a case, with images hinting at a murder scene and a mysterious woman appearing. A burst point section highlights new elements exclusive to the Saturn version. These include enhanced voice acting, a brand new opening movie, improved graphics, richer background sounds, and promises a generally upgraded experience compared to the PC version. The page suggests players will enjoy comparing the Saturn and PC editions. This page is all about the anime scenes in Eve Burst Error and gives us a sneak peek into the actual storyboards used in development. It explains that storyboards are the blueprint for animation, showing how characters move, how long each scene lasts, and where sound effects come in. Apparently, there's a solid 20 minutes of animation in Eve Burst Error, spread out over about 50 scenes, really emphasizing detailed character movements and dramatic action sequences with things like muzzle flashes and stuff breaking. We also get to see some example storyboards from Scene 2, which include notes about character actions, dialogue, and sound effects. It looks like an intense scene with a female character in action. Moving on, the page transitions into interviews with the developers from Seasware and Imaginia. They chat about their approach to game development, highlighting the importance of a good story and easy-to-play controls for Eve Burst Error. For the Saturn version, they've really pushed to enhance the animation. They wanted to make sure the visuals were top-notch like you'd expect from high-quality anime, and they've boosted things like graphics, background sounds, and voice acting. The developers, including Fujita-san from Seasware and Noguchi-san and Suzuki-san from Imaginia, all sound really confident that Saturn players will appreciate the improved experience, and that anime fans will be impressed with the quality of Eve Burst Error on the Saturn. They aim to create something that truly immerses players in the story. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn release of Galaxy Fraulein Yuna Remix. It's building anticipation, letting fans know the release date is approaching for this enhanced version of the game. The article highlights that this isn't just a simple port, but a full remix, with significantly improved graphics and animation, really showing off what the 32-bit Saturn can do. They're promising even more charm and beauty compared to the original. A key feature they are promoting is a special Omake mode, which includes a full calendar featuring voices from Yuna, Yuri, and Ria, allowing players to set reminders and enjoy character interactions throughout the year. The story outlined focuses on Yuna, who becomes a popular idol and then gets drawn into a battle to protect the world. The gameplay itself is described as an adventure, emphasizing both funny and tear-jerking story moments, all brought to life with improved anime-style animation. Screenshots showcase in-game action and anime cutscenes, highlighting the visual upgrades. It mentions the release date is December 27th, and the price is 6,800 yen for this adventure game. The overall tone is very enthusiastic, suggesting that even players new to Yuna will be completely captivated and satisfied with this Saturn remix. This page is all about High-Pow Securities, a new training simulation game coming to the SEGA Saturn. It's described as a Raising Guardian Maidens training simulation and seems to be based on a popular PC game. This Saturn version is a remix, boasting improved 256-color graphics and animations, aiming to be even better than the original. The game puts you in the role of a manager at a private security company in the future. You'll be training 3 cute female subordinates to become top-notch security guards. The story is set in a time where private security companies are chosen by citizens for policing duties. You need to manage and train these girls over 3 years to gain public support and aim for the best possible ending. Gameplay looks like a mix of training simulation with card battle and area control elements. The 3 girls you train are Jonuchi Aman, who's energetic and reliable, Mitsuzawa Yuki, a cool and intelligent type, and Yumasaki Ayame, who's good at housework and cooking, a gentle and airheaded girl. Each girl has their own unique quirks and vehicle designs. The game is 100% complete and scheduled to be released on January 24th, priced at 6,800 yen. The developers are really hyping it up as a fun mix of beautiful girls, training, card battles, and strategy, promising a great experience for players. This page delves deeper into the gameplay of High-Pow Securities S. It explains how you'll be managing your 3 subordinates by creating daily schedules for them. These schedules involve various types of instructions, such as training, patrolling, and working. The game emphasizes the importance of these schedules in managing the girl's condition and stress levels. The page then introduces the card battle system, which is triggered when your security guards encounter criminals during patrols. These card battles seem to use different card types for offense, defense, and recovery. The strength of the cards is influenced by the parameters of the girl using them, so training and management directly impact combat. There's also mention of performance evaluations that happen periodically, likely to track your progress and overall success in training your team. The game also includes dates with your subordinates, where you can take them out for meals to improve their parameters and relationship with you. These date events seem to feature dialogue choices that influence character development. Finally, the page highlights a dressing up mode, where you can customize the appearance of your security guards, choosing from various outfits. This feature is presented as another way to enjoy the game and interact with the characters. It emphasizes the fashion aspect and hints that the girls' parameters can be affected by their outfits, although it's not directly related. This page dives into the world of M to Convey You, a romance simulation game coming soon. It emphasizes the game's core mechanic of exchanging diary entries with the heroine. The game uses beautiful graphics to depict these interactions. The page highlights 2 key gameplay aspects: diary exchange and gift giving. In the diary exchange, the player and the girl communicate through diary entries, a more personal and deep method compared to digital communication. The girl writes about her daily life, and the player responds. Replies are chosen from 4 preset options to match the player's feelings and can include gifts or date invitations. The page also explores how to get presents for the girl. While you can buy presents, the page introduces the concept of arbiat, or part-time jobs to earn money. There are 5 types of part-time jobs available: rental video store, tea room, fast food restaurant, security guard, and road construction, each with different hourly wages. Working part-time is presented as a way to polish yourself and earn money for better presents, as starting funds are limited. Screenshots show the diary interface, gift-giving scene, and the part-time job selection. The game seems to focus on building a romantic relationship through daily interactions and thoughtful gestures. This page continues the preview of M to Convey You. It highlights the game's event system, explaining that events with the 3 heroines are central to the gameplay. You'll experience unique situations with each girl. For example, with Takami Kanazaki, you might go to a summer festival, while with Musashino Kaoru, you could be dragged into a science experiment. Habata Miyuki invites you to watch her stage play. School events like sports days and even a school trip are also part of the dating experience. It mentions that your diary exchanges influence how you perform in sports day events, adding a layer of depth. The page also emphasizes the opening movie, declaring it a must-see. It reveals the opening theme song title is Sona Kimi ga Daisuki Dakara, which translates to Because I Like You So Much. The song is by Toys Planet, with arrangement by Ogata and vocals by Mono. Interestingly, they mention the opening theme will be broadcast on the radio program Anime Express for 3 weeks starting December 22nd, and a drama CD is also planned. This suggests a multimedia approach to promoting the game. This page showcases the driving simulator game Overdriving GTR for SEGA Saturn. It's heavily focused on Nissan cars, specifically GTR models, and other iconic Nissan vehicles. The tagline is, "Drive Nissan's proud classic cars with my own hands," and it's touted as a real driving game. The page highlights the game's dedication to realism, stating it uses real car data for engine characteristics and chassis performance. They boast about reproducing even the subtle sounds of the engine. It seems to include a wide range of Nissan classics, from the Hakosuka Skyline GTR to the R33, Fairlady Z models like the 240ZG and 300ZX, Sylvia Ks, and 180SX Type X, totaling 8 cars. The game modes include single-player and two-player versus 2 key features are emphasized as commitments. Firstly, the replay mode offers complete freedom to watch replays from any angle. And secondly, the game is packed with data, calling it a must-see for car enthusiasts, with car graphic TV-style narration to explain vehicle mechanics and history. The screenshots show in-car views and on-track action, emphasizing the realistic dashboard and driving experience. Nissan fans are expected to be very happy with this title. This page continues to delve into Overdriven GTR, showcasing the full lineup of 8 cars and the available courses. It highlights the various Nissan models featured, starting with the classic Skyline GTRS, the PGC-10 Hakosuka, the KPC-110 Kenmeri, and the more modern R32 and R33 models. Each car section has a short description, emphasizing its characteristics, like the engine sounds of the Hakosuka, and the improvements of the R33 model over the R32. Moving on. The page introduces other Nissan icons like the Sylvia S14, Fairlady Z models being the 240ZG and Z32, and the 180SX Type X. Again, each car description points out unique features or driving styles associated with them. For example, the S14 being known for its cornering ability, and the 240Z's long nose and high power. The bottom section of the page is dedicated to the courses, stating there are 6 types plus alpha. It shows screenshots for 6 distinct environments: desert track, mountain track, city course, north track, ocean course, and alpine course. The text mentions that these are loop circuits and offer varied scenery like mountains, coastlines, cities, and deserts, aiming for a diverse driving experience. It also hints at the possibility of hidden courses in the final game, encouraging players to look out for those. The overall impression is that Overdriving GTR is offering a comprehensive package for Nissan and driving enthusiasts, with a good selection of both cars and tracks. Kian Kian Bunny Premiere 2, an 18-plus romance adventure game for one player, is slated for release on December 22nd, with a 100% completion rate. The game, priced at 3,900 yen, promises a focus on relationships with female characters, with choices impacting interactions. Key characters include Yuki Kasuyama and Kyoko Fuchikawa. A burger shop, Pia Carrot, is a significant location. Launch day events on December 22nd at retail stores will feature cosplayers handing out flyers and goodies, including sawadi. Bonus goodies are available for the first 2,000 people who bring a questionnaire postcard. The game is available on 2 discs. Video and poster versions release on December 13th. The sequel builds upon the popularity of the previous Kian Kian Bunny premiere and features animated story content and climax scenes. Night Truth. Explanation of the Paranormal Maria is a SEGA Saturn game and the second installment in a school occult mystery series following Night Rule. The game stars Mizunagi Maya, a childhood friend of the previous protagonists, investigating paranormal events. The story features 2 guest characters, Nina, a dance maiden from England, and Mary, an aloof high society girl. The game unfolds through 3 files or scenarios. File 04, M. Jack the Ripper, sets the scene in London with a mysterious figure resembling Jack the Ripper. File 05, Disappearance Mary Celeste Arc, involves a school trip and a time slip connected to the Mary Celeste. Finally, File 06, Holy Mother. Holy Mother Maria's apparition centers on an apparition at school, a crying statue, and a mysterious sound in the chapel. This page is dedicated to Fire Pro Wrestling 6, Men's Scramble on the SEGA Saturn. It's hyped as the ultimate wrestling game with a huge roster of over 130 wrestlers and support for up to 6 players simultaneously, emphasizing its depth and variety. The page details a bunch of different game modes. There's Victory Road, a championship mode where you aim to conquer all belts. Battle Royal is your classic last man standing chaos. Elimination Match is team-based elimination wrestling. Deathmatch features special ring types like electrified ropes and exploding areas. One Night Match and One Night Tournament allow for quick custom matches and tournaments. Open League lets you run a full league competition. Wrestler Edit is for creating your own wrestlers, customizing appearance and moves, with a massive 50-plus slots for creations. Rename lets you change wrestler names and group names. Lastly, Group Scramble Fighting is an 8-man tag team mode, with special rules like critical hits and spirit gauges affecting outcomes. The article seems really excited about the sheer number of modes and the depth of customization available, portraying Fire Pro Wrestling 6 as a must-have for wrestling fans on the Saturn.
Fire Pro Wrestling 6 introduces several new features. The breathing system adds realism, impacting wrestler responsiveness as they tire, requiring players to manage their stamina. Each wrestler boasts 6 unique costumes, going beyond simple color changes, with new face paint and graphical variations. Wrestlers also have specific appeals triggered by L or R buttons to showcase their personalities. 3 platoon attacks. Highlight tag team moves with 3 wrestlers, enhancing team match chaos.
Dramatic wrestler entrances with music are also a key feature.
Finally, the game showcases a diverse roster with unique wrestlers like Bohemian Giant Taiga Tenryu and Psycho Virus Dynamite Kid, hinting at a fun and varied experience. This page showcases Funky Fantasy, a simulation RPG described as a parody-filled game from Yoshimoto Kogyo. It's highlighted as a unique card-based simulation RPG with a focus on comedic elements and Yoshimoto Kogyo talent. The game features a card battle system that seems to emphasize strategic combat and monster combinations. The page emphasizes that the gameplay revolves around using cards in battle and combining monsters for strategic advantage. The commentary sections feature real-life comedian faces, suggesting the game incorporates humor and characters based on Yoshimoto Kogyo's comedians. The text suggests the game developers are aiming for a genuinely fun game system, promising plenty of laughs and parodies. The Yoshimoto aspect appears to be a major selling point, with the page even featuring sections titled, Yoshimoto's Funny People Are Gathering, showcasing comedians' reactions and thoughts about the game, focusing on the comedic and surprising elements. This page is dedicated to Fake Down, described as an action-adventure game and referencing Akira memories, hinting at a futuristic dystopian world. It seems to be a preview, showing a 55% completion rate. The reviewer notes the protagonist of Fake Down doesn't have a name, but is proficient in various martial arts styles like boxing, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and Capoeira. The game's world is set in a near future, around 2020, where a virus has devastated humanity and transformed people into mutated beings called Fikers. These Fikers are hostile and consume other life forms, including humans. To evolve and gather Drana, the main character, is on a mission to fight these Fikers in a desperate battle for survival in this ruined world. The enemies, the Fikers, are described as being created through genetic manipulation and are constantly evolving, posing a significant threat to the remaining humans. The game seems to involve intense battles against these mutated creatures in a bleak, post-apocalyptic setting, emphasizing the protagonist's solitary fight for humanity's survival. This page showcases an interview with Sasaki Ken, the director of SEGA Touring Car Championship. It seems to be promoting a Buradoru Disc Race Queen F Complete Edition, which sounds like some kind of Tyne disc featuring race queens. The page has a photo of Sasaki Ken in what looks like an arcade racing cabinet, flanked by 2 women dressed in swimwear, identified as Race Queens Goto Chi and Kataishi Takakako. There are small profile boxes for each person. Sasaki Ken is described as the director of the popular arcade game SEGA Touring Car Championship and a hands-on creator who is enthusiastic about development. Goto Chi, a 23-year-old race queen from Kanagawa Prefecture, is described as having B83 W60 H80 measurements with hobbies of dance and driving. Kataishi Takako, a 22-year-old Jax race queen from Tokyo, has B85 W57 H85 measurements. Her hobbies are making sweets and housework, and she's described as having a smiling and beautiful personality. It seems to be a lighthearted interview feature, promoting the game and these race queen personalities. The next page continues the interview with Sasaki Ken, the director of SEGA Touring Car Championship, alongside race queens Kataishi Takako and Goto Chi. Sasaki Ken jokes about including race queens in his next game title. The interview covers lighthearted topics, such as whether they have driving licenses and their thoughts on cars and driving. Sasaki mentions he enjoys driving, but admits he's not very skilled. Kataishi says she has a license, and Goto also has one and enjoys driving, even though she bumps into things sometimes. They also discuss impressions of game developers, with the race queens initially picturing them as serious and older, but finding Sasaki Ken to be younger and fun. They also talk about fashion, with Kataishi and Goto both liking pants.
Sasaki mentions he prefers women in pants too, and jokes about how women's fashion changes quickly. The interview ends with Sasaki asking the race queens to check out the game. Below the interview, there's a section promoting Buradoru Disc Race Queen F Data Edition. It mentions it's the 5th most popular disc and will be released on December 27th for 3,800 yen. This disc focuses on race queens and includes photo and video data, including content related to Formula Nippon and Formula category race queens. It highlights that it contains various Team Race Queen images and video content, including behind-the-scenes footage, and promises a lot of bonus content, making it worthwhile for purchase.
This page is a SEGA Saturn software complete guide. It features a large image of a robot or mecha character, prominently in the center. The page title in fiery orange letters reads, SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide. Below the main image, it says, Guide to SEGA Saturn Software Released After Launch.
And it mentions that this guide is introducing popular games released last month, aiming to help players fully enjoy these titles. The games listed to be covered in this guide are Cyber Troopers Virtualon, Virtua Cop 2, Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, The Blue Destiny, and Tactics Ogre. The next page dives deeper into Cyber Troopers Virtualon, revealing some cool insider info from just 2 weeks after its Saturn release. Apparently, hardcore players were already mastering the game, and this article is for those wanting to up their game, especially against the CPU. We're getting the lowdown on optimal strategies and unconfirmed secret techniques, plus crucial details on how to use the new Virturoid, Yagarande. Speaking of new robots, they're spotlighting the Temjin E6 and Raiden D types. These are described as top-tier, pilot-focused machines, distinct from the standard versions. They're touted as having impressive capabilities, with Raiden D boasting superior laser power and speed, making them formidable choices in battle. The page dedicates a section to unlocking and using Yagarande. It seems getting this powerhouse requires clearing arcade mode on hard difficulty. Yagarande is highlighted as a unique character with 3 main attack types, including the devastating Pulse Superwave. They even break down some basic attack inputs and strategies, emphasizing Yagarande's strength. Finally, they touch upon the different camera viewpoints available in Virtualon.
Besides the standard view, there are options like upper, side, and wide views. The article suggests experimenting with these to find what works best, especially in different combat situations and for strategic advantages. They mention the wide view is great for seeing more of the battlefield, which is definitely helpful in the heat of battle. This text details the ranking system in Virtualon, focusing on battles against the CPU. Your rank is determined by shot accuracy, remaining time, and enemy life. Higher accuracy, faster clears, and less damage yield higher scores, crucial for climbing the ranks. There are all attack and one attack ranking modes, each with tiers from beginner to general. Technical bonus secrets offer extra points for specific Virtuoid techniques, like Temjin's Beam Sword and Viper 2's SLC Dive, worth 10,000 points. Mastering these is vital for high scores.
CPU Battleflow mirrors arcade mode, with stages like Mission 1 to 5, a special stage, and Area 1 to 4, Operation Moongate. Ranking mode has unique areas. Dr. Watari advises focusing on accuracy, speed, and minimizing damage to reach general rank. He suggests mastering time attack and techniques for EXS ranks, and emphasizes balanced Virtuoid mastery.
This page focuses on strategies for beating the first 2 missions of Virtualon against CPU opponents, specifically Temjin in Mission 1 and Viper 2 in Mission 2. For the first mission VR Temjin, the advice is that the enemy barely attacks and movement is slow, making it easy. However, in hard mode, Temjin relies on beam rifle attacks, requiring careful dodging and using bombs to defend. The recommended Virtuor steroids to use to defeat Temjin are Temjin itself, Dulcus, Phaeon, Belgidor, Viper 2, Balbasbo, Aphrodite, Raiden, and Yggdrasil, each with a brief strategy like using beam swords with Temjin, fireballs with Dulcus, or hand beams with Phaeon. Moving to the second mission. VR, Viper 2.
It's noted that Viper 2 is faster and harder to hit due to high evasion. In hard mode, Viper 2 becomes more aggressive with homing beams. Again, suggested Virtuor Kuroids for defeating Viper 2 include Temjin, Dulcus, Phaeon, Belgidor, Viper 2, Balbasbo, Aphrodite, Raiden, and Yggdrasil, with specific tips like using dash shots with Temjin, ground slams with Dulcus, and hand beams with Phaeon. The page also provides maps and CPU tendencies for each mission stage. For Flooded City, Mission 1, Temujin walks around. For Airport, Mission 2. Viper 2 aggressively closes distance and uses Vulcan cannons and 7-way attacks. The reviewer notes that if your armor is weak, you should be careful against Viper 2. Missions 3 and 4 of Virtual On pit you against formidable CPU opponents. Mission 3 features VR Dorcas on waterfront. Dorcas favors jump fireballs and grapples. In hard mode, grapple attacks increase. Dodge grapples with your hammer and fight up close, utilizing the stage. Suggested Virtuoids include Temujin, Dolkas, Phaeon, Belgdor, Viper 2, Balbaspo, Aphrodite, Raiden, and Yggdrasil. Side dashes are useful. Mission 4 has you facing VR. Belgdor on Green Hills. Belgdor uses jump and grapple missiles. Hard mode Belgdor increases dash missile use and varies attacks. Side attacks are recommended. The same Virtuoid roster as Dorcas is suggested, with different attack strategies. Belgdor starts with missiles, then switches to close-range attacks. Close quarters combat is effective against Belgdor. This guide focuses on Virtual On missions, specifically Mission 5 against Balbaspo, and a special stage battle against Jaguarandi. Balbaspo in the Ruin stage is a floating enemy employing handbits and dash attacks. The strategy recommends exploiting landing openings and using counters. Recommended Virtuoids include Temujin, distance combat, Dolkas, powerful projectiles, Phaeon, hit and run, Belgdor, napalm, Viper 2, jump attacks, and Balbaspo itself. The special stage features VR Jaguarandi in the secret base, known for high stability but weak to dash attacks. Predict its movements and punish its recovery after attacks. In the arcade version, Jaguarandi is slightly stronger. Recommended Virtuoids are Temujin, Dolkas, Phaeon, Belgdor, Viper 2, Aphrodite, Raiden, and Jaguarandi itself. Guide emphasizes attack patterns and Virtuoid choices for victory. This guide section analyzes 2 enemy Virtuoids from Virtual On: APHARMD and Phaeon. APHARMD, encountered in the first area, is a fast attacker known for rapid strikes and guarding. The AI is aggressive, particularly in space dock. The strategy suggests dash attacks to its back and careful disengagements. On hard mode, heightened aggression necessitates guard cancels and precise shots. Recommended Virtuoroids to use against APHARMD include Temujin, Belgdor, Raiden, Dolkas, Viper 2, Balba's Bow, Phaeon, and Jaguarandi, each with specific tactics. Phaeon, the second area opponent, is a fast and elusive VR, favoring the field edges. The AI, found in Moonbase, uses distance and beam attacks to counter close-range assaults. Hard mode features even more speed and aggression, with heavy reliance on dash attacks and beams. The guide recommends anticipating Phaeon's movements and exploiting attack openings. Suggested Virtuoids against Phaeon include Temujin, Belgdor, APHARMD, Raiden, Dolkas, Viper 2, Balba's Bow, Phaeon, and Jaguarandi, each with their own advised methods. This page continues the strategy guide for Virtual On, now focusing on Raiden in the third area and Zegrat in the final stage. For Raiden, it's described as a powerful and aggressive VR, excelling in dash attacks and laser weaponry. The strategy emphasizes exploiting its blind spots and aiming for hard hits. In hard mode, Raiden becomes even more aggressive, requiring players to be mindful of its laser attacks and movement. The "This Machine Can Win" section recommends using various Virtuoids like Temujin, Dolkas, Phaeon, Belgdor, Viper 2, Balbaspo, APHARMD, Raiden, and Jaguarandi, each with specific tactics such as using grenades with Temujin, dash attacks with Dolkas, and beam attacks from cover with Phaeon. Moving on to Zegrat in the final stage, it's presented as a formidable enemy with strong attacks, but vulnerable when its defense field drops during transformation. The CPU tendencies for Zegrat include using ring lasers, missiles, floating mines, and energy attacks. The strategy suggests exploiting the brief vulnerability during its transformations to land powerful blows. The "This Machine Can Win" section again lists various Virtuoids like Temujin, Dolkas, Phaeon, Belgdor, Viper 2, Balbaspo, APHARMD, Raiden, and Jaguarandi, and suggests tactics like using rifles with Temujin, dash attacks with Dolkas, and using cover with Phaeon. The overall advice for Zegrat is to be patient, exploit openings, and don't rush into attacks. This page reveals the latest information about Virtua Cop 2, just 3 weeks after its release. It seems to be addressing players who have already been playing for a while. The article hints at hidden options that become available after clearing the game, encouraging players who haven't seen the ending to play through it. The page highlights a character called Joe Fang, described as a key figure in the EVL incident from a year prior. He is portrayed as the mastermind who once challenged the Virtua Cops and seemingly perished, but is now back, leading the neo-evil organization and causing trouble in the city again. There are gameplay tips included, such as Advice 1, focusing on how to deal with incoming flying missiles. It advises to shoot the missiles down quickly in pairs, as they come in waves. Advice 2 gives tips on fighting robots, suggesting players should aim for the weak spot in the chest and be mindful of the robot's attacks, recommending constant firing and evasion. The AM2 research section talks about Stage 4, where Joe Fang appears as the final boss. It mentions that the Saturn version introduces him in a new stage, different from the arcade version. He's described as riding a helicopter equipped with the latest weaponry, posing a significant threat. The article suggests that the graphics are improved in the Saturn version and encourages players to experience the intensity of the battle against Joe Fang. This page continues discussing Virtua Cop 2, highlighting new features for players who've progressed further in the game. It reveals the exciting addition of character selection, allowing players to choose between Reiji, Smarty, or Janet by pressing the X, Y, or Z buttons respectively after selecting a stage. And, interestingly, it mentions you can even play with two of the same character in a two-player game. The developers at AM2 noted this character selection was a feature added specifically for the home console version, as in the arcade, characters were fixed per stage. Furthermore, clearing the game unlocks several Option Pluses features. These include the ability to switch the language between Japanese and English for in-game text, a mirror mode that flips the screen horizontally for a different perspective, and a bookkeep option that tracks your gameplay statistics like play counts and total playtime. Intriguingly, there's a fourth, secret option marked with question marks, hinted to be revealed in the next issue, creating a sense of anticipation. The AM2 developers mentioned that these options, including mirror mode, were added due to player requests, and they particularly suggest trying out mirror mode as a fresh way to enjoy the game. The page also showcases a screenshot from the Big Chase stage, reminding players of the intense action. This page delves into strategies for achieving high scores and minimizing damage in Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, Blue Destiny. It breaks down essential techniques to master the game. First up, the Basic Techniques section covers fundamental maneuvers. It emphasizes the jump shot for hitting enemies on the ground and avoiding danger, the dash cancel for quick movements and dodging attacks, and the importance of lock-on to accurately target enemies even during fast-paced combat. Moving on to basic battle methods, the page highlights the shot-and-run tactic, advising players to use beam rifle shots while moving and maintaining distance from enemies. It also discusses close combat as a viable option, emphasizing the need to get in close and use melee attacks effectively. There's also advice on utilizing missiles, describing them as powerful weapons against large enemies, and tips on how to effectively use Jim's hand grenades for direct hits on targets, especially in situations where aiming is tricky. Finally, the page includes a scoring system chart, showing the ranks from E to A based on the total score achieved in the game, ranging from under 30,000 for an E rank to over 60,000 for the top A rank. The page really focuses on mastering the game's mechanics to achieve that coveted high score. This guide provides stage-specific strategies for Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, Blue Destiny, focusing on achieving a rank in missions. Stage 1, Raging Fate, prioritizes destroying helicopters and ground vehicles. Players should use jump shots, support allies, and earn a 10,000-point bonus. Stage 2, The Name is Blue, emphasizes speed in eliminating enemies while protecting facilities. Focus on targeting leader units and monitoring facilities. A 5,000-point bonus is awarded upon completion. The guide also offers enemy-specific tactics. Keep distance and use beam rifles against Zakus and Zaku cannons, while engaging Hygogs and Zagakis in close combat with beam sabers. The primary focus is on combat strategies to maximize scores. This page continues the strategy guide for Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, Blue Destiny, now covering Stage 3, Time Limit, and Stage 4, Zion Capture Operations. Stage 3 is all about time management. The reviewer suggests ignoring the cannons and focusing on destroying control units first. For the Dabooed enemies, missiles are the weapon of choice. Once those are down, you should prioritize taking out as many mobile suits as possible within the remaining time to boost your score, aiming for that sweet a rank. The score target for Stage 3 is 10,000 points. Moving on to Stage 4, Zion Capture Operation. The target enemy is the Dom. The guide highlights that Doms are tough and armed with bazookas, high mobility, and powerful machine guns. It stresses using the beam saber aggressively, closing the distance quickly, and using dashes to cancel attacks. If you use a beam rifle, make sure to fire after dashing and stopping to aim. They recommend a specific strategy for Doms. When a Dom falls, dash cancel to stop moving, use your rifle while it's down, and then wait for it to get back up. Repeat this process. The score target for Stage 4 is 5,000 points. The reviewer emphasizes that Doms are especially strong and suggests using beam sabers and rifles effectively, also pointing out the importance of dash cancels to gain an advantage in combat. This guide offers strategies for defeating the final boss. The exam system equipped if in Mobile Suit Gundam Side Story 2, Blue Destiny, specifically for Stage 5, Fated Showdown. The battle is broken into phases. First, players should focus on positioning and reacting to rifle fire while recognizing the IF's movement tells. Secondly, constant movement is crucial to avoid being hit. Third, the guide recommends targeting and destroying the missile pods on the IF's legs. A special Jim vs. Ifrit custom section discusses the exam system and enhanced abilities, emphasizing exploiting openings when the IF is boosting. Additional tips cover various situations, including head-on attacks, use missiles and move, guarding, close the distance, overheating, beam saber, and missile pod timing. The guide concludes by stressing the importance of understanding movement patterns and missile pod destruction, emphasizing that the level requires practice. This page pitches Tactics Ogre as a welcoming entry point for newcomers to simulation RPGs. It directly addresses the perceived difficulty of the genre, reassuring players that Tactics Ogre is designed to be accessible and fun. Key features promoting approachability include manageable battles with a 10-character limit, familiar RPG-style item and equipment management, a branching narrative across 4 chapters based on player choices, and a deep class change system. Furthermore, the game includes features like in-game help messages and the Warren Report to guide players. The introductory scenario, where Zenobians escort you, sets the stage for the adventure. The overall message is clear. Tactics Ogre is a must-play, even for those unfamiliar with simulation RPGs. This guide explains the core battle mechanics of Tactics Ogre. Combat is turn-based, beginning with movement, where players strategically position units on the grid, considering facing direction for attack advantages. The action phase covers direct and projectile attacks, noting counterattack risks from adjacent enemy attacks. Wait allows units to act earlier in the next turn by reducing wait time. Item introduces item usage, particularly for healing. On-screen navigation messages guide players through commands, making the game accessible. Players are advised to monitor the turn order displayed at the top right of the screen and check unit status via the unit list. The guide emphasizes strategic decision-making and utilizing game information for success. This page continues the Tactics Ogre strategy guide and focuses on unit development and combat tactics. It starts by explaining how to increase unit loyalty by giving gifts, which makes them more effective. You can also recruit new units in shops and even rename them, giving you more personalized control over your army. The guide then gives 3 key points to improve your combat effectiveness and unit growth. Firstly, it recommends leveling up your units evenly. Training battles are highlighted as a good way to achieve this, especially using weaker units to gain experience without too much risk. The guide stresses that balanced levels across your team are crucial. Secondly, it advises targeting higher-level enemies to maximize experience gain. It explains that defeating stronger foes gives significantly more experience points compared to weaker ones, making it more efficient for leveling up your team quickly. Using projectile attacks like bows and magic is suggested to damage stronger enemies from a distance, minimizing risk from counterattacks. Finally, the guide touches on combat tactics, recommending projectile attacks to avoid enemy counterattacks, and using the wait command to speed up your turns and get units to act sooner. It also emphasizes checking the hit percentage before attacking to ensure your attacks are effective, and to adjust weapons or positions if needed to improve your chances of hitting. It suggests that understanding and utilizing these tactics will lead to victory and efficient unit development in Tactics Ogre. This guide to Tactics Ogre focuses on class selection and healing strategies. It emphasizes the importance of class changes and alignment. Starting classes are divided by gender. Male options include Soldier, Knight, Berserker, Wizard, Beast Tamer, Exorcist, and Ninja. Female options offer Amazoness, Cleric, Archer, Valkyrie, and Witch. Each class has a recommended alignment to guide players. The guide stresses the importance of healing units like Clerics and Exorcists for sustaining the team, especially during training. It reinforces leveling all units evenly and targeting higher-level enemies for experience. Class changes are flexible and encouraged for experimentation, even against stronger foes. Finally, it previews common enemy types like Hawkmen, Ghosts, and Griffins, giving players a glimpse of the challenges ahead. This page introduces the SEGA Saturn word processor set, marketed as an easy-to-use set for creating and printing documents on your Saturn console. It targets users who don't own dedicated word processors or PIACs. The set includes the EggWord word processing software, a Canon Color Bubble Jet printer, BJC 210J, and the necessary interface to connect the Saturn to the printer. It emphasizes the simplicity of operation, making it accessible even for beginners. The page also highlights that the system supports keyboards and floppy disks. While the basic set works with just the Saturn, keyboard input is smoother for text entry, and floppy disks offer convenient data management, compatible with game data copying. There's an interview with Mr. Ugain from Ergosoft, the developers of EggWord. He discusses the development of the software, mentioning the Saturn's 32-bit CPU and 2 MBs of RAM. The aim was to provide a simple word processing solution on the Saturn, separate from games. He mentions that while initially focused on multimedia, they shifted to word processing based on user needs and available peripherals. The interview talks about targeting family users and providing a user-friendly experience, comparable to high-end word processors, but simpler to use for everyday tasks like letters or New Year's cards. The set is priced at 29,800 yen. This page continues to explore the SEGA Saturn word processor set, focusing on how to actually use it. It explains that EggWord, the software included, makes it easy to create documents, insert images, and print, even if you are not familiar with complex word processors. It's designed to be user-friendly for everyday tasks, like writing letters or New Year's cards. The page shows examples of printing, highlighting the quality of the Canon Bubble Jet printer included in the set. It emphasizes how simple it is to create New Year's cards and other greetings using the software. Apparently, there are over 500 built-in illustrations and fonts to choose from, making it easy to personalize your creations. There's a section dedicated to the types of illustrations and characters available, including artwork from Koei games, Sega characters, and general illustrations, perfect for various greeting cards like New Year's or Valentine's Day cards. Characters from Sonic the Hedgehog, Fighting Vipers, and Virtua Fighter are specifically mentioned as being available as clip art. The final section further emphasizes the ease of use, with Mr. Nakamura from Ergosoft reiterating that the goal was to create a word processor that's as user-friendly as high-end systems, but simple enough for anyone to use. He wants people to enjoy using it for things like making New Year's cards, highlighting the fun and easy aspect of creating documents with this set, especially with the variety of characters and features included. This page announces the exciting news that the upcoming Gameware Volume 4, or GW4, will be a 2 Candelas set. It's packed with the latest information and screenshots, emphasizing its expanded content. The reviewer notes that GW4 is designed to be user-friendly, focusing on minigames perfect for light users, with a strong emphasis on versus play. One featured game is Gondola-kun, a 2-player action title set in nostalgic environments. You play as a crane operator tasked with rescuing people, and it's described as an engaging action experience where 2 players can cooperate. There's also a section dedicated to a fun slot machine within GW4 called Big Chance Game. This looks like a bonus feature where players can win in-game prizes. Lastly, the page introduces Barbara Konomi's Numerology, a fortune-telling feature tied to the release of GW4. This section uses numerology and integrates with the Saturn's internal clock to provide weekly fortune readings. It sounds like a fun addition to personalize the GW4 experience. The next page dives into more details about the upcoming Gameware Volume 4. First up is Copies Puzzle Land, a two-player puzzle game where you match panels of pictures like animals and plants based on shared categories. It sounds like a frantic puzzle battle, emphasizing quick thinking and reflexes. Then there's Pip-It Boys Great Adventure 4, surprisingly now a side-scrolling action game. It seems to be a departure from previous games and is described as a dramatic driving game with the hero rescuing a princess. Next is Uncle, or Oji-san, highlighted for its bizarre story and surreal design. It's described as a digital picture book where you, as the uncle, are involved in strange incidents involving ramen and a Chinese restaurant in a port town. Continuing on GW4, it's confirmed to have solved issues and is fully restored to its original plan of being a 4-disc set. It will include a large information corner and is structured around a wide and shallow editing policy to cover a lot of ground. Digital gallery and company forum are also confirmed to be included. The page also mentions Egothon, a recording title and minigame collection that's becoming a standard feature. This time, it seems to feature characters named Melty-chan and Temonakun. Finally, there's a CG designer feature showcasing artwork titled Escaped Hideman, and a Namos Talk section discussing the large capacity of GW's 2-disc format and mentioning software that utilizes 8 discs. They're interested in reader feedback and provide a contact address. This page highlights Sentimental Graffiti as a special project, focusing on how reader ideas are improving the game's quality. The page centers around the character Shina Yu, specifically the Hiroshima version. It features an interview with the game's developer and designer, Tsukushi Akira, pictured on the right. The interview delves into the character of Shina Yu, explaining her background and how Hiroshima influences her personality. They discuss details like how Hiroshima is represented in the game, mentioning locations, and the local dialect, which they jokingly refer to as Waji. They explore whether it's appropriate for female characters to use this dialect. There's also a character profile section titled, Still Unknown, Let's Go Under the Sky We've Never Seen, which provides details about Shina Yu. It describes her as a mysterious and unpredictable girl who makes snap judgments. Her profile includes data like her birthday being December 18th, Sagittarius, blood type B, height 160 centimeters, and that she is a high school student living in Hiroshima. The page suggests that she's a key character who leads the protagonist on various adventures and school trips, especially during summer vacation. This text introduces Ayasaki Wakana, a character from the Sentimental Graffiti Kyoto version. Wakana is depicted as a traditional, mature, and quiet elementary school student who is a childhood friend of the protagonist and a member of the school's broadcasting club. Her profile includes her birthday, blood type, height, and bust measurements. The article also highlights the game's focus on authentic Kyoto locations for dating, such as Shijo Kawaramachi and Kiyamachi. The developers emphasize their research and efforts to accurately portray real-world landmarks and locations, including Kiyomizu Temple. Finally, the text describes a New Year's illustration featuring the girls in kimonos, suggesting a special in-game event or bonus. The illustration hints at the themes of love and rivalry that will be explored in the game. This page delves into the music of Sakura Wars, Imperial Opera Troupe, in an interview with the game's composer, Kohei Tanaka. Tanaka explains that from the very beginning, the aim was to create a game that felt like a musical or opera, a concept he discussed with Uji Hiroi. They started with the melody first and shaped the game's development around it. He elaborates on the sound design process, covering BGM, sound effects, and voice acting. The initial sound design was quite basic, which evolved and refined over time. They opted for CDDA for streaming playback of the music. Tanaka mentions that initially, he planned to create around 50 songs, but the final game included about 11 songs in the main game, with additional music on the CDDA. He also touches upon the sound design choices, including the use of streaming versus internal sound sources on the SEGA Saturn hardware. The article essentially explores the creation of the musical landscape of Sakura Wars and the philosophy behind it. The next page continues the interview with Kohei Tanaka, the composer for Sakura Wars, Imperial Opera Troupe. Tanaka elaborates on the music creation process, noting that while they aimed to create a game that felt like a musical, They were conscious of not making it too old-fashioned or dull. He mentions that they wanted to offer something that was a bit different from typical game music at the time, especially within the Eurobeat genre that was becoming popular. He also touches upon the technical aspects, explaining the challenges and benefits of using CDDA for music playback on the Sega Saturn, which allowed for high-quality audio but required careful data management. Tanaka reflects on user feedback, indicating that players wanted more voice acting, and discusses the balance between streaming audio and using the Saturn's internal sound chip. He highlights the collaborative nature of the project, working with other staff like Mr. Hiroi and Mr. Tanaka, presumably another Tanaka mentioned as an arranger. Tanaka expresses his positive feelings about the final product and the impact of the music, particularly the opening song and the Giki Teikoku Kagekidan theme, noting the strong reaction from players. He concludes by mentioning the positive sales of the Sakura Wars CD soundtracks and the inclusion of songs like Imperial Capital and Flower Girl Maiden in the game, reinforcing the musical aspect of the title. The page also includes images of Tanaka and likely the interviewer, further illustrating the discussion. This page continues the interview with Kohei Tanaka, where he talks more about the music for Sakura Wars. He mentions how they wanted to create battle themes that weren't just repetitive, and thanks Mr. Hiroi for his input. Tanaka feels the music resonated well with players and emphasizes the good teamwork throughout the project. He's really happy about the strong sales of the Sakura Wars soundtrack grids and considers this work to be a career highlight. Nakino, also involved in the project, shares similar positive sentiments, stressing the importance of game music connecting with the audience. There's also an advertisement here announcing the upcoming Sakura Wars Imperial Assault Troops Song Collection Complete Works CD. It's set to be released on December 18th and is priced at 3,000 yen. They expect it to sell out quickly and recommend pre-ordering. The CD includes tracks like Imperial Assault Troop, Sakura, Iris, Manbo, as well as songs for characters like Maria, Lee Kohran, Kana, Ayame, and Sumire, and more. This page, Just Meet Elf, celebrates the first anniversary of the game Yano Village Hospital People through the Satamaga editorial department people's extracurricular activities. It details a chaotic in-game event, Tama Daughter's Adventure, with scenes of distress and the director being subjugated. The section Tama's Mutterings hints at Tama's struggles with the director and work. The page also advertises Deja 2, a new adventure game with a large message volume, and CG graphics, starring Hazukuri Yuzuto and Honda Kimiko, priced at 8,800 yen. Finally, it includes a giveaway for those who send in postcards, offering Deja 2 telecards and Yano Village Hospital premium goods. The deadline for postcard submissions is December 26th. SEGA Ski Superglag, developed by Sega AM1, is an arcade ski racing game designed for the Model 2 board. The game, described with the tagline, "Big Separation One Turn," aims to provide a thrilling, competitive skiing experience for winter sports enthusiasts, emphasizing the feeling of high speeds, potentially exceeding 140 km per hour. Players can choose from game modes like World Series and Time Attack, and courses categorized as technical, standard, and high speed. Director Seiichi Sugiyama reveals the game's development was inspired by observing World Cup skiing, seeking to capture the sensation of speed and danger. He highlights a design philosophy focusing on player immersion through physical inputs and incorporating the bodily sensations of skiing. The game strives to offer a unique arcade experience by prioritizing speed and impact, setting it apart from other ski games by emphasizing player engagement and sensory stimulation. Sega Ski Super G aims to deliver the thrill of high-speed skiing, emphasizing the sensation of speed and impact beyond typical experiences. The game features a new reaction action system and a custom AM4 R&D cabinet designed to simulate the physical sensations of skiing. Players experience bumps and shocks through foot pedals while navigating courses with gates and time limits, as shown by in-game speedometers reaching 269 km per hour. Developers, including director Seiichi Sugiyama, sought to capture the realism and excitement of Supergug skiing, drawing inspiration from the World Cup. They prioritized intuitive controls and a balance between realism and arcade fun, making the game accessible to both skiers and non-skiers. The arcade experience includes a high-score system and supports up to 4 players, encouraging competition and fun. The ultimate goal is to deliver the excitement and speed of Superga skiing to players. This page from SEGA Saturn magazine delves into the SEGA AM3 research department's latest original project, titled Rush. It spotlights Saburo Zaimoku, a character designed as a hammer user, and apparently a popular illustration from the last Pro Christmas tournament. The page seems to reveal some background story for Saburo, describing him as someone who uses a hammer to crush stone and materials, like in a construction site. It mentions that he received a report of misfortune from a comrade, which led him to where he is now. There's talk of a noisy cry in the office, and Saburo being angered by something. He's described as relentlessly swinging his hammer to eliminate enemies, and there's a section of dialogue where he's questioning why, and stating that young sprouts shouldn't be stepped on carelessly. The page also includes a section called Designer's Words, which mentions that the Saturn port is decided, and that players will see the brave figure of Saburo. It expresses excitement about completing the complete transplant, and asks for continued support. There are also some screenshots from what looks like a 3D fighting game, likely Rush, showcasing gameplay with characters battling in an arena. The large illustration of Saburo Zaimoku dominates the page, showing his muscular physique, tattoos, and his signature hammer. This page continues the Making of Character series, focusing on Zaimoku's creation for Rush. It dives into the design process, starting from him being the last character designed. The team knew from the start he would be a powerful fighter, but deciding what weapon he would wield was a key point of discussion. They considered things like clubs, bats, and poles, but ultimately landed on a hammer because they wanted to emphasize weight and impact. They felt a hammer would visually communicate his strength and be more impactful in the game. The page details the visual evolution of Zaimoku, mentioning early sketches and how his design moved towards the final 3D model. They even tweaked things like his hairstyle, initially longer, to something more practical for the 3D representation. When it comes to gameplay, they talk about making sure his movements with the hammer felt weighty and realistic. They adjusted his walking, swinging, and follow-through animations to ensure it looked and felt right while playing. They also highlight a special move called the Brave Lean Buster Special, which sounds like a powerful throw where he slams opponents against the wall. The designer's comments focus on the challenge of creating satisfying throw moves and balancing animation speed with the feeling of weight and power. It's mentioned that the team working on Rush are also connected to Last Bronx, as the sign-off is by the assistant director and director from Last Bronx. This page is part of Dr. Watari's Cybernetic Battle Machine Virtual On Lecture. It's volume 18, and features SEGA AM3 Research and Development's chief director, Shitaro Watari. The big news is the announcement of Virtual On Endless, which is Virtual On 2, and it's coming in 1997. The article discusses the Saturn version of the original Virtual On and how players have been enjoying it. It touches on feedback about the pleasurable feeling of playing and also acknowledges critical opinions. The team reflects on the original Virtual On as being like a monster product, using 2 boards for processing, and they mention the Saturn version is compared to this original, hinting at potential limitations or differences. They talk about the Saturn version being a digest version conceptually, focusing on compactness and ease of play, potentially implying some compromises were made. However, they stress they added extra elements and effort in porting it. They mention the concept for Virtual On project was proposed back in March 1994, with business operations starting at the end of 1995, leading to the arcade debut in November 1996, and the Saturn release and X-Band support shortly after. They wrap up by stating the Virtual On project will continue evolving, but they don't know what the future holds, asking for continued support. This page continues the Dr. Watari's Cybernetic Battle Machine Virtual On Lecture series, focusing on SEGA AMR&D Department No. 3, entitled Rush. It seems to be teasing a new project, hinted at as something visually stunning that made a big impact at last year's AM show, and was also featured in Gamist magazine earlier this year. The page mentions that details about what's coming next year will be revealed gradually. The text also encourages players to try out the Saturn version of Cybertroopers Virtual On, especially if they haven't experienced it yet. It highlights the Saturn exclusive ranking mode as a great way to practice and improve skills, aiming for the top rank of General. It also subtly suggests that there's no rush to buy the Saturn version right away, perhaps hinting that something new is on the horizon, building anticipation for this Rush project and the future of Virtual On. The screenshots seem to be showcasing gameplay, possibly from this new project and also from the Saturn Virtual On game, with score displays and in-game action. This page is all about the upcoming Cybernet Rhapsody drama CD for Cyber Troopers Virtualon, which is hitting shelves on December 21st. It's being promoted as an emotional experience. Right there in the headline, emotional in your heart. The image features Fian, and she's definitely the star of the show, with the main character is Watashi written beside her, which is like saying, it's me. The article talks about how the virtual on world is really taking off, with the Saturn game and now this drama CD. It teases a story where two young gamers get sucked into the virtual on universe. They meet Fayan, described as a super cute girl, and it sounds like they're up against the Balgadons. It's pitched as a must-listen for fans, expanding on the virtual on experience beyond just the game. Apparently, there's a limited edition version with a pink CD case, which sounds pretty cool, and some special CG art. It's coming from Toshiba EMI Futureland and will cost 3,000 yen before tax. Even on this page, they're still pushing the Rush idea from SEGA EMI R&D department. Number 3, so it looks like this drama CD is part of that bigger project they were hinting at before, maybe showing Virtualon in a new light. This page continues the buzz about the Cybernet Rhapsody CD drama for Virtualon, this time brought to you by Affirmato and Dulcas Bros. They're really pushing the emotional angle again, asking emotional in your heart. It sounds like they're having a bit of a chat, maybe an interview-style piece, really hyping up this second CD. They're talking about how much fun it is to listen to, especially if you're a Virtualon fan. The page also highlights a Virtualon CD checkpoint. It reminds everyone about the first Virtualon official sound data CD that came out in May. Then it focuses on this new Cybernet Rhapsody CD, mentioning it's priced at 2,000 yen and is a great listen. Apparently, it's got all the awesome background music from the arcade version of Virtualon. Plus, it seems like the packaging is special. A clear blue case featuring CG art and designed by Mr. Ari, who did Temjin. They even throw in a, if you haven't bought it yet, buy it now, for the first CD. There's also a section introducing this time's heroine, Chieko Higuchi-chan, with a photo of a young lady. They say she's working with veteran voice actors and is a Virtualon fan herself. The final message is, anyway, just listen, urging everyone to check out the new CD. To top it off, they've got these cute and love speech bubbles, really playing into that feeling they're aiming for. AM3 Press Room announces several holiday-themed events. The first is a prize campaign, possibly related to UFO catchers, featuring the character Christmas Nighty Love Fire, with potential t-shirts. Next, they're giving away original New Year's postcards to 100 lucky applicants, requiring a postcard submission by December 24th. They also feature Biano's Raspro Illustration Corner Volume 10, showcasing fan-submitted Christmas-themed Raspro artwork, with Biano highlighting his favorites. Finally, a Planet Taiboshu call for more Raspro illustrations is underway, promising AM3 prizes, alongside a teaser for a potential Saturn Raspro game, SS version, and a Merry Xmas message. The next issue preview is for White Silver World Beautifully Dancing. This page from SEGA M2 Research Institute's Express Neo Volume 35 reveals a big scoop. Music producer Tetsuya Komuro is teaming up with superstar Ami Suzuki for a collaboration. The article suggests this is a major project from AM2, and it's certainly a surprise pairing. We see Ami Suzuki prominently featured, both in a realistic photo and as a 3D rendered character, likely from a new game. The text hints at this new title being related to her music and persona, mentioning it's the latest project after Fighter's Megamix. The game is called Digital Dance Mix, a digital dance mix title featuring Ami Suzuki. It appears to be a 3D game where you can see Ami Suzuki dance and sing. The article is enthusiastic, with phrases like, dance freely, sing freely. In a separate section, there's a profile of Ami Suzuki, highlighting her birth date, age, 19, height, weight, and other stats. It also mentions she is from Okinawa and has a unique voice. The text emphasizes that this is a new Ami Suzuki born on the SEGA Saturn, made possible by AM2's latest technology. And not just simple 3D polygons, but a complete 3D representation allowing for realistic and free movement. Finally, release details indicate Digital Dance Mix by SEGA etc. Digital Music is slated for a January 1997 release at 2,800 yen and will be available at convenience stores nationwide. This page is heavily promoting Digital Dance Mix, boasting that it delivers visuals exceeding even SEGA's own Model 3 arcade hardware right on the Saturn. They're really hyping the 3D scanning and motion capture technology used to bring Amini Suzuki to life in the game. The page highlights that two of her biggest hits, Chase the Chance and You Are My Sunshine, are fully, meaning completely, included. The game features a singing mode where you can learn the songs and choreography, and a camera angle operation mode, letting you freely move the camera 360 degrees around Ami Suzuki as she performs. It seems like they're really pushing the interactive and visual aspects.
There's also an exclusive interview with Mr. Suzuki from AM2, the research department director. He discusses the game's development, the use of motion capture to capture Ami Suzuki's movements accurately, and their aim to create a massive hit. He mentions taking user feedback seriously and wanting to provide gamers with something truly special. They're really emphasizing the high quality and technological advancements of this title.
Digital Dance Mix is presented as a next-generation music CD experience, part of Sega's strategy to provide new software and expand its user base. Featuring Ami Suzuki, the game allows players to customize her outfits both in-game and before performances. It also incorporates stage direction secrets, with dynamic background visuals and minigames played between songs, totaling around 34 types. Developed by AM2, the game aims to surpass the visual capabilities of even Model 3 arcade games on the Saturn, utilizing motion capture for accurate dance moves and expressions. Digital Dance Mix is positioned as the first in a series, priced at 2,800 yen plus tax, and widely available at convenience stores. AM2 seeks to attract new users while satisfying existing fans, striving to create an impressive and engaging interactive entertainment experience. This page is a breaking news announcement for a new arcade racing game from Sega AM2 called Scud Race. They are boasting about the game's immersive experience with the tagline, "Totally pursue the appeal of vehicle type and course sound and motion." It looks like a high-octane racer, with a focus on realistic car handling and thrilling courses. The page details that Scud Race will have 4 courses in total, split into difficulty levels. 2 beginner courses, short, 1 medium course, medium, and 1 advanced course, long. They give brief descriptions and screenshots for each course type, highlighting features like night racing, varied environments, and technical layouts. Another feature spotlighted is the view change system, suggesting it has 4 or more camera angles for players to choose from, aiming to enhance the driving experience based on player preference. The bottom section introduces the arcade cabinet as new motorized riding, emphasizing the physical sensations it will provide. They mention that Sega's history of motion-sensing arcade games like Outrun, Daytona USA, and Sega Rally Championship
paved the way for this new immersive cabinet.
They describe the cabinet as focusing on the feeling of driving, promising a realistic and engaging experience for players. The developer, AM4 Research and Development Division, and Mr. Nishimura are mentioned as being in charge of the cabinet and monitor design. Overall, Scud Race seems to be positioned as the next big arcade racing experience, building on Sega's legacy and pushing the boundaries of immersion. This page continues the reveal of Sega AM2's new arcade racer, Scud Race, and spotlights the 4 iconic supercars players can drive in the game. They're calling them masterpieces among masterpieces. First up is the Ferrari F40, described as a true racing thoroughbred with blistering speed. Then there's the Chrysler Dodge Viper, emphasized for its powerful presence and beautiful form. Next, the Porsche 911 GT2 is highlighted as a popular choice known for its unique engine sound and raw power. Finally, the McLaren F1 is presented as a racy racing machine, with a center cockpit, boasting exceptional acceleration and handling. The page emphasizes the realism of Scud Race, with the tagline, "Real car-like heaviness is attractive. Dr. M System Direct Rolling Motorized System." This section details the arcade cabinet's features, highlighting the realistic feel of the steering and gear shift, suggesting it's a step up in immersion from previous racing games. They mention the DRM system and the seat as key features for delivering a more realistic driving experience, including a force feedback steering wheel and seat that moves. They are really pushing the feeling of driving a real car in this arcade game. The Scud Race development team discusses their nearing completion racing game, aiming for a realistic and immersive experience. Producer Toshihiro Nagoshi highlights the team's dedication to detailed graphics, striving for a "what the heck is this?" reaction, and comparing the game's feeling to Daytona USA, but more refined. The game is nearing completion with ongoing tweaks based on test feedback. Sound designer Hideaki Miyamoto emphasizes the importance of sound field expansion to create immersive surround sound, recording authentic supercar sounds, like the Ferrari F40, and using advanced sound systems. Cabinet designer Eiji Nishimura details the new cabinet's focus on texture and realism, incorporating the direct rolling motorized system, DRM, and a moving seat, with a force feedback steering wheel and a 4-speaker surround sound system. The overall aim is to make players feel like they're driving a real supercar. This page is a SEGA Saturn game review section featuring opinions from different groups of reviewers: Lady Users Group, Game Mania Group, and guest game writers. 2 games are under the spotlight here: Thunder Force Gold Pack 2 and Diputui Mahjong Affair. Thunder Force Gold Pack 2 is described as a challenging but rewarding shooting game. Reviewers praise its hardcore gameplay, the exhilarating speed and weaponry, and the satisfying feeling of mastering its difficulty. They highlight the nostalgia factor and the updated graphics, with one reviewer noting the impressive AC mode weapon switching. Scores for this game are generally high, averaging around 6 out of 7. Diputui Mahjong Affair is a mahjong game that's causing a stir. Reviewers from the Lady Users Group find it engaging for casual play during commutes and evenings at home, enjoying the character art and accessible gameplay. The Game Mania Group likes the concept of playing mahjong with attractive characters, even if it's suggestive. Guest game writers are intrigued by the game's premise of success in life being tied to mahjong skills, finding it humorous and somewhat unique, despite some load times. They note that even though it's a mahjong game, the focus is on the adult adventure aspect, with attractive women and hot springs trips. Scores for this game are also around 5 or 6 out of 7, indicating it's a decent, if somewhat niche, title. This review section covers 4 SEGA Saturn games, with opinions from female users, high rollers, and guest writers. Silly Calamari, Octopus, is a shooting game praised by all groups for its fun gameplay and humor, scoring an 8/10 across the board. Enemy Zero, an adventure game, receives high praise for its unique gameplay and immersive experience, with female users and guest writers giving it a perfect 10, while high rollers give it a 9. NHL Power Play 96, a hockey game, is deemed fun but straightforward, scoring a 7 from female users and a 6 from high rollers and guest writers. Finally, Pac-Un is Where, quote, a Pac-Man themed game, is considered too hardcore, earning a 6/10 from all groups. This page reviews 6 games from different perspectives. Female users enjoyed Muja, a puzzle game, for its originality, 6/10. And Kyan Kyan Bunny Premieres 2, an adventure game, for its charm and clear progression, 7/10. High Rollers found High Rollers, a money-themed puzzle game, engaging but confusing, 6/10. And praised the depth and strategy of Terra Fantastica, a tactical RPG, 8/10. Guest writers reviewed Gestalt Striders, a puzzle action game, finding the gameplay confusing but charming, 5/10. And Guardian Heroes, a love adventure game, received high praise for its storyline, attractive design, and multiple endings, 8/10. This page features reviews of 3 games from different perspectives. For Izemagen 2, a shogi game, all reviewers gave it a score of 6. Female users found it good for playing against friends, and easy for beginners. High rollers noted it was a standard shogi game, but the cursor moved too fast. Guest writers thought it was beginner-friendly with a hint function, but too easy for advanced players. Shining the Holy Ark, an RPG, received generally higher scores. Female users enjoyed the graphics, atmosphere, and easy-to-understand objectives, giving it an 8. High rollers appreciated the 3D graphics and dungeon exploration, scoring it a 7, while guest writers also gave it a 7, recommending it for fans of exploration. Series fans gave it a 6, finding the dungeon animation just okay and character movement slow, but praised the BGM and fast loading times. DX Nippon Tokyu Ryoku game, a travel board game, received the lowest scores. Female users scored it a 6 for fun events and simple rules. High rollers and guest writers both gave it a 5, with high rollers finding the events boring and repetitive, and guest writers criticizing the unclear objectives and slow pace. Series fans also scored it a 5, agreeing that the objectives were hard to understand, and the game progressed slowly. 4 games are reviewed. Kimi wo Tsuteete, 5/5/6, is a love sim praised for its diary system, but criticized for being standard and one-sided. Beyond Kyaurun no Mahajan Hiyori, 5/5/6, a mahjong game, has mixed reviews, with some liking the anime style and voice acting, while others dislike the pace and story. Virtual Kyūtei Atsuki Pennant Race, 5/4/6, a boat racing game, is criticized for insufficient tutorials and being boring, though some found it accessible for beginners. Tsunami ni Keiba Tsuyokis, a horse racing game, 4/6, is seen as a money grab by some, but others found it easy to understand and enjoyable for beginners. Hypersecurity's S, a Saturn port, receives a 6/10. The reviewer enjoys the cute characters, card battles, and simple gameplay despite repetitive scheduling mechanics. Surakamakan Kyohaku Densetsu, a puzzle adventure, also scores a 6/10. While praised for its beautiful graphics and well-made puzzles, it suffers from inconsistent difficulty and slow progression. Ultraman, Legend of the Giant Light, a fighting game, earns a 6/10 for capturing the series' essence, featuring excellent character movements, Ultraman-esque calm behaviors, and classic BGM. Finally, the music arrangement in a game is reviewed separately, earning an 8/10 for its immersive sound production, despite generic orchestral arrangements. This page features reviews for 3 games. Starting with 3D Baseball the Major, female users found the batter's motions amusing, appreciating the realistic gameplay, and recommending it as a good starting point for beginners, giving it a 6/10. High Rollers felt the game had an American feel, was immersive, and would appeal to baseball enthusiasts, also scoring it a 6. Guest writers considered it orthodox despite being in 3Ds, praised the camera work and orthodox gameplay, but were less impressed with the BGM and player animations, giving it a 5/10. Next is Meaningless Profession Daughter, where the reviewer felt the story demo was lengthy and the game tempo slow, but they enjoyed the battle system and character animations during battles, rating it a 6/10. Finally, Fire Pro Wrestling's 6-Men Scramble is reviewed as a must-buy for wrestling fans. The reviewer noted the large roster of wrestlers, detailed movesets, and variety of modes, including story and one-night match modes. While mentioning the controls might be complex, they praised the game's depth and the feeling of being a true wrestling game, awarding it a high score of 9/10. The reviews cover 3 games. Die Hard Trilogy offers 3 game modes. While exhilarating for some, it's difficult for newcomers, receiving a 6/10. Street Racer Extra, a Mario Kart-style game, is fun, especially in versus mode, with scores ranging from 5/10 to 8/10. Fighters Megamix is praised for its Megamix concept, featuring a large roster of SEGA characters, with scores from 9/10 to a perfect 10/10, making it a hit with AM2 fans. This page reviews 4 games. The first up is Artificial Human Hokkaider, Last Judgment, described as a fan-focused title. It's highlighted for its 3D adventure style and interactive movie presentation, with praise for the visuals and story elements. The reviewer enjoys it, giving it a 7/10. Next is Christmas Nights, which they say is perfect for holiday gatherings. It's positioned as a party game good for many players, mentioning its quiz game format. The reviewer thinks it's original and great for groups, giving it a solid 8/10. Then there's Grid Runner, which focuses on simple but addictive gameplay. The review emphasizes the thrill of being chased by monsters and the straightforward rules which make it easy to pick up and play. They score this one a 6/10. Finally, Cyber Speedway is discussed, with the reviewer commenting on its cyber theme and simple rules. They note the difficulty in playing against the CPU, but suggest it's more enjoyable in versus mode. They score it a 5/10. Overall, the reviewer's opinions are varied but generally positive, highlighting different aspects of each game. Suikoden, Tenmei no Chikai, a strategy RPG, received positive reviews. A female reviewer praised its depth and character interactions, awarding a 7/10. High Rollers found the gameplay solid and the opening movie impressive, also giving it a 7. The guest writer lauded its polished presentation and engaging battles, scoring it an 8.
Jisen Pachisuro Hishuhao. 4. Apache Slot Simulator garnered mixed reactions. One reviewer enjoyed the simulation mode but found the machine limit restrictive, giving it a 6. Another High Rollers reviewer criticized the lack of game elements and repetitiveness, scoring it a 4. The guest writer, valuing data analysis, found it useful for strategy practice, recommending it to serious players and giving it a 6. Galaxy Fraulein Una Remix, targeting Una fans, was met with varying opinions. A female users reviewer found it difficult for casual players, awarding a 4. High Rollers found it lacking, comparing it unfavorably to PC Engine versions, also giving it a 4. The guest writer appreciated the improved visuals and sound for fans, scoring it a 7. This page features reviews of several new software titles. World Car Windows Switzerland Edition offers a virtual train journey through Switzerland, receiving a perfect score for its realistic visuals and sounds. Nissan Presents Over Driving GTR, a racing game, earned a 90% for its authentic driving experience. Pradle Disc Data Edition, a photo collection of race queens, and The King of Fighters 96, a fighting game, both also received perfect scores. Air's Adventure, an RPG with character designs by Yoshitaka Amano, was rated 95%. Finally, Gege no Kitaro Revival Yokai Daikasen, an adventure game based on the Kitaro series, also received a perfect score for its immersive atmosphere. The reviews highlight a variety of genres, catering to different gaming interests. This text reveals several hidden tricks in SEGA Saturn games. In Battle Blade, you can unlock Akane and Marion as playable characters. To get Aine, highlight him and input a specific directional sequence. Down 3, up 7, B button. To get Marion, input a different sequence. Down 1, up 1. Mighty Hits unlocks course and stage select by entering specific alphabet characters. Another Battle Blade trick allows random stage selection at the title screen by holding the B button and inputting directional controls. Finally, Ogre Battle March of the Black Queen has a name effect trick. Entering Sargem and Voice On enables character voices during gameplay. This page is dedicated to reader prizes from SEGA Saturn Magazine. They're giving away a bunch of cool stuff to lucky readers. First up, a generous 20 people can win their choice of any SEGA Saturn game released up to December 13, 1996. For art lovers, there are 3 Akemi Takada Original Picture Exhibition memorial posters up for grabs, celebrating her Eyes art book. 5 readers can win roommate calendars, likely from the dating sim game. Adding to the art prizes, 3 people can win Akemi Takada signed color artwork, a real premium item. For anime fans, especially Evangelion enthusiasts, 1 person will win a Rei Ayanami figure, a sought-after second release, said to be high quality. Lastly, 2 lucky folks can get a Babel Person doll from Horned Hair Casino, described as cute and mysterious. The page also lists the winners from a previous giveaway held on October 25th, with names and prefectures of the lucky recipients for software, calendars, and posters. In the information section, they mention looking forward to the year-end game releases and hint at exciting big titles coming soon. Finally, it's announced that SEGA Saturn Magazine issue 17 is hitting shelves on December 27th. This page showcases the exciting new SEGA Saturn game, Purikura Princess Clara Grand Strategy, a super cute and action-packed shooter. It's described as a quarter-view scrolling action game that's just landed on the SEGA Saturn, and even supports 2-player simultaneous play, so you can team up with a friend. It sounds like a blast, with its promise of 18 different endings, and a gameplay mechanic where saving animals powers you up. They're even throwing in a special Purikura original desktop calendar as a bonus, which is a nice touch. The screenshots show off the top-down shooting action and give you a glimpse of the colorful world and characters. Below, there's also an advertisement for the Devil Summoner Special Box. It looks like a special edition, combining Devil Summoner and Devil Summoner Devil's Scriptures into one package for SEGA Saturn. Both Purikura Princess Clara Grand Strategy and the Devil Summoner Special Box are available now and getting great reviews, with Purikura Princess Clara priced at 6,800 yen and the Devil Summoner Special Box at 7,800 yen. It's a good time to be a Saturn gamer with these new releases hitting the shelves.
This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn game Sengoku Ace Episode 2. It's highlighted as a powered-up sequel to the original Sengoku Ace and boasts premium Credrum quality. It's described as a horizontal scrolling shooting game, perfect for Sega Saturn, offering two-player simultaneous play and the ability to join in mid-game. The ad mentions impressive features, like beautiful scrolling backgrounds and character designs by a popular illustrator, with over 30 characters to choose from. It also highlights the premium Cndrum content, including arranged BGM, voice samples, and illustrations, plus a special illustration contest entry form and character setting materials. Sengoku Ace Episode 2 is available now. A side-scrolling shooter on 2 Credrums, priced at 6,800 yen, and published by Psikyo and sales by Atlas. The bottom of the page includes contact details for Atlas. This page is all about the Sega Saturn Game Fighters Mega Mix. This advert is hyping up the game as the ultimate showdown, mentioning a release date of December 21st. It highlights that this game is a dream match, bringing together characters from Virtua Fighter 2 and Fighting Vipers, along with techniques from Virtua Fighter 3. It boasts that this is the strongest ground fighting carnival ever, featuring characters from Virtua Fighter 2 and Fighting Vipers, plus hidden characters developed in AM2, totaling over 10 playable fighters. This is described as a dream action game finally realized, calling it Fighters Megamix. It mentions hybrid battles and team battles and brand new battle modes. It's advertised as a rapid-fire, exhilarating brawl for 5,800 yen. Below the main text, there are screenshots showing gameplay with characters like Jackie, Raxel, and Picky, and it shows the in-game timer and health bars. There's also a Christmas Nights campaign logo featuring the Sega Saturn and a gift, mentioning a suggested retail price of 20,000 yen and a release date of December 24th, 27th. The bottom also has standard copyright info for Sega Enterprises and contact details.